Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gojo Naruto. A calm voice echoed in the classroom as the young man stepped forward, flashing a warm and confident smile. Starting today, I'll be joining Jujutsu High as one of your fellow students. Though he spoke casually, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Despite being an old acquaintance, it had been 9 long years since they'd last met. His return felt both familiar and unsettling. Gojo Naru, wake up! The male teacher's voice trembled as he stared at the two identical faces. Gojo Satoru's calm demeanor only deepened the disbelief. Could this ridiculous situation actually be real? The Zanpakutō that once reigned over the world has returned. A mental explosion shook him. In his mind, a bomb detonated. The sky filled with mushroom clouds, his thoughts scattered to nothingness. Yoji's eyes widened as Gojo Naru's presence grew heavier. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back. That guy, the one even more dangerous than Satoru, he's awake. An invisible chill crawled across Yoji's spine. Beside him, Yurishoko blinked in surprise, her lashes fluttering. So, Ming has finally woken up. She first glanced at Gojo Satoru. Then her gaze settled on Gojo Ming. Her expression subtly shifted. Those sunglasses definitely suit Ming better. She nodded slightly, a small smile playing at the corner of her lips. A nearby middle-aged teacher watched the scene with a complex expression, but years of experience had trained him to adapt quickly. Using Gojo Satoru's tardiness as an excuse, he ordered him to move a set of desks and chairs on his own. The 4 new students of Jujutsu High were already seated, except Gojo Satoru, grumbling as he dragged the furniture alone, visibly annoyed. Soon after, Yagamazamichi entered the classroom. His sharp eyes scanned the room and landed on the 4 new recruits. He looked pleased. I'm Yagamazamichi, your homeroom teacher for this term. Congratulations. You've successfully enrolled as candidates for Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High School. Candidates? Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow. So we're not full students yet? Correct, Yaga replied, writing entrance exam on the board. You must pass the entrance exam to officially become students of Jujutsu High. Everyone's expression grew serious at those words. Gojo Ming furrowed his brows slightly. Looks like entering Jujutsu High isn't as simple as I thought. On the other hand, Gojo Naruto's interest sparked. Before falling into slumber years ago, he had tasked Gojo Kuma with collecting Sukuna's fingers and searching for Itadori Kaori. He had a feeling the entrance exam might be tied to those objectives. Yagamazamichi continued, chalk in hand. The exam has 5 standard difficulty levels, A, B, C, D, and E. Your result won't just determine your admission. It'll also assign your starting rank as a sorcerer. D or E, rank 4 sorcerer. C, rank 3. B, rank 2. A, rank 1. But choose wisely. If you overestimate yourself and fail the mission, not only will you be disqualified, your life may be at risk. His voice grew heavy. Think carefully before choosing your level. Yaga set down the chalk, crossed his arms, and added, You may now discuss among yourselves. Feel free to ask if you have questions. Silence followed. Geto Suguru and Yurishoko gulped. This isn't just some school test. There's real danger here. Just then, Gojo Ming raised a hand. Sensei, if there are standard levels, are there non-standard ones? Everyone turned. The room fell even quieter. This wasn't just about grades or ego. A sorcerer's rank determined their influence, authority, and access to Jujutsu High's resources. Gojo Naruto had no interest in a mere first-grade certification. His strength far exceeded that. He sought one thing only, special grade recognition. Non-standard levels? Yaga blinked. You're not satisfied with a rank already? Geto muttered under his breath. Everyone stared at Ming's composed face. His expression didn't waver, nor did his tone, making it all the more believable. Xiaoyojia narrowed his eyes. Impossible, he muttered. Gojo Naruto is too arrogant. No one starts as a special grade, not even in the Academy's history. But Geto's skepticism didn't matter. Yuri Shoko and the others turned to Yaga, hoping for a definitive answer. Yaga Mazamichi remained silent for a long moment. He looked at Naruto, then sighed. There is a non-standard level, an S-rank mission, far above A level. If completed, it grants direct certification as a special grade sorcerer. Geto Sugiru's jaw dropped. A real S-rank mission? He suddenly looked tempted. Earning special grade status from the start would be historic. But Yuri Shoko's face tensed. If Yaga-sensei never mentioned it earlier, that S-rank exam is likely suicide for a first year. Yaga continued, sensing their curiosity. In Jujutsu High's history, several prodigies have attempted the S-rank exam. Everyone leaned forward. What happened? Gojo Satoru asked. Yaga walked to the board and drew a huge X across it. None of them succeeded. As expected, Xiaoyojia's pupil shrank. Whatever ambition he had to challenge the S level vanished instantly. Jujutsu High had stood for generations, producing countless prodigies over the years. But not once, not a single time, had anyone ever completed an S-rank admission exam. That alone spoke volumes about its terrifying difficulty. Even Gojo Satoru, who had looked eager just moments ago, now hesitated. But then, a sudden voice cut through the silence like thunder crashing across a calm sea. Sensei, I choose S-rank. Everyone turned, eyes wide. The words had come from Gojo Ming. Standing tall with his hand confidently raised, his expression was calm, unshaken. Ming, are you insane? That's suicide. Yuri Shoko gasped, rushing to grab his arm. He had only just awakened from a deep slumber. There was no time to fully recover, much less take on a mission no one had ever survived. She's right, Xiaoyoji added, rare concern in his voice. No one has ever passed this challenge. Despite his distance from Gojo Naruto, he respected the younger brother of Satoru. After all, Naruto had forged his Zanpakutō, Kidamaru, and once helped him subdue the Rainbow Dragon 9 years ago. He couldn't just stand by and let him walk towards certain death. On the podium, Yaga Mazamichi narrowed his gaze. He looked hard at Naruto, then asked in a low, heavy tone, Gojo Naruto, are you absolutely certain? I've already explained the danger. If you fail, Yaga's voice stopped short, breath caught in his throat as he awaited the boy's reply. Gojo Satoru also stepped forward, concern etched across his face. Ming, are you really going through with this? You know the consequences. If you fail, you die. But Ming just rolled his eyes. Why are you all panicking? Aren't records made to be broken? He gave a confident smile, eyes gleaming with determination. If you're all so scared, then let me, Gojo Naruto, break this myth myself. He turned to Yaga. Teacher, I confirm. My choice is S-rank. And don't worry, he added coolly, resting his hand on his Zanpakutō. I've still got this with me. Yaga Mazamichi was silent for a beat, then gave a slow nod. Gojo Naruto, S-rank mission confirmed. He turned to the others. Next, a long pause. Teacher Yaga, I choose A rank, said Yuri Shoko, her voice quiet but firm. She had initially considered B rank. But if she wanted to walk beside Gojo Naruto, she couldn't allow herself to fall too far behind. I'll go with A rank as well, Geto Suguru added. Yaga recorded their decisions, then turned to the last of the group, Gojo Satoru. He stood silently, head bowed. Sweat glistened on his brow. Teacher. His voice was low at first, then firm. I choose S rank as well. He met Yaga's eyes. My choice is final. The room tensed. Satoru. Xiaoyojia was stunned. Even though he had half expected it, hearing Gojo Satoru confirm it aloud was still a shock. No one's ever passed this trial, he muttered again. Shoko wanted to object too, but held her tongue. She knew Gojo Satoru too well. The moment Naruto chose S rank, there was no way Satoru would settle for anything less. Gojo Satoru turned to Geto, grinning. Relax, Geto. Since no one's done it before, I'll be the first. He may have been reckless, but he wasn't delusional. Ever since he mastered curse technique reversal and curse stop, he was confident. As long as his brother didn't use his Zanpakutō, he was certain he could match him, and maybe even surpass him. If Naruto was aiming for the top, then so was he. It wasn't just pride, it was the competitive spirit between brothers. And above all, he wasn't afraid. Not of cursed spirits, and not of death. Yaga Mazamichi nodded solemnly. Gojo Satoru. S-rank confirmed. Normally, S-rank wouldn't even be available to students. But these two, they might just be the exceptions. Once all choices were locked in, Yaga stepped forward once again. From this moment on, your exam level is fixed. No changes allowed. Is everyone sure? A unified reply followed. Confirmed. Yaga then pulled out several sheets of paper. Sign this agreement. After that, I'll reveal your entrance exam objectives. Everyone took the forms and glanced through them. Teacher Yaga, this isn't a registration form, Shoko muttered, brows furrowing. It's practically a life and death agreement. The others looked equally disturbed. It was indeed a waiver, one that released the school from all responsibility in case of death. The only safeguard was that the mission would be live-streamed for official record-keeping. But none of them backed down. This was the path of a sorcerer. Danger was part of the job. One by one, they signed. Gojo Naruto handed his form to Yaga, his eyes calm. He had a rough idea of what was coming, but needed confirmation. Beside him, Gojo Satoru was growing impatient. Sensei, we've all signed. Now tell us, what is the S-rank mission? Even Geto and Shoko leaned forward, curious. What task had stumped every generation of sorcerers before them? Yaga let out a long breath, then announced, word by word. S-rank mission. Special grade classification. Objective: collect Ryomen Sukuna's cursed fingers. The classroom fell into stunned silence. Geto Suguru, Yeri Shoko, and even Saiyojia all froze. Their eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder no one had passed. It wasn't a mission, it was a death sentence. The girl looked up at Yaga Mazamichi, frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and asked, Teacher Yaga, are you talking about the 20 fingers left behind by the cursed king Ryomen Sukuna 1,000 years ago after his death? Saiyojia stroked his chin and pondered. It is said that this is a special cursed object that will gain greater power if eaten. Therefore, it is a particularly difficult target to recover, both in the world of curses and among cursed spirits. Gojo Satoru frowned and said, The king of the strongest curse. This name sounded a bit unpleasant to me. But he was not careless, for he heard that all the sorcerers combined 1,000 years ago could not defeat him. Moreover, after being dead for 1,000 years, the fingers left behind can become special-grade cursed objects. You can imagine how powerful the other party is. The cursed spirit that got Sukuna's finger would probably reach the special level, or even higher. No wonder no one can complete it. However, for him, it is at most a slightly difficult task. Gojo Satoru thought proudly in his heart. Gojo Ming on the side did not show much change in expression, because he guessed the answer. Before he fell asleep, he asked Gojo Kuma to complete the collection of Sukuna fingers and find Itadori Kaori. Let's look at it now. This S-level mission of the Jujutsu High School was most likely the work of Gojo Kumamoto and the Gojo family. He looked up at Gojo Satoru, who was standing beside him with a look of disdain. Shaked his head helplessly. If he didn't interfere, according to normal development, there would be a war between his stupid brother and Sukuna sooner or later. But now, that's not necessarily the case. Whether he can be resurrected is another matter. After being resurrected, Ryujin Jaka was directly used on him. On the podium, Yaga Mazamichi said solemnly, I just informed Principal Sekiguchi about the content of the entrance examination. He made a different arrangement. Originally, the entrance exam was a one-person task. But recently, we happened to find Sukuna's fingers at 2 target locations, but considering the strength of both Sukuna. So we finally decided to change the entrance exam to 2-person teams, with A-level mission members assisting S-level mission members to exorcise the cursed spirits possessed by Sukuna's power. And you must carry the live broadcast cursed corpse with you, one for convenience to take care of, and the other for the school staff to rescue. When everyone heard this, they were not surprised at all. After all, the power of Ryman Sukuna was indeed not to be underestimated. It is not realistic to let two candidates handle it alone. The Gojo brothers didn't care much, but Geto Suguru and Shoko were a little conflicted. They looked at each other. Their choice. There is no doubt that it will greatly affect the team's final outcome. Because Shoko is very special. In a sense, she is definitely a genius in the world of sorcery. Good news. She knows the reverse curse technique. Bad news. She only knows reverse curse technique. In other words, she does not have the ability to exorcise cursed spirits. In comparison, as a master of spells, Geto Suguru is definitely better at exorcising cursed spirits. Xiaoyojie couldn't help but frown. If he had to choose, he would undoubtedly choose Gojo Satoru. After all, his relationship with Wu is better. But this is the situation now. Obviously, this was not the time to make a choice based on friendship, which actually gave him a headache. Gojo Satoru also had a headache. He naturally wanted to be with Geto Suguru, but in this situation, even if he won against Naruto, who had Shoko, it still seemed a bit dishonorable. Ming, Xiao, and I. Gojo Satoru's words had not yet fallen. Shoko is with me. Gojo Naruto interrupted and said, that idiot Jie probably doesn't want me to be with him, otherwise he will definitely get in the way. Gojo Naruto could naturally see their entanglement, but he didn't really care. If Geto Suguru was with him, he would just be a pendant. It's better to hang something that is good-looking and pleasing to the eye. It's because of your attitude that I don't want to be with you. Xiaoyujie rolled his eyes at Gojo Naru and muttered to himself. Okay, Yuri Shoko said with a delighted look. In fact, compared with Gojo Satoru, she really wanted to be in the same group with Gojo Naruto. Seeing that Gojo Naru took the initiative to choose Shoko, Gojo Satoru crossed his arms and said with a smile, Naru, since you gave Jie to me, how about I allow you to arrive half an hour later than us? Gojo Ming, ? No need. You and Jie should try not to be too much slower than us. Gojo Satoru was speechless and said, Don't underestimate me and Jie. Our team can definitely become the ace of Jujutsu High School. Gojo Ming smiled and didn't refute. After recording the group records, Yaga Mazamichi will upload the relevant information to the technical college and the association to prepare for the entrance examination. Therefore, in the following period of time, Teacher Yaga began to let Gojo Naruto and others arrange themselves freely, giving them time in advance for the two groups to improve their team's tacit understanding. After hearing what Yaga Mazamichi said, Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru were very excited, and they ran out quickly. Because just now, they have thought of a trick to defeat Gojo Naruto's group, and they can't wait to try it out. Suddenly, Gojo Naruto and Yuri Shoko were the only two people left in the classroom. The girl looked at Gojo Naru, whom she hadn't seen for 9 years. Mura, is it okay that you and I are in the same group? Yuri Shoko said with red cheeks and pursed lips a few times. 9 years later, it was the first time she was alone with Gojo Naru. She looked a little overwhelmed. She put her hands away, turned her back, and clutched the back of her dress. Gojo Ming smiled and said, It's okay, it's all the same. Although I will definitely protect you. You need to practice Nishizuku so that you can protect yourself in case of any accidents. Sorry, Ming, I'm holding you back, Yuri Shoko said shyly with her pair of white legs together. Gojo Ming touched her head and said with a smile, Hey, Shoko, I wasn't like this before I fell asleep. Yuri Shoko coughed lightly, glared at Gojo Naruto, and said, Okay, don't you guys prefer gentle girls? After sleeping for 9 years, Shoko has grown up. The feelings between the childhood sweethearts had been brewing for 9 years, and Gojo Naruto was not unaware of it. If at the age of 6, you could still attribute everything to your young age. Now, my 15-year-old self still had to face Shoko's emotions. Gojo Naru, Winru, just forget it. However, When seeing Yuri Shoko pulling out her meat stick, Gojo Naruto immediately changed his words. As long as it's Shoko, I like it no matter if it's gentle or not. Yuri Shoko was very satisfied with Gojo Naru's answer and smiled slightly. Then let's go practice our Zanpakutō as well. However, shortly after Yagamazamichi sent the admission list of this year's Jujutsu High School to the top leaders of the Jujutsu world, the news that Gojo Ming had awakened and chosen to enter the S-level difficulty level of the Jujutsu High School spread throughout the Jujutsu world in an instant. The meeting hall of the upper echelons of the sorcery world. The top officials of the magic world gathered here. They looked at the information in their hands with serious expressions and began to discuss. Gojo Naru has awakened. The first thing he did when he woke up was to go to the Jujutsu High School. Is he going there to study? With the prestige of the Gojo family, does Gojo Naru still need to go to a technical high school? I wonder what kind of bloody storm he will bring to the world of sorcery when he wakes up this time. Don't worry about it anymore. He's been in seclusion for so long, it's hard to say whether his Zanpakutō is still effective. 2. After all, in these 9 years, none of the other Zanpakutō have completed their Bankai. I'm afraid the Zanpakutō that controlled us 9 years ago has really lost its effectiveness. I heard that he and his brother Gojo Satoru both chose the S-level entrance mission for the technical high school. They will carry the live broadcast of the Cursed Corpse with them. Why don't we use this to see how strong he will be in 9 years? Okay, let's talk to Principal Sekiguchi and make the entrance exam public. Open to the public. This will expose the information of the college students. But isn't that a problem? If it's 5 brothers, it's okay. 2. At the main seat, an old man was leaning on his elbows, listening silently to the discussion of the crowd. He was silent for a long time and then sighed softly. Finally, he has awakened. Gojo Naruto, after 9 years. As the news of the entrance examination process was made public in the sorcery world, Gojo Naru's awakening spread like the wind to every corner of the sorcery world. Tokyo, Urazuya. The well-informed Zen temple Shinigami quickly received the news. He confirmed it again and found that it was indeed true. He actually burst out laughing. Ming, that guy. You threw the Urazuya shop at me for 9 years, and the first thing I did when I woke up was to run to the Polytechnic? This makes me a close friend, a little lonely. But he just complained a little. In fact, he still had an irrepressible joy in his heart. Wife, go buy some wine tonight and make 2 more delicious dishes. Shin-air shouted. But because his voice was too loud, it woke up the 2-year-old baby who had just fallen asleep. And he started crying again. Shin-air, you woke Hui up again. It's your turn to comfort her this time. Shin-air scratched his head and smiled. Sorry, I'll comfort Xiao Hui. Hui, why are you still crying so much even though you are 2 years old? Xiao Hui, don't cry. When you grow up, I will take you to find a teacher and let him give you a super cool Zanpakutō. Come on, go to sleep quickly. The teacher he was referring to was naturally Gojo Naru. Moreover, he was not worried about Gojo Naru at all, because he knew that no matter what his purpose was in going to the college, he will definitely come back to the Urazuya eventually. His task is to run the Urazuya well before Gojo Naru comes back. A general store, a secret store. Zen and Shinigami finally put Fushiguro Megumi to sleep, and looking at the sleeping baby, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, the door of the Urazuya was opened. We're back, someone shouted. Upon hearing this, Chan Yuenshin's face changed slightly. He looked at Hui, who was starting to open her eyes again, and suddenly became worried. He quickly prayed in his heart. Please, don't wake up. Suddenly, another cursing voice rang out. Okatsu, can you be more useful next time we go on a mission? It was the voice of the special grade, cursed spirit Lohu. Under the conflict of hoarse voices, the black-haired little boy finally opened his eyes. He looked at his father. Zen Yuanshin didn't dare to breathe, and prayed in his heart. Please, Hui, don't cry, you are a man. But the result was contrary to his wishes. The little boy started crying again. Shun sighed in annoyance, then looked towards the outer room with a dark face. Damn it, Louhu, Okatsu, please keep your voices down. Okatsu tourists saw the angry Zen temple, but they looked unconcerned. It's all right, Shire. Ida cries more now, but she will cry less when she grows up. Unlike Yuta, she is so well-behaved. I'm a little worried about her. Shinair was angry and said, Okatsu, you better stop being so ungrateful. Louhu also became angry. Seriously, Okatsu has been playing lousy on missions lately. We should fire him. Hearing this, Okatsu Yudo chuckled and said, Hey Louhu, I still have to take care of my son. So what's wrong with being a little bit bad? Come on, you're a special grade cursed spirit. Those little karami are so easy for you. Hearing this, Louhu was also convinced by this man. He sighed and said, You said that I am a special grade cursed spirit, more upright than the many cursed spirits controlled by Gojo Satoru, and I have to clean up your mess just to see Ryujin Jaka. It turns out that it's such a simple request, but I still can't see it. Is it easy for me? 9 years have passed, Okatsu. Do you know how I've been spending these 9 years? Louhu held his head, looking helpless. Hearing this, the Okatsu tourists also laughed. Louhu, isn't it Ryujin Jaka? Although we can't meet your requirements, we will let you see enough when the boss wakes up. Yeah, Jewish good. He naturally knew why Louhu came here, and he also knew about Louhu's changes. He didn't think that the other party had stayed in the Urazuya for 9 years just to take a look at Ryujin Jaka. However, Okatsu Yudo did not expose the other party. Louhu folded his arms and refused to pay any more attention to the Okatsu visitors. But when I turned around and saw Chanyuan Shinner's posture, I found that he was another dad. He couldn't help but cover his face and sighed. Damn it, why do you all have families with you now? It's not that he had any other strange emotions. It's just that every time he goes on a mission, he, who is single, always does the most work. He is such an injustice. Seeing this, Okatsu tourist laughed and said, Louhu, I think you should also go find a female cursed spirit. Louhu's face turned dark. Get lost. I have given my heart to Ryujin Jaka. Now I'm just waiting for the boss to wake up. His voice was firm. However, before anyone else could reply, his voice became even more depressed, and he said, But the boss has slept too long. When will he wake up? Okatsu waved his hand and said with a smile, Louhu, don't worry. The boss will wake up when he should. No need to wait. He's already awake. Shinair hugged Hui and said seriously. Hearing Shinner's words, Okatsu Yurin and Louhu were both stunned. Immediately, their tiger bodies began to tremble slightly. Hey, when did he wake up? Is he in the inner room now? Louhu's voice was trembling a little. But it's not fear, it's excitement. The Okatsu tourists nearby also swallowed their saliva with excitement. They stared at Shire intently. Seeing this, Shinair shook his head helplessly and replied, I don't know when he woke up. Gojo Satoru called me. He didn't go back to the Urazuya. It seems that the first thing he did after waking up was to go to the Jujutsu high school. In fact, he was a little bit resentful that Gojo Neru, his best friend, did not come to him to communicate as soon as possible. However, Gina knew that Gojo Neru must have something more important going to the high school, so he could still accept it. Okatsu Yoha and Louhu looked at each other and said in unison when they heard what Shiner said. High School of Spell Arts. Why would the boss go to a place like that? After all, considering his status as a member of the Gojo family, there was no need for him to enroll in the Jujutsu high school. They even suspected that if Gojo Naruto wanted, he could immediately become the representative of the Gojo family. That's the head of the Gojo family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families. However, they had never been able to guess what Gojo Ming was thinking, so they just let it go. Shinair glanced at his companions in the Wanshawu and smiled slightly. Anyway, I'm not sure why he went to the Jujutsu high school, but he not only went there, he also chose the S-level entrance mission. Interestingly, the mission objective is to recover Sukuna's finger. Every word of Shinner's voice struck their hearts. Special cursed object, Ryomen Sukuna's finger? Okatsu's face was filled with astonishment and shock, and he said, as expected of the boss, this is really his style. And Louhu, who was beside him, even had his pupils trembling. He's so excited. As a cursed spirit, he naturally knew about Sukuna's finger. It was said that if an ordinary cursed spirit swallowed it, it could grow into a powerful special-grade cursed spirit. Therefore, to recover Sukuna's finger, you basically have to defeat a special-grade cursed spirit. Luhu's heart suddenly jumped. So, finally, I can see the boss fight again. Maybe I can see the Zanpakutō this time. The terrifying flames that intoxicated people, and the graceful fighting posture. Luhu felt that he was already excited. Shinair shook his head and smiled, saying, "Luhu, you're in. The college will broadcast the entire recycling process live tomorrow. So let's take a rare day off tomorrow and test the boys' combat effectiveness 9 years later. Let's see if the Zanpakutō, which once terrified the world of curse arts, has improved after sleeping for 9 years." Just as everyone in the Urazuya house was communicating, a similar scene was taking place in the meeting room of the Gojo family. Wu Xiaoxiong Yin held a teacup and sat on the main seat with a deep look in his eyes. At this time, a man whispered something in his ear. Wu Xiaoxiong Yin sighed secretly and remained silent for a long time. I don't know what he is thinking. After a long while, Wu Xiaoxiong Yin said to the man coldly, "Recently, the Zenin family and the Kumo family have been making quite a lot of moves." After Ming fell asleep, as the Zanpakutō gradually became silent, they gradually became bolder. Are some people finally going to reveal their ambitions now? But thinking of Gojo Naruto, he couldn't help but frown. 9 years have passed, and I don't know how long Naruto will sleep. Although he had the protection of Lord Tenjin, the Gojo family would go to investigate the situation every once in a while, and basically nothing would happen to Gojo Ming. But after sleeping for such a long time, it would be a lie for Gojo Xiongyin to say that he was not worried. But these had nothing to do with his considerations as a substitute. So Gojo Xiongyin asked the sorcerer who was responsible for gathering intelligence to leave. He himself was getting up to leave. How about going to Jujutsu High School to watch Satoru's entrance exam and go see Gojo Naru in person? He thought to himself. Suddenly, Gojo Shinichi rushed in again, looking excited, as if there was something urgent. Wu Xiaoxiong Yin didn't even bother to sit down. He frowned and asked, "Shun-e, what are you doing in such a hurry? Could it be that the Zenin family and the Kumo family are causing trouble again?" Gojo Shinichi is mainly responsible for the expansion of power in the Gojo family. He often had contact with the Zenin family and the Kumo family. Gojo Shinichi shook his head and said, "No, it's a great joy." Gojo Xiongyin was stunned, and he suddenly remembered that today was the day Gojo Satoru started school. He looked at Gojo Shinichi and said doubtfully, "So, Wu was admitted to Jujutsu High School in advance. But this isn't a big deal." He muttered to himself. Gojo Shinichi smiled and said quickly, "Not yet. Master Wu will take the entrance exam tomorrow." Seeing that he had guessed wrong, Wu Xiaoxiong Yin slowly sat down again. He frowned and asked, "What kind of happy event could there be? Now in our Gojo family, I'm afraid there will be no big happy events except Gojo Ming's awakening." Hearing this, Gojo Shundin suddenly said excitedly, "Dai Xing is right. It is indeed young Master Gojo Ming who has woken up. We, the Gojo family, can finally continue to expand our influence, and we don't have to worry about the other two families anymore." Hearing this, Wu Xiaoxiongyan's whole body shook violently, and his butt, which had just been sitting down, immediately stood up. His voice was filled with disbelief as he said, "Are you telling the truth? Ming has awakened from Hongxing Palace." Gojo Shinichi said seriously, "Daixing, how could I joke about something like this?" His voice was firm and unyielding. Seeing this, the 5 Xiongyan's became excited. "Shun-e, what on earth is going on?" Then Gojo Shinichi told Gojo Xiongyin all the information he had received. The 5 Bear Flames' hearts were trembling, shaking violently. Good. Ming finally woke up. He was so excited that he said, "Good," 3 times. But he soon became confused again and asked Gojo Shinichi, "But Ming has awakened at this age. Why is he still going to Jujutsu High School?" And he chose the S-level admission task that no one has ever completed. It seems a bit dangerous. Shinichi, how about we just capture him and let him act as the Gojo family's agent? Gojo Shinichi heard this, hesitated for a moment, and reported. Acting, although I think Master Ming could be the new acting, I'm afraid he has his own purpose in the high school. Wu Xiaoxiong Yin heard this and immediately became worried. Actually, I don't want to stop him from enrolling. But he just woke up, and we don't know how strong he is. Sukuna's fingers are not easy to deal with. Before Gojo Naruto fell asleep, he gave him the task of retrieving Sukuna's finger. He also has a deep understanding of the special cursed objects Sukuna finger among the big three sorcerer families. It's definitely not easy to deal with. Otherwise, the high school wouldn't be marked as S-level difficulty. Gojo Shinichi pondered for a moment, then said, Agent, the college will broadcast the entire event live tomorrow. Otherwise, we can go and see what happens. In case Master Yiming's strength has not recovered yet, we can still take action. Gojo Ming glanced at Gojo Shinichi and nodded seriously. Okay, I want to see what Ming wants to do. Why is he so obsessed with Sukuna's finger? Kansai, Kyoto Technical High School. In a classroom, the principal, Yoshinobu Rakaganji, was explaining the content of the exchange meeting to students on the blackboard. Except for the teacher Yuki Kyujiku, the other two second-year students from Kyoto Technical High School sat quietly in their seats. Lien Temple was quite satisfied with this and said calmly, The new batch of students at Tokyo Jujutsu High School is about to enroll, which means the sister school exchange meeting is coming soon. This is a battle for the honor of the school and my position in the directorate. Except for Kujuka Yuki, the other two girls listened very attentively. Lien Temple glanced at the uninterested Jujo Yuki and said, Jujo Yuki, didn't you always like to go to Tokyo? This year you, the teacher, will lead the team to Tokyo. Jujo Yuki was startled and said with a curled lip, Hey, Principal Lien Temple, can I give up this opportunity? No reason. That person hadn't woken up yet, so she had no interest in going to Tokyo at all. Speaking of that person, Jujo Yuki couldn't help but sigh secretly. After all, they were nominally lovers, but I didn't expect that he would just ignore her for 9 years. Ming Jun, you are such a scumbag. On the podium, Liu Yinsi looked at Jujo Yuki, who was resisting. He was not angry. He smiled and said, Oh, Yuki, are you sure you don't want to go? Jujo Yuki turned his head away, waved his hand, and said, No, even if I die here, jumping off a building, I will never go to Tokyo to attend that exchange meeting. As a special grade sorcerer, she still had some choice when facing the principal of Lien Temple, who was only at the first level. Not to mention going on business trips to Tokyo, she didn't even want to do missions because she felt that these missions at the Jujutsu High School were too complicated. It's obviously just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Going to attend this exchange meeting of the college is a waste of time. Liu Yinsi nodded and did not force any persuasion, just said lightly, But this year's admission list for Tokyo Jujutsu High School is Gojo Satoru, Gojo Naru, Yuri Shoko, and Kagome Geto. It is worth mentioning that those who pass the entrance exam will most likely also participate in this exchange meeting and will be the opponents of Mei and Yudaheim. Hearing this, Jujo Yuki blinked. When she heard a certain name, her heart started beating fast. Gojo Naru. She finally could no longer maintain her cold temperament and looked at Lien Temple in disbelief. In an instant, she felt a surge of joy in her heart and said in surprise, Principal Lien Temple, does that mean Gojo Naru has awakened? If Gojo Naruto is our opponent at the exchange meeting, then I will lead the team to the Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Suddenly, she completely forgot how much she resisted before. Lien Temple, Iori Yudaheim, and Mei both covered their mouths and smiled. Lien Temple paused and said, The admission list is indeed the above 4 people. But I can't say whether Gojo Naruto and his brother Gojo Satoru will definitely be admitted, because they chose the S-level admission task that no one has ever completed. And this year's S-rank entrance mission is to recover the special grade Cursed Object Sukuna Finger. It can be said to be the most difficult ever. I can't say whether they can pass or not." When the three girls heard this, their faces changed and they looked at each other. The most difficult S-rank entrance task in history, their talents and strengths are not weak in the world of spells. But they didn't dare to choose S-level at the beginning. Mei is A-level, Iori Yutaheim is B-level. Even the current special grade sorcerer, Jujo Yuki, entered the A-level school and then quickly reached the status of a special grade sorcerer with his own strength. Hear what the principal of Lien Temple said. Jujo Yuki couldn't help but look a little worried. Ming, he has been sleeping for 9 years and has just woken up. He immediately has to face such a powerful opponent as the special grade cursed object. This is too arrogant. I don't know if his strength has declined in the past 9 years. She took a deep breath and said quickly, "Principal Lien Temple, even so, I am willing to lead the team to Tokyo Technical High School. We're leaving this afternoon." Lien Temple. Iori Yutaheim looked at Kujuku Yuki and said in surprise, leaving in the afternoon? Yuki, you didn't seem to want to go just now. Why are you so anxious now?" Mei waved her hand and said with a smile, "Well, after all, someone else's boyfriend is awake. It's normal to be a little anxious." They had basically heard some rumors about Gojo Neru and Kujuki Yuki in the magic world. Jujo Yuki said calmly, "If you don't go, I'll beat you up." Mei, Iori Yutaheim. At the same time, within the 4 countries, in a certain courtyard, the breeze blew the wind chimes hanging on the eaves, making them jingle. Outside the corridor, a woman was playing with the child in her arms, making the child smile. Suddenly, a dark shadow walked out from behind the tree in the yard. Lazorhet! It immediately knelt on one knee and lowered its head. Got the latest news from Sukuna's finger. Oh! Itadori Kori immediately became interested. Immediately, it informed the High School of Jujutsu and the awakening of Gojo Naruto, and also presented a photo. Itadori Kori took the photo and saw the white-haired boy in the photo. There was a flash of cruelty in her eyes, and she almost tore the photo apart. Gojo Neru finally woke up. It's because of this guy that we have been forced to hide here and there in recent years. Although I don't know why he is looking for Sukuna's finger, we can't let them achieve it so easily. Itadori Kori smiled and ordered, "Then let's start our plan." "Yes, Lord Nozomi." The shadow responded and disappeared, and the yard returned to peace. Only the wind chimes were left, still tinkling. This time, let's observe the difference between Sukuna's fingers and Gojo Naruto's. "Don't die there, Gojo no." Itadori Kaori looked down at the little boy in her arms, teased his face, and said with a smile, "Little Yuji, you have to grow up quickly too." Suddenly, the little boy also laughed. The General Administration of Spells, the central courtyard, the meeting room. They had already had a quarrel after Jujutsu High School proposed to make the recovery of Sukuna's finger a task for admission. But till now, there is still no intention of stopping. There are still discussions. It is really too arrogant to entrust the task of recovering the special grade cursed object to 2 high school students. That's the remnant of the cursed king, Ryaman Sukuna, from thousands of years ago. Even if it's only a small part of his power, it's definitely not something that an ordinary sorcerer can recover. Not to mention, he's just a preparatory student at a high school of sorcery. But some people were obviously dissatisfied with these words and retorted. But these 2 from the Gojo family are not ordinary candidates. They have both proven that they have the strength to face special grade cursed spirits. One is the 6 Eyes sorcerer from the Gojo family. The other is a genius who possesses a Zanpakutō. I think we can leave the task to them. Seeing that no one could convince anyone else in the end, their eyes suddenly turned to one person, a middle-aged man they didn't recognize. Yagyu Hidetsugu. This is a person who has risen to prominence in the Directorate General's office in the past 9 years. His status is second only to the Director of Spells, who rarely attends the Directorate General's office. Therefore, when the Director of Spells is not present, his words have great weight when disputes arise. Liu Shangzuji glanced at the group of people who were arguing fiercely just now, and suddenly hesitated for a moment. He had climbed to this high position in the Directorate General, just for Gojo Naru. Now, he not only holds this position, but also has arranged for many people from the Gojo family to come in, overtly or covertly. It is for the purpose of arranging the cooperation between the Metropolitan General Headquarters and Gojo Naruto. 9 years ago, Gojo Naru gave them a task to collect Sukuna's fingers. Now that Gojo Ming is going there in person, he will naturally do his utmost to defend him. Yagyu Hidetsugu glanced at everyone and said calmly, "I agree to delegate the task of recovering Sukuna's finger to the Tokyo Jujutsu High School." Seeing this, those who opposed it turned pale. They don't want to deal with the High Commissioner. Of course, it was because he wanted to use his family's connections to get Sukuna's finger for himself. They wanted to say something else, but when they saw the look in Yagyu Hidetsugu's eyes, they couldn't say anything. "Agree. I agree." Yagyu Hidetsugu smiled and said, "Okay, it's decided then. Arrange the matter immediately and give the secret scroll with the mission location to Yaga Mazamichi and have him take it back. If there is nothing else, let's adjourn the meeting." Yagyu Hidetsugu waved his hand. After receiving the news from the Inspectorate of Spells, Zen Temple House, family meeting room. Now all the important figures of the Ben Zenin family are seated here, and the head of the family, Zenin Obito, is sitting at the end of the long table. Sitting on both sides of the Zibrin were Zenin Sugi, Zenin Shinichi, Zenin Shinsuke, and others. The Zen Temple Jibi said calmly, "Although since Gojo Naru fell asleep, our Zenin family has made great progress in expanding its influence. It even suppressed the Gojo family at one point. But we may have to adjust our plans next." After hearing what Jibi said, the long table fell silent, and they all looked at the stack of papers in front of their desks. Obviously, the reason why the Jibi people said this came from the above. They picked it up at the same time and began to check the contents. Chan Yuan Shan's face darkened, and he said, "Master, now that our Zenin family is cooperating with the Kamo family, even if the evil Gojo Naru wakes up, I'm afraid it won't affect the expansion of our Zenin family." Zenin Shinsuke also clenched his fist and said, "Yes, my strength is beginning to recover a little now. But Gojo Naruto has been asleep for 9 years. Even if he wakes up now, it's still unknown whether he can have the same impact as before. Besides, don't forget that we still have the support of the Kamo family." Zen Yuan Shini rested his hands on the table and said with a smile, "That's right, Patriarch. We have made a groundbreaking breakthrough. If we continue like this, we might be able to bring Zenin family to a glory that surpasses the big 3 sorcerer families. We can't give up at this point. If this situation continues, his status in the Zen family will only get higher and higher." Zen Temple Shinichi naturally didn't want to stop the plan halfway. Hearing this, the Jibi man in the main seat sighed secretly. In this silent meeting room, he heard the sound of waves surging under the cliff. It seems that Gojo Naru's 9 years of slumber have made you forget the power of your Zanpakutō. When you dream at night, can you really not think of it? The people of Jibi questioned everyone with great regret. When the others heard this, their faces changed. Originally, they had indeed forgotten a lot, but after being reminded by the Jibi people, both Chan Yuan Shan and Chan Yuan Shini broke out in cold sweat again. Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō. Even though 9 years had passed, the shadow covering their hearts had never dissipated. Zenin Shinsuke's expression became even more distorted. He used to be a genius of the Zenin family because of Gojo Naru. He will be forgotten by everyone now. He took a deep breath, his eyes became fierce, and said, "Master, you said it yourself. Gojo Naruto has been asleep for 9 years. During these 9 years, his Zanpakutō has fallen silent. Let's not talk about whether the Zanpakutō will recover or not. Given that he has been asleep for 9 years, it is still unknown whether he can exert the power he had 9 years ago." Zenfan also echoed, "Master, Shinsuke is right. It is definitely not the right path for our Zenin family to cooperate with the Gojo family. Do you think if we put our faces close to him, Gojo Naruto will respect us?" After Gojo Naruto fell asleep, the expansion of the Gojo family fell into silence, and we took advantage of the opportunity to snatch so much meat from their jaws. Do you think there is still a possibility for us to cooperate with the Gojo family? Hearing this, Zibrin slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he exhaled lightly and said, Sean, even if our Zenin family cannot cooperate, we should try our best to avoid becoming Gojo Naruto's enemy. And Shinsuke, if you want to get back to the top, you have to let go of your obsession with Gojo Naru. If you really insist on your own ideas and question how much strength Gojo Naruto still has after sleeping for 9 years, the answer is simple. Tomorrow, the entrance exam for Jujutsu High School will be held. The high school will broadcast the entire exam process live. Gojo Naruto will face the special cursed spirit that swallowed Sukuna's finger. If you're really interested, why don't we all go and take a look? Kamo's house in the study. The current head of the family, Gojo Ming, sat on the table. As the actual person in charge of the Gojo family, he sat here almost every day. After cooperating with the Zenin family this year, the Gojo family's strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and their status in the world of sorcery has also increased significantly. Thus, the stain created by Gojo Shinluin 100 years ago gradually faded in the eyes of the world. But it is not enough, given the humiliation and stain that the Gojo family suffered in the past. Must be washed with blood. Kamen quietly looked at the information and photos handed over to him. Suddenly, his expression became strange. The kid from the Gojo family actually woke up, and both brothers chose the S-level entrance mission. It's really interesting. Well, if all of them pass, then the Gojo family will really have a dragon. If it were a few years ago, maybe even I'd feel overwhelmed. But soon a smile appeared on his face again. Facing Gojo Naru, who was extremely feared by the Zenin family, Kaminami did not feel worried or afraid at all, because our Gojo family already has a child who has mastered the red blood manipulation technique. We will definitely be able to rival the Gojo family in the future. As the big 3 sorcerer families, the Gojo family no longer needs to submit to the Gojo family and the Zenin family. After a long while, Gojo raised a finger and ordered, "Don't worry about the Gojo family. We should continue to speed up our actions in the Incantation General Department." Yeri House, Courtyard Corridor. The breeze blew between the buildings, and ripples appeared on the waterside pavilion. Yeri Inami stood quietly at the corridor, listening to the latest news from his subordinates from the Polytechnic. Since his own daughter Yeri Shoko was also on the admission list, he was naturally more concerned about this matter. When I heard the admission list and the entrance examination team members, Yeri Daoguang was startled, and then felt relieved and a little worried. I am relieved because it has been 9 years. My daughter finally waited for that brat to wake up. Thinking back to the 9 years when his daughter had lost her appetite, he couldn't help but sigh. Therefore, he wanted his daughter to go to Jujutsu High School to change her mood. Unexpectedly, she would meet Gojo Naruto there. This was actually a good thing. The reason for the worry is that tomorrow Shoko will take the S-level entrance exam with Gojo Naru. Special cursed object, Sukuna finger. Even though the Inquisition General Department had concealed the information fairly well, the Yeri family, as a family of sorcery, naturally heard some of the news. Those 2 special-grade cursed spirits that devoured Sukuna's fingers are probably even stronger than ordinary special-grade cursed spirits. And it's even weirder. Although his daughter can perform the reverse curse technique, she does not have the ability to remove the cursed spirits on her own. If something happens to Gojo Naru, Shoko will probably find it difficult to escape the pursuit of the special-grade cursed spirit. Yeri Inami suddenly had a headache. I don't know how Gojo Naru's strength has recovered now. He has just woken up and is facing such a powerful opponent. I don't know if he has enough strength to deal with it now. But if Shoko were to drop out of school now, she would definitely not agree. I hope Shoko and Gojo Naru can have a happy ending. Yeri Inami sighed. Tokyo Jujutsu High School. After leaving the Jujutsu General Directorate, Yagami Azamichi went straight back to the Jujutsu High School. Don't dare to stay outside for a minute. There is no other reason. It's just that the documents he has on him are really too important. He glanced at the four people who were laughing and training on the playground, said nothing, and continued to walk to the principal's office. He knocked gently on the door. "Come in." A somewhat old but powerful voice sounded from inside. It was the current principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High School, Sekiguchi Sakiji. "Principal," Yaga Mazamichi greeted. "Principal Sekiguchi, the Department of Incantation has approved our action." Yaga Mazamichi handed the two secret scrolls to Sekiguchi Sakiji. Sekiguchi Sakiji smiled and took the two secret scrolls from Yaga Mazamichi. "Well done, you did a great job." But the next moment, the old man's expression turned solemn. "But, Mr. Yaga, our college's enrollment task this year is not an ordinary one. It is very likely to be the strongest ever. You must be prepared and don't let anything happen to them. They really have great potential." Sekiguchi Seiji sighed. Yaga Mazamichi was slightly startled. He nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, Principal Guanko. Even if they can't complete the S-level mission, I will definitely arrange for people to protect them." "Well, then go ahead and get busy." Sekiguchi Sakiji waved his hand. Yaga Mazamichi retreated to the door, and Sekiguchi Seiji suddenly frowned. "Wait a minute, Mr. Yaga." Yaga Mazamichi was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Principal, do you have anything else to say?" Sekiguchi Seiji shook his head and smiled. "When you get old, you tend to forget things." Soon after the entrance exam, our sister school exchange meeting with Kyoto Vocational High School will begin. Yaga Mazamichi was stunned when he heard this. So fast. Sekiguchi Seiji. Their school starts earlier in Kyoto, and they thought the exchange meeting would last quite a while. So they came here early. "I'll trouble you to entertain them then." Yaga Mazamichi nodded and asked thoughtfully, "Principal, I heard that a genius emerged among the teachers at Kyoto High School this year." Sekiguchi Seiji smiled and said, "Well, Yuki Kujuku became a special grade sorcerer shortly after entering school, breaking the record for the fastest person to become a special grade sorcerer. If she had chosen the S-level admission mission at that time, she might have had a chance to complete it." Yaga Mazamichi nodded. "Another genius. It seems that this year's sister school exchange meeting will be very interesting." Before Gojo Neru fell asleep, Kajuki Yuki was already Gojo Neru's rumored girlfriend. 9 years ago, when Gojo Neru was attacked by a cursor, Kajuki Yuki also helped. As a star plasma body, Kajuki Yuki has a relationship with Lord Tenjin. It can even be said that the bond between Gojo Naruto and Lord Tenjin should be Kujuku Yuki. This time, I always feel that Juju Yuki came to lead the team to participate in the sister exchange meeting of the high school. More for Gojo Neru. We can't let Gojo Neru be abducted by Kyoto High School. Sekiguchi Seiji nodded and said seriously, "So, we must protect those 4 children. Especially Gojo Neru." His voice became much gentler, with the concern of an elder. Yaga Mazamichi immediately understood. "Don't worry, Principal. I won't let any of those 4 kids get into trouble." Yaga Mazamichi turned and left. This was not only because of the result of the exchange meeting, but also because he saw hope for changing the world of magic in these 4 children. Soon, it was the next day. As the executive department of the Incantation General Department, the Incantation High School's annual entrance examination attracts attention from the incantation community. The attention this year is far greater than in the past, because the new students enrolled in Jujutsu High School this year are all heavyweights. Gojo Satoru, the once-in-a-millennium 6-eye sorcerer, Geto Suguru, who can deal with special-grade curse spirits before entering school, Yuri Shoko, who is born with the reverse curse technique, and Gojo Neru, who brought many shadows to the world of curse 9 years ago. A rare genius in history, a rare exam difficulty in history. Each of them can't help but attract people's attention. Gojo Satoru put his arm around Gojo Neru's shoulders and said with a smile, "Neru, don't worry. Yeah, and I won't make you and Shoko look like you lost miserably." Gojo Ming smiled and said, "Then come on, don't lose to us." He had already made the corresponding preparations. He naturally knew that the target he was facing today was Sukuna's finger, and there was even a possibility that Sukuna's consciousness might remain. But he was not too worried. After all, the opponent only had the strength of one finger. In Gojo Naru's opinion, he might not even be able to use his Zanpakutō. He could use Raiman Sukuna to test his current strength, especially the ghost way that I have just comprehended. After he woke up, he still had no chance to take action. Now is a good chance to try and see if the system's awakened abilities of binding and breaking can make Raiman Sukuna experience the feeling of sweating profusely. Gojo Ming smiled slightly and continued walking towards the place where the lottery was to be drawn. Compared with Gojo Satoru and Geto Sugiru's eager hearts, Gojo Naru and Yuri Shoko took a leisurely pace. But his pair of sunglasses and gorgeous white hair still attracted everyone's attention. As soon as he stepped into the square, he felt many eyes were directed at him. He naturally knew that many people came here today for him, but he didn't care much. Gojo Ming glanced around and found a large screen in the middle of the square that was connected to the live broadcast of the Cursed Corpse. Obviously, the exorcism process of their entrance examination would be displayed on it. The surrounding areas were already full of people. The best seat in the square was a high platform, and the seats on it were all divided up by the people from the big three sorcerer families. Gojo Nariya saw Gojo Kamain and Gojo Shinichi on the platform at a glance. The other party was the same, and his eyes immediately fell on Gojo Ming. When they saw him, a faint smile appeared on their faces. Seeing the awakened Gojo Ming with their own eyes made them very happy. Hearing about it and actually seeing it definitely make you feel different. The five Mings swept across the platform one by one. Next to Gojo Kamain were people from the Zenin family and the Kamo family, and they were also staring at him at this moment. There was a hint of fear in his solemn gaze. He also saw Zenin Shinsuke, his body trembling slightly, looking angry and frightened. But what surprised Gojo Naruto was that the head of the family, Kamo Ming, had a calm expression, just looking at him quietly, as if nothing happened. In addition, there were also some families of sorcery who stood respectfully by. For example, Yurianami. There was a relieved smile on his face, but also a hint of worry. In addition, Gojo Naruto also saw Shinji and Okatsuyuto, and when their eyes met, Shinji and Okatsuyuto also waved at him. Gojo Ming also smiled and nodded in response. I didn't expect that most of the forces in the magic world would come. It seems that this entrance examination has indeed attracted quite a lot of people. Ming, it's so lively. Being stared at by so many people, Yuri Shoko said a little nervously. Gojo Ming smiled and comforted. It's okay. We are just here to get a mission scroll. We won't be here when we carry out the mission later. On the high platform, everyone's eyes were still fixed on Gojo Ming, who ignored them. Although he looks exactly like Gojo Satoru, one can easily distinguish their identities by simply sensing the cursed energy on them. After all, Gojo Naru has a physique that is bound by heaven and curse, and there is not a single bit of curse power on his body. Of course, for them, with the shadow of 9 years ago, even if Gojo Ming turned into ashes, they would still be able to recognize him. I didn't expect Gojo Ming to really wake up, Zen Temple Naobi said lightly. Although I had received the news before, I couldn't help but feel emotional when I actually saw it in real life. However, after 9 years, whether his strength has declined or improved will be confirmed through today's test. Gojo Naru and others soon arrived in front of Yagamazamichi and Sekiguchi Sakiji. Sekiguchi Seiji looked at everyone and smiled, saying, Haha, although we may not be strangers anymore, I will introduce myself again. I am Sekiguchi Sakiji, the principal of Jujutsu High School. Principal Sekiguchi. Everyone greeted him. Sekiguchi Seiji smiled. Okay, let me briefly introduce the rules to you. The rules are simple. No matter what method you use, as long as you can bring back the special cursed object Sukuna finger, you will succeed. At the same time, whoever takes the shorter time will get the higher score. But considering the strength of Sukuna, we not only require you to form teams of 2, but the Spell Directorate will also dispatch several first-level sorcerers from the big 3 sorcerer families to meet you nearby. but they will only help you if they actively call for help, or if you lose consciousness or are in danger of your life. Remember, once they take action, it means your mission has failed. Did you understand everything? Sekiguchi Sakiji said. His expression was extremely solemn. I understand. Everyone nodded. Then both of you, as captains, must carry this live broadcast cursed corpse, said Sekiguchi Kiyoshi. They didn't refuse. Then Sekiguchi Sakiji personally started the live broadcast of the cursed corpse for Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, and the next moment, the screen slowly lit up, divided into left and right sides. The left side is the perspective of Gojo Satoru and his group, and the right side is the perspective of Gojo Naruto and his group. But the signal will only be connected after it starts. See, the live broadcast curse skeleton has been debugged. Yaga Mazamichi on the side also said, "Okay, now send someone over to choose the mission scroll, which records your mission location." He immediately told the 4 people. Also, you don't have to take the exam too seriously. If you encounter a dangerous and necessary moment, be sure to call for help in time. Life is more important than anything else. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. Gojo Satoru took the scroll from Yaga Mazamichi's left hand with a little excitement and said with a smile, "Teacher Yaga, wait for me to see how I can easily complete it." Gojo Satoru slowly opened the scroll and took a look. Then he looked at Geto Suguru and said with a smile, "I know the location, Geto. Let's go." "Ming, this is called seizing the initiative," Gojo Satoru shouted while running and waving his hands. Since they want to be faster than Gojo Naruto's group, they naturally have to race against time. Therefore, he didn't intend to waste any time. He rushed straight ahead. Gojo Ming didn't care when he saw this. He took the remaining scroll from Yaga Mazamichi's right hand and looked at the location. He immediately knew the location, so he and Shoko started to leave the square. Seeing Gojo Satoru's unhurried attitude, Zenin Shinsuke frowned. Gojo Naruto is really too arrogant. Look, his brother has already taken the lead, but he is still so leisurely, as if he is on vacation. There is no way he can win. Zenyuan Shan smiled and said, "Maybe he knew he couldn't win?" Zen Temple Naobi shook his head and frowned and said, "Gojo Naruto never fails to be sure of something. Let's see what kind of surprise he can bring us this time." Below the platform, where you receive your missions, Sekiguchi Seiji looked at the backs of the 4 people and asked calmly, "Yaga, in your opinion, which side can complete the exorcism mission faster this time?" Yaga Mazamichi was slightly stunned as he did not expect the principal to ask this question. Then, he thought for a moment and answered, "I guess Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru should be the faster team. Geto Summer Oil can now control multiple curse spirits and also controls the special grade Curse Spirit Rainbow Dragon. There may be other special grade Curse Spirits, and Gojo Satoru has also mastered many unlimited techniques. I heard that Gojo Satoru has also mastered the power of stopping. And both of them have completed the task of exorcising special grade Curse Spirits. Although they're definitely not as good as the special grade Curse Spirit that swallowed Sukuna's finger, they're not too bad. After all, Gojo Neru has been dormant for 9 years, and the only member of the team is Yuri Shoko, who only knows the reverse curse technique. Although Nishizuka's power is not bad, it is still a big gap compared to the special grade Curse Spirit with Sukuna's finger, right? No matter how you think about it, Gojo Satoru's group should be faster. Of course, I am also looking forward to the power of Gojo Neru's Zanpakutō. Hearing this, Sekiguchi Seiji smiled and said nothing more. But at this moment, the entire audience area became restless. This year's high school students are really monsters. Even that Gojo Naruto has awakened. It feels like the world of sorcery is no longer peaceful. But I think that although Gojo Neru's Zanpakutō is powerful, he has been dormant for 9 years, and he may not be able to match Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru now. After all, they have actually exorcised a special grade Curse Spirit recently, and it has probably been 9 years since Gojo Naru last fought. After all, Gojo Satoru has also improved over the past 9 years, while Gojo Naru has been standing still for 9 years. Yes, I see he is so slow and leisurely. It seems he thinks he is doomed to lose. Anyway, I support Gojo Satoru's team more. Not only the above, most people at the scene support the combination of Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. After all, these two people have become famous in 9 years, known as the strongest combination. While waiting for the entrance exam to begin, I completed another special grade curse exorcism. Now that the two of them are in a group, I'm afraid that even if it's the special grade curse spirit that devoured Sukuna's finger, it won't be a problem. But of course, there are people who think differently. At this moment, in a relatively remote location, Yagyu Hidetsugu also rarely appeared in this place. He watched the content on the big screen with great interest. After Gojo Satoru stepped out of the scene, the live broadcast of the curse was already started. A clear picture appeared on the screen. Yagyu Hidetsugu glanced at the people around him again, and then asked calmly, "Seimin, which group do you think will win this time?" Yagyu Seimin glanced at Gojo Ming on the screen and said calmly, "No matter who the opponent is, I only believe that Master Gojo Naruto will win. No one is stronger than Master Gojo." Hearing this, Yagyu Hidetsugu felt somewhat helpless, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Haha, Gojo Satoru and Geto Summer Oil are not weak either. They have already integrated their Zanpakutō and techniques very well. They may not be strong, but I feel they will be able to retract Sukuna finger faster." Hearing this, Yagyu Seimin looked at the picture of Gojo Satoru. He frowned immediately. He was silent for a while. He still didn't think Gojo Naru would lose, but he was a little worried that these 9 years of sleep might be too long for Gojo Naru and might make him unable to adapt to the current world. At the same time, on a road from Kyoto to Tokyo, a locomotive is speeding along. Even though they were wearing helmets, one could tell they were 3 beautiful women. They were the vanguard sent by Kyoto High School. Even though they haven't arrived in Tokyo yet and can't attend the competition in person, but they were also following what was happening over there on their phones. Iori Yudaheim pointed at a white-haired boy on the phone and asked with a smile, "Teacher Yuki, that was your boyfriend just now. He really looks very handsome." Meimei's eyes also fell on the photo of Gojo Ming. Meimei said calmly, "He is very handsome, but I don't know if he has money. Mr. Yuji, I think financial ability is also a reference for boyfriend power." Iori Yudaheim pushed Meimei. "Stop it, you rich girl. He is the son of the Gojo family. How could he be short of money?" Jujo Yuki rolled his eyes, curled his lips, and said, "There is something wrong with your focus. Shouldn't you focus on their mission? Why are you focusing on Gojo Naru? Are you planning to be my love rival?" Iori Yudaheim coughed twice. "That's not the case. Speaking of today's match, I think Gojo Satoru will win no matter how you look at it. Compared with his brother, Gojo Satoru has a very annoying personality, but I have to say that he is indeed very strong." She then recalled, "Before I even entered school, I was able to exorcise special grade cursed spirits. This time, I have an equally powerful teammate, Geto Suguru, as my partner. Teacher Yuki, although I really want to cheer for Gojo Naru, I can't go against my heart." Meimei nodded thoughtfully and agreed. Since they're both equally wealthy, it seems that Gojo Satoru may be able to purify the body faster. Iori Yudaheim was speechless when she heard this, and complained, "Hey, Meimei, does exorcising the cursed spirit have anything to do with money?" Meimei touched the short hair on the back of her neck with her right hand and joked, "Of course, money is power." Hearing the two people playing around like this, Jujo Yuki smiled and said, "Haha, it's the exact opposite of you. Even if I put aside all my emotions, I still think Gojo Naruto will win. Because he has always been a miracle worker. It's a pity that I can't go to the same school as Gojo Naruto. I don't know how he has been doing in the past 9 years." Iori Yudaheim smiled and said, "Teacher Yuki, don't be lonely. We'll be able to reach Tokyo in a while." Jujuki. At this time, deep in the Hongxing Palace, a blonde woman was sitting on the couch, silently sensing the Zanpakutō in her arms. Slowly, She opened her eyes and looked at the motionless Zanpakutō, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. I still can't sense it, but has Gojo Neru started yet? Tian Yuan thought thoughtfully. Did anyone do anything to those two cursed spirits? But let him be. Anyway, there are Gojo Naruto here. I'd better continue to cultivate my relationship with my Zanpakutō and try not to end up with the choice of assimilating with the astral plasma. After saying that, Tian Yuan slowly closed his eyes again and began to try to establish a connection with his Zanpakutō, Urarazaru. After Gojo Ming stepped out of the square, the screens on both sides suddenly lit up. In the square, everyone looked at the screen involuntarily. In the picture on the left, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru are speeding along, and behind them, the first-level magician of the big three sorcerer families is following them closely in secret. The mission location is actually not far away, and the people nearby have been dismissed. They soon entered the restricted area. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru and Geto Summer Oil were alert to their surroundings, looking full of urgency for the battle. After all, special-grade cursed spirits already have intelligence, so lurking and sneak attacks are not uncommon. But at this moment, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru's faces were not filled with fear, but instead they were filled with excited smiles. Yeah, protect me. I will track the exact location of the cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru immediately took off his special sunglasses. The power of the curse flows in those blue eyes. Okay. Xiaoyujiro opened his posture and looked around alertly. Yeah, I found it. It's over there. Gojo Satoru pointed to a building in the distance that looked abandoned. Well, I'm ready, said Xiaoyujiro. If they were left facing Sukuna's finger alone, they might indeed have some worries in their hearts. But now that they're the strongest team together, he definitely has nothing to fear. Not to mention that it was a special grade cursed spirit that only swallowed one of Sukuna's fingers. It was the legendary cursed spirit. As long as the two of them were together, they would have the courage to fight it. After all, they're the strongest. Kumo's eyes fell on Gojo Xiongyan again and said with a smile, Xiongyan, your Gojo family is really a dragon in this generation. Gojo Satoru's combat instinct is excellent. He is worthy of being the six-eyes magician of the Gojo family. Wu Chao Xiongyan smiled and said nothing. But compared to the Gojo Satoru who had been in the limelight during the past 9 years, the target of this trip was more the Gojo Ming who had just awakened. Then, seeing that Gojo Ming's screen also lit up, everyone looked over with silent anticipation. They all wanted to see what kind of fighting sense Gojo Ming showed after 9 years of vacuum. Will he become stronger than Gojo Satoru? Or, with many thoughts in mind, everyone looked over there. However, the content on the screen made everyone stunned. They were shocked. It's different from rushing along the way over there. Gojo Neru and Yeri Shoko were sitting on the body of a large light green manta ray, Shizuku, chatting and laughing leisurely, with no sense of urgency at all. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately stunned. Is Gojo Neru going there to fall in love, or to exorcise the cursed spirit? Looking at Gojo Satoru on the left, he was on guard and cautious. And looking at Gojo Naruto on the left, he was leisurely showing off his affection, just like elementary school students on a spring outing. Everyone felt their eyes twitching. Wu Chao Xiong almost spit out the tea he just drank. Luckily, he held back. I won't say anything more about Wu. Ming, why do you look so unreliable? He immediately closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. Gojo Shinichi touched his chin and said, I feel that Master Gojo Ming should have his own ideas. It's possible that Master Gojo Naruto has already secured victory. The Zen Temple family was even more speechless. They just don't like Gojo Neru's arrogant attitude. Do they really think that the special grade cursed spirit that swallowed Sukuna's finger can be killed instantly? So little attention. Maybe they don't even have to take action, and they can have one less powerful opponent. The other audience members below were basically all frowning. They came to see Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō's strength, but you were live-streaming your romance in front of the entire Jujutsu community? Everyone's scalp is tingling. After all, it is more reliable to look at Gojo Satoru. Seeing this, Okatsu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shinner, Ming is still the same as before. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he smiled helplessly. Yeah, it seems that Ming's strength should be fine. He must be sure of victory to do such a thing. But soon, they didn't have time to say more. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the screen of Gojo Satoru's group. As expected, they encountered a special grade cursed spirit in that abandoned building. In the left screen, as soon as Gojo Satoru and Gojo Suguru stepped into the building, a powerful cursed force surged up from deep within the building, and suddenly a red blood mist obscured everyone's vision. Suddenly, a cursed spirit with very strong muscles and red eyes slowly walked out. It's a sorcerer. There is no doubt that with the power of Sukuna's fingers, this cursed spirit is more powerful than everyone imagined. Is this the cursed spirit that swallowed Sukuna's finger? Look at this pressure. It is indeed much stronger than the average special grade cursed spirit. Can Gojo Satoru and Gojo Suguru really exorcise this monster? It seems a little mysterious to me, but they can call for support, and with more people against fewer, there will be no problem in saving their lives. At this time on the screen, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Suguru saw the true face of the cursed spirit. Their expressions also became solemn, although their strength has been recognized by most people in the past 9 years. Even before Gojo Naruto woke up, everyone believed that Gojo Satoru and Gojo Suguru would be the strongest magicians of the new generation. But the sense of oppression given by this special grade cursed spirit is indeed too strong. This made almost all the audience feel that the team of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Suguru was bound to lose. Gojo Wudao, yeah, you have to be careful. I can feel that this guy is very strong. You are qualified to be our opponent. Hearing this, Xiaoyojin narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yes, he is very strong, but unfortunately, we are the strongest. After saying this, he took a step back slightly. This was not out of fear, but temptation. He and Gojo Satoru have already developed a strong tacit understanding. As expected, under Tosaka Yujia's tactic of showing weakness to the enemy, the cursed spirit showed a twisted smile and disappeared in an instant. Xia Yujia was slightly stunned. Gojo Satoru immediately reminded, Jia, be careful, he's very fast. He took off his special glasses again and put them in his pocket. Suddenly, his beautiful blue eyes flickered again. With the blessing of cursed power, the 6 eyes inherited from the Gojo family began to slowly rotate. Immediately, Gojo Satoru saw the flow of the cursed power in the space, and he instantly captured the location of the cursed spirit. It's not gone. Instead, with the blessing of the cursed power, it moved towards Gojo Suguru at an astonishing speed that ordinary people could hardly catch. But, although Xiaoyujia did not have 6 eyes, his combat instincts developed through long-term battles told him what the other party was thinking. You should pick the softest persimmons? That's not easy. Xiaoyujia shouted softly. Cursed spirit manipulation technique. Rainbow dragon. Suddenly, a swift white dragon leaped out from his side and headed straight for the incoming cursed spirit. As long as you know where and at what angle the opponent is rushing, no matter how fast the opponent is, it will be difficult to pose a threat to him. Faced with Gojo Suguru's sudden counterattack, the cursed spirit seemed a little stunned. But this surprise only lasted for a moment. It's not just a reckless act. It felt that it was not impossible for it to break through the rainbow dragon. But there were 2 of them after all, and it also had to be wary of that 6 eyes brat. It is obviously unwise to turn its back to the enemy, so it uses its high mobility to dodge sideways. However, at this moment, the technique is forward song. An indifferent voice suddenly appeared beside its ears. Unbeknownst to it, the 6 eyes boy had appeared beside it. Teleport? The cursed spirit was somewhat shocked. It was known for its speed, but it never expected that the other party could keep up with its movements. It was too late to dodge, and its expression changed slightly. Next moment, the powerful negative energy exploded on its body, and even the entire building shook. Outside the screen, the various sorcerers who were watching were all stunned. Is this Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru? That cursed spirit is definitely not weak, but I didn't expect to suffer such a big loss after just 2 rounds of fighting. The rainbow dragon that Geto Suguru is controlling is probably also above level 1. Their cooperation is so tacit. Besides, Gojo Satoru's attack technique was too outrageous. Even if that monster was a special grade cursed spirit, it would have been half dead, if not dead, after being hit by it. I thought Gojo Naruto might win, but now it seems I was overthinking. The current Gojo Satoru might be even stronger than Gojo Naruto 9 years ago. The battle scene. Seeing Gojo Satoru hit the cursed spirit with his life, Shioji smiled and said, "Good job, Satoru. If I try to eat you in song, I'm afraid you'll be crippled if not dead. Don't take it lightly. The cursed spirit has not been exorcised yet." But Gojo Satoru's expression was still solemn, and the cursed power flowed rapidly in his blue eyes. Once he enters the battle, he becomes serious. Different from Geto Suguru, these surrounding things cannot completely block his 6 eyes vision. He realized that the cursed spirit was not only alive, but the concentration of its cursed power had even increased. Suddenly, a distorted, hoarse voice came from all around. "Spiritual manipulation. 6 eyes. No wonder the High Commissioner sent you here. It's a pity that you still died here today." As soon as it finished speaking, it slowly walked out and reappeared in front of them. Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru saw the appearance of the cursed spirit. All eyes were fixed, because they found that the other party actually took the blow and was unscathed. Is this possible? Shioji frowned and asked, "Could it be that it didn't hit?" Gojo Satoru had an indifferent expression, with cursed power flowing in his eyes. Suddenly, he finally understood the reason. Gojo Satoru chuckled and said, "Jay, it was the power of Sukuna's finger that healed it, but don't worry, the power of a finger will eventually run out." Upon hearing this, the cursed spirit immediately grinned and said, "Oh, have you been discovered? But it's enough to deal with you before that." Because the cursed spirit stared at Gojo Satoru and the other man, and said word by word, "Expand the field." Suddenly, with a heavy sound, the atmosphere around them suddenly changed, and the blood mist around them suddenly became thicker. Immediately, an overwhelming force came from the cursed spirit. Field. The expressions of Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru both changed. It seemed that they could no longer resist, and Shioji and Gojo Satoru could only let it slaughter them unilaterally. Next moment, the pale blue light in Gojo Satoru's eyes, the attached curse power gradually dissipated, and Shioji also felt that he had suddenly lost contact with the cursed spirit he had swallowed. Our cursed power is sealed. What kind of monster is this? At the Jujutsu High School, in the square, everyone in front of screen also had a slightly changed expression. It's actually a domain. The power of Sukuna's finger not only provides it with the treatment of the reverse curse technique, but also gives him the power to open the field. It would be difficult for even a top-class sorcerer to exorcise a cursed spirit of this level alone. Isn't it a bit too much to use it as a high school entrance exam? This is pure murder. Their cursed powers seem to be sealed now. I'm afraid Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru are going to be in trouble. Hurry up and arrange for rescue. Without the power of the curse, they won't be able to hold out for long in the cursed spirit's domain. Seeing that the cursed spirit had actually used its domain, everyone's scalps suddenly went numb. Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru had not yet realized their domain, so they were afraid that something might really happen. Seeing this, the 5 Xionyans on the high platform immediately held their teacups tightly, their faces solemn. During these 9 years, they watched Gojo Satoru improve. To be honest, Gojo Satoru is the strongest genius to appear in the Gojo family in 1,000 years. But it is indeed a little too early for him to face the cursed spirit with a domain right now. Gojo Xiongyan and Gojo Shuni both became a little worried. When the people from the Zen temple saw this, they all felt a little happy about the misfortune. It's really not that easy to complete the S-level admission task. Hey, if you don't have the diamond, don't take the job. Isn't that just throwing yourself away? Zenin Naobi frowned, and then he remembered something, shook his head, and said, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru are not that easy to deal with. Next moment, the rescuers who were watching Gojo Satoru's fight were about to take action, but the principal, Sekiguchi Kiyoshi, shouted loudly, Don't worry, no need for rescue. He interrupted the rescue team's actions. Principal Wanko, are you crazy? In this situation, why don't you rescue them? Do you want to see them die in there? Before, Gojo Satoru-san didn't cause much damage to the cursed spirit. Now the cursed power is sealed. Sekiguchi Kiyoshi pointed at the big screen and said helplessly, The live broadcast of the cursed corpse has not been interrupted yet. Everyone was startled, and their eyes turned over again. What's surprising is, even though their spells were sealed, Gojo Satoru and Geto Summer Oil didn't look panicked at all in their opponent's territory. There was no intention of calling for help. Suddenly, it was the cursed spirit that howled in pain. Everyone is at ease. They had no idea what they were missing. Next moment, the video that was impacted by the field stabilized again. On the screen, Geto Shiyo gently waved the Kizuna Maru in his hand and said lightly, Sorry, actually, I'm also good at this physical skill. I think it must be the monster that attacked Getsuji, whose cursed power was sealed. In the end, he was repelled by the Zanpakutō in his hand. The crowd was shocked. That's a Zanpakutō in Geto's hand. Yes, Zanpakutō can be used without cursed energy. I see. No wonder Principal Sekiguchi said there's no need for rescue. Even if the cursed power is sealed, with a Zanpakutō, we can still defeat even a special grade cursed spirit. As expected, after the cursed spirit was repelled by Geto Suguru. However, the attack that was waiting for it did not stop, because there was also Gojo Satoru to greet him. Gojo Satoru moved in coordination with the enemy and arrived next to the cursed spirit without him noticing when. Scatter, Senbenzakua, Gojo Satoru shouted. The knife in his hand broke into countless invisible thin blades, which looked like flying petals under the light, and shot towards the cursed spirit again. The pink broken blades wrapped around the cursed spirit. The next moment, it howled in pain again. After the broken blades dissipated, the cursed spirit's body was covered with sword marks, and it almost couldn't stand. It was horrified. Even though the cursed power is sealed, why is it still so strong? If he did not possess the power of Sukuna's fingers and his unimaginable recovery ability, Gojo Satoru's attack just now would have probably cut him into pieces. Seeing this, the people watching in front of the screen were also shocked. As expected, they're the strongest magician duo of the younger generation in the past 9 years. They are so powerful. Just now the monster thought it had sealed Geto Suguru's cursed power and tried to attack him, but he ended up repelling it with his Zanpakutō. Suguru Geto's taijutsu combined with his Zanpakutō is so powerful that the cursed spirit thought he was a pushover. It's so funny. No wonder Principal Sekiguchi stopped the rescue. They didn't need any rescue at all. Even if the cursed power was sealed, they still had their Zanpakutō, and the output of a Zanpakutō seems to be much higher than the cursed power. If things continue like this, it will only be a matter of time before this curse is exorcised. So, in a short while, they will become the first people to clear the S-level difficulty of the Jujutsu High School. When Wu Xiaoxiong saw this scene, he was immediately delighted and almost crushed the teacup. Fortunately, Ming made a Zanpakutō for them. Otherwise, we would be in real danger this time. Gojo Shinichi also laughed. That's right. Now, Master Wu, it's probably only a matter of time before we deal with this cursed spirit. It's up to Master Ming now. Zenin Shinsuke, who was standing by, saw the Zanpakutō and his hands began to tremble. This is my Zanpakutō. Seeing this, the monks at the Zen temple also sighed secretly. Since Gojo Naruto has awakened, it is normal for his Zanpakutō to revive along with him. Shinsuke, you need to overcome this inner demon. After all, even though he was fully prepared, he still lost to Sodi no Shirayuki. This was a huge blow to Zenin Shinsuke. Zen Yuan Shinner looked at the screen and felt a little emotional. Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru seem to be just as good as us in using Zanpakutō. Okatsu, if you keep slacking off, you might be surpassed by these guys. Our potential in Kaiten Kyagaku in Yasai is not inferior to Senbonzakura and Kizumaru at all. Okatsu said indifferently. Shanair, I'm not a tyrant like you. I'm not that proud. If you surpass me, just surpass me. Anyway, I'm very optimistic about my Yuta now. At this time, in a courtyard in Shikoku, Itadori looked extremely disappointed and shook her head. It's the Zanpakutō again. Gojo Naruto is really haunting somewhere. I didn't expect that the special domain prepared for Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru couldn't kill him. But there seems to be something wrong with Sukuna's domain. Why can they still use their Zanpakutō when facing Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru? It seems that Sukuna has his own ideas. But the next moment, she seemed to sense something and immediately smiled. Did Gojo Ming take the bait too? As long as Gojo Naruto dies, these Zanpakutō will be useless. As the cursed king from 1,000 years ago, Ryumen Sukuna, please don't let me down. In the picture, after using his Zanpakutō, Gojo Satoru was clearly stuck in a tug-of-war. Even with the support of Sukuna's fingers, the cursed spirit was already in a state of spent force. The next step is to spend some time grinding, and you can completely exorcise this special grade curse spirit and recover Sukuna's finger. As for the other group, Gojo Naruto hasn't even encountered the cursed spirit yet. It seems the winner of the two groups has already been decided. The audience all sighed secretly when they saw this, thinking that the five brothers could show them a wonderful racing competition. I didn't expect that Gojo Satoru was almost finished, but Gojo Naruto hadn't even started yet. There's a huge gap in attitude. They immediately became disappointed. Suddenly, someone continued to shout, "Look, Gojo Ming's group has also encountered a cursed spirit." When everyone heard this, their hearts skipped a beat, and they all looked towards the screen of Gojo Ming. As expected, Gojo Naruto had already arrived at the target location and encountered the special cursed spirit that had swallowed Sukuna's finger. But then they waved their hands and sighed. They are too slow. Gojo Naruto's group is definitely going to lose. His brother Gojo Satoru is ready to kill them all. I don't see any hope that Gojo Naru can win unless he can kill that cursed spirit instantly. It's hard to say. Maybe Gojo Naruto can really do it. After all, his Zanpakutō is not a vegetarian. Yes, I don't know if the Zanpakutō still has the same power as before after 9 years. Jiner glanced at Okatsu Yudo and laughed. Okatsu, do you think Ming can win this game? Okatsu Yudo said helplessly, unless the boss can kill this cursed spirit in 1 second, it will be really hard to win. But he is the boss after all, so I'm still looking forward to it. Okatsu folded his arms and smiled. Everyone's eyes fell on Gojo Ming's screen. After all, many people came here to learn about his strength. Only seen on the screen, Gojo Naru and Yerishoko walked up to the cursed spirit. Unlike the cursed spirit that Gojo Satoru faced, the red cursed spirit had its arms folded and a smile on its face, as if it had been waiting for Gojo Ming for a long time. The cursed spirit looked up at the person who came and said with a smile, "Gojo Naru." Upon hearing this, Gojo Ming frowned. This cursed spirit gave him a very strange feeling. The first feeling was arrogance, extremely arrogant, and he even knew his name. All of a sudden, many thoughts converged in his mind. Ryumen Sukuna? Gojo Ming asked indifferently. After hearing Gojo Ming's reply, the cursed spirit suddenly became excited. Interesting, really interesting. I have never encountered such an interesting thing before. After hearing the exchange between Gojo Ming and the cursed spirit, everyone in front of the screen was shocked. What the hell is Ryumen Sukuna? Although the cursed spirit that devoured Sukuna's finger does have a chance to awaken Sukuna's consciousness, it would be too tragic for Gojo Naru to run into it. Although the opponent is not the real body, and he only used the power of one finger, He is the cursed king from 1,000 years ago, after all. Gojo Naruto is okay, right? It's hard to say. I heard that Ryomen Sukuna defeated all the magicians of his generation alone 1,000 years ago. Even if he only has 1/10 of his original strength now, I'm afraid no ordinary person can defeat him. The consciousness of Ryomen Sukuna, the cursed king from 1,000 years ago. When Gojo Shiongen saw this scene, his eyelids twitched wildly. His expression suddenly became serious. The cursed spirit on Wu's side can seal the cursed power, while Ming's side has awakened the consciousness of Ryomen Sukuna. Was this an accident? Seeing this, Chanyuan Shinner also frowned slightly. Sukuna's consciousness? Okatsuyurin also immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with some worry, "Sure. Do you think the boss will be in trouble?" Zenyuan was thoughtful and said, "If Ming can use Ryujin Jaka, it shouldn't matter. After all, the current Ryomen Sukuna can't be called the strongest Sukuna at his peak." The Okatsu tourists immediately recalled the devastating fire and felt relieved. Really, in the picture, the cursed spirit possessed by Sukuna stopped talking nonsense. Its expression twisted and it said word by word, "Field expand." Suddenly, the space vibrated. "Shoko, be careful." Gojo Naruto's expression suddenly became serious. He hurriedly reminded Yuri Shoko to use her Zanpakutō to protect herself. He himself was already prepared to deal with Sukuna. He was not too surprised because he had already expected Sukuna's consciousness to awaken. However, to his surprise, the field displayed by the other party was not the demon-subduing and chef-controlling field, but an unknown field. Gojo Ming guessed that it was the original domain of the cursed spirit that he possessed, but the puzzlement was that he could not feel any changes at the moment. With his physical skills and his physique of heaven and curse binding, Gojo Satoru has a stronger sense of crisis than most sorcerers. But at this moment, he didn't feel any sense of crisis, so there was only one possibility, that the other party's target was not him. Rather, Yuri Shoko. Immediately, Gojo Naru turned around and found that Yuri Shoko was no longer beside him. Gojo Ming frowned immediately, and the next moment he took off his sunglasses, completely releasing the pale blue six eyes. She soon captured Yuri Shoko's cursed energy and was not in any danger. He breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, microwaves arose, and the cursed spirit possessed by Sukuna reappeared. It stared at Gojo Ming with an arrogant look and said with a smile, "Gojo Ming, this way no one will bother us." Hearing this, Gojo Ming stared at the other party with a grim look. It shouldn't be. Shoko shouldn't be so weak. After all, there's Nishizuku. But Sukuna took Shoko with him without any reaction from her. Could it be that Sukuna's strength is more than just one finger? Gojo Ming frowned. Forget it. Let's save Shoko first. He didn't plan to say any more nonsense. The next moment, Gojo Ming said grimly, "Ryujin Jaka." However, the next moment, he was slightly startled. Because Ryujin Jaka, I couldn't even call it out, as if it was suppressed by something. Wu Tiao Ming suddenly understood. "I see, this field can actually suppress your Zanpakutō. No wonder Shoko was captured so easily by you." The cursed spirit laughed and said, "That's right, Gojo Naruto. This area is a graveyard prepared specifically for you. You will not be able to use your Zanpakutō's abilities." Upon hearing this, the people who were watching the live broadcast of Curse Corpse were suddenly in an uproar. Unexpectedly, the special cursed spirit that Gojo Naruto faced actually awakened Sukuna's consciousness, and the domain it cast could actually seal off the power of his Zanpakutō. Everyone knows that Gojo Naruto has a physique of heaven and curse-bound, and has no cursed energy at all. If he didn't have his Zanpakutō, Gojo Naruto would only be a little stronger in physical skills. The main reason is that his body has not yet reached the state of heaven and tyrant, and he has been sleeping for 9 years. In this case, how could he possibly be a match for a special grade cursed spirit? They were no longer discussing which group would win, but whether Gojo Naruto's group could survive. Many viewers in front of the screen were suddenly shocked. The S-level entrance to Jujutsu High School is too difficult. How come someone has awakened Sukuna's consciousness? Even if it's only the power of one finger, it's far beyond the special grade cursed spirit. The opponents here are much stronger than Gojo Satoru's group. And Gojo Naruto is still unable to use his Zanpakutō. Isn't this definitely going to cost him his life? Even if it's not Sukuna himself, it's still much stronger than the average special grade cursed spirit. In this situation, Gojo Ming has no way to deal with it, right? In this situation, why doesn't he call for help? Is he going to die? When Gojo Xiongyan and Gojo Shun saw this scene, their faces turned pale. Suddenly my heart was filled with worry. They also knew the importance of Zanpakutō to Gojo Naru. Now that the Zanpakutō was sealed, the consequences would be disastrous. Oh, I'm afraid Ming is going to lose. Gojo Xiongyan shook his head and sighed. After all, there's a rescue team here, so if we just call for help, there should be no problem in saving our lives. The people from the Zen temple nearby also had different expressions. The head of the family, Zenin Zibarin, looked surprised and narrowed his eyes immediately. It may not be obvious from the fact that the cursed energy of Gojo Satoru's group was sealed, but Gojo Naruto's group's Zanpakutō was sealed again. It's hard to say it wasn't intentional, but as a member of the Zen temple family, he couldn't say anything for Gojo Naru. But now it can be said that Gojo Naruto is doomed to fail. Upon seeing this, Zenin Shan and Zenin Shinsuke both began to tremble, not because of fear, but because of excitement. I came at the right time today. I didn't expect to see Gojo Naruto get humiliated. However, at this moment, in the picture, Gojo Ming began to mutter something inexplicably. The battle scene. Gojo Naru looked at Sukuna solemnly and said, "Sukuna, your domain release is very good. It can suppress the Zanpakutō for almost 5 minutes. That is to say, if I persist for 5 minutes, I can automatically break through your domain. But I've never been a patient person." The words just fell. Under Sukuna's surprised gaze, Gojo Ming stretched out his right hand. The power he felt when he woke up finally made him understand its purpose. This power did not belong to this world. If I didn't have this power, I would probably have to hold on for 5 minutes until the blockade of my Zanpakutō was released in this area. But, unfortunately, he not only possesses the power of Zanpakutō, but also the new Kido power newly awakened by the system. The most important thing is that the power supporting Kido is not the cursed power commonly seen in this world. Gojo Ming probably understood why the system had to be upgraded 9 years ago. According to the original incomplete system, I, who had no cursed power and no special energy, could not support the Ghost Way skill among the 4 skills of the God of Death: Cutting, Fist, and Walking Ghost. Now, I have awakened and have mastered a power that does not belong to this world. Gojo Ming followed the chanting text provided by the system and began to chant in a low voice. "O Lord, a mask of flesh and blood, a universal being, a thing with wings, a thing called human. The heat and strife are rolling southward across the sea, and we are marching forward." Ryaman Sukuna opened his eyes and looked at Gojo Naru, who was muttering to himself. His brows slightly frowned. Although he only has the strength of 1 finger now, he is also the king of curses and possesses the strength of a special grade curse spirit. I'm not worried. After all, Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō has been sealed. Gojo Naruto, who is a body bound by heaven and curse, has lost his Zanpakutō and has no curse power. At such a young age, his body is not yet fully mature, right? Want to rely on physical skills? Now Gojo Ming is powerless in front of him, so he wants to see what other tricks Gojo Ming can use. Obviously, when Sukuna communicated with him before, he did not tell him about the matter of Zen and Shinner, and Sukuna did not know about the sky and curse with 0 curse power. He looked at Gojo Ming, who was talking in a mysterious way, and immediately sneered. Jujutsu High School, in front of the screen. Everyone was slightly startled as they looked at Gojo Ming, who was muttering to himself. When Zen and Shan saw that Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō was unusable. He immediately looked at her with a playful look and couldn't help but sneer. I didn't expect that Gojo Naruto would have this day. It's so cool. But he didn't run away or ask for help at this time. And he was still mumbling something? Haha. Could it be that he was frightened by Ryomen Sukuna's awakened consciousness? When Zenin Shinsuke looked at Gojo Naru, he felt happy in his heart. I didn't expect Gojo Naru to meet Sukuna. His luck is really bad. The Zen Temple Zibaran and Jia Maoming, who were standing nearby, did not have the above thoughts. They frowned and stared at Gojo Ming on the screen. Although Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō was temporarily sealed, he is definitely not a fool. He faced Ryomen Sukuna in such a dangerous situation, but he still did not retreat. Could it be that Gojo Naru has other solutions? The area of Gojo family. Gojo Kumamoto, who was acting as the representative of the Gojo family, became a little nervous. He stared at Gojo Naru, even though it seemed that Gojo Naru was in a desperate situation. But Gojo Naru on the screen appeared unexpectedly calm. Does he already have a solution? But Wu Xiaoxiong Yin couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Without his Zanpakutō and curse power, his current body was not strong enough to contend with a special grade curse spirit. He had no idea what Ming was muttering. He couldn't be planning to save Sukuna by chanting Buddhist sutras. Gojo Shinichi, who was standing by, seemed to see what Gojo Xiongyin was thinking and comforted him. Delegate, based on my understanding of Master Ming, he will definitely not give up so easily. Since he didn't run away or call for help, it means he must have a way to solve the problem. Let's wait and see. Wu Xiaoxiong Yin nodded upon hearing this. Okay, let's take a look. Although he said this, their right hands holding the teacups involuntarily clenched a little. Not far away is the area where the employees of the Urazuya are located. Okatsuyudo also frowned, and his breathing became heavier. Shinner, what do you think Ming is doing? Chanyuan Shinner looked at the screen, squinted his eyes, and then shook his head. To be honest, I can't tell, but I can see that Ming is not only not afraid now, but even excited. Even if he really doesn't have his Zanpakutō, with Ming's current heavenly and curse body, he is strong enough to hold on until the reinforcements arrive. I think you don't have to worry about him. Okatsuyudo was relieved when he heard this. Is that so? But since you said so, the boss should be fine. But Lohou clenched his fists and said with regret, "It's a pity that this damn Sukuna didn't let me see the true strength of Ryujin Jaka again. He even restricted the power of his Zanpakutō in advance." However, not everyone knows Gojo Naruto as well as Zenin Shinobu does. So the audience at the scene explained that they were staring at Gojo Naru in the picture, not daring to breathe, and they were all muttering in Dispy. What is he thinking about? He is facing the legendary Curse King, Ryomen Sukuna. He is still mumbling nonsense instead of running away. He is simply courting death. Yeah, I think we should at least call for help. The outcome of the game is not important at this point. If we can't even save our lives, then what's the point of the game? I feel like he must have been frightened by Ryomen Sukuna. After all, he's been asleep for 9 years. And just as he woke up, he met the legendary Curse King. What you said makes me feel a little sorry for him. Who would have thought that in just an entrance exam task, he would actually encounter Sukuna's awakening consciousness? With his ability, he can easily pass it even if he changes to another cursed spirit. However, the next moment, 31 breakthrough, red fire cannon. On the screen, under the surprised gaze of everyone, a red light appeared on Gojo Ming's body, and an inexplicable and terrifying power gathered in his hands. As Gojo Ming's voice fell, gusts of wind pressure surged out from Gojo Ming's body, blowing his hair everywhere and making his clothes rustle. Immediately, under the surprised gaze of everyone, the terrifying energy from Gojo Ming's fingertips shot out and instantly collided with Sukuna's domain. The red-white light instantly covered the entire screen, even causing the live broadcast of the curse to vibrate. After a while, the light gradually dissipated. The figures of Gojo Naru and Sukuna reappeared on the screen. I looked at myself in Sukuna, and it seemed that I was fine. He was about to ask Gojo Neru in confusion. Immediately, under his surprised gaze, his special field that sealed his Zanpakutō was like a bullet hitting glass and instantly shattered like a spider web. Boom! The field was broken. Seeing this scene, Sukuna's expression was stunned for a moment. He looked at the slowly breaking area around him and was suddenly a little bit unbelievable. What kind of spell is this? It was the cursed king from 1,000 years ago, and even fought against all the magicians of the time on its own. Even though the current techniques have changed to some extent, they still remain essentially the same. However, he has never seen such a strange technique before. What's even more terrifying is that he didn't seem to feel the cursed energy flowing through Gojo Naruto's body. A spell that can be activated without cursed energy? Ryomen Sukuna's pupils shrank slightly. Jujutsu High School, in front of the screen. Everyone looked at Gojo Neru in disbelief. How is it possible? Everyone was shocked by such a gorgeous technique. They would not be surprised if a curse appeared on anyone, but it was very unscientific when such a thing appeared on Gojo Naruto, who had no curse power. The techniques that Gojo Neru used 9 years ago should have been those of the Zanpakutō. Now, his Zanpakutō is restricted by Ryomen Sukuna's domain, so why is he still able to use the technique? Could it be that Gojo Naruto himself also has a special method of survival? Zenin-shan and Zenin-shinsuke felt a tingling sensation on the top of their heads, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. Zenin-shinsuke's eyes bulged, and he looked crazy. That was a curse just now? But Gojo Neru, how could there be cursed power on Gojo Neru? Gojo Neru is a body bound by heaven and curse. He shouldn't have any natural magic. Zenin-shan looked at Gojo Neru's godlike and devilish figure, and was also filled with shock. Isn't Gojo Neru's physique heavenly and curse-bound? What on earth was that just now? Zenin-Nabito, who was standing by, looked at Zenin-shan and Zenin-shinsuke and seemed to be hesitant to speak. In the end, he just sighed but didn't say anything. After all, 9 years have passed, and people like Gojo Naruto simply cannot be viewed with common sense. The area where the Gojo family is located. Wu Xiaoxiong Yin swallowed his saliva, and then his face became happy. He said, "Curse? That is a curse. This form of power must be a curse. Ming has been sleeping for 9 years, and he really brought us quite a surprise, ha ha." Gojo Shinichi on the side also said in ecstasy, "I knew that Master Ming would be fine. As the deputy, I think we should bring him back, as the new deputy after this matter is over." Wu Xiaoxiong Yin heard this, without any change of heart. Instead, he said with expectation, "Yes, Ming has reached this age. I should indeed retire." Not far away is the area where the Wanshu is located. Okatsu tourists also hooked Zenin Shinner's neck and said excitedly, "Tenin Jufu can actually use spells. He is indeed worthy of being the boss." Even after 9 years, he still remembers to bring us new surprises. On the high platform, the area where Kamo's family is located. The head of the family, Jiang Maoming, looked at the screen in silence for a long time, then narrowed his eyes and said, "Master Xinyuan, Gojo Ming seems to have brought us a new surprise." In addition to his Zanpakutō, the powerful curse he used just now was also extremely terrifying. Upon hearing this, the Zen temple's direct servant said calmly, "Well, is this a curse? I don't think so. After all, Gojo Naruto has no cursed energy. We all felt it when he was drawing lots before." Although he used this unknown technique to temporarily resist Sukuna's attack, his crisis is not over yet. After all, the one in front of him is the cursed king from 1,000 years ago. Even if there is no domain suppression, it is not an easy task to solve it. Since the distance was not far, the 5 bear flames could naturally hear what they said. However, he did not speak. Based on his understanding of Gojo Naruto, as long as he could use his Zanpakutō, now was Gojo Naruto's home court. Even though Sukuna is very strong, he only has the strength of 1 finger after all. It is unrealistic to want to defeat Gojo Naruto, who can use Zanpakutō. After all, Gojo Naruto not only possesses the extremely powerful fire type Zanpakutō Ryujin Jaka, but also possesses Sodi no Shiryuki, the only one who can perform Bankai. Gojo Naruto is already invincible. In this situation, knowing that both sides can win, Gojo Xiongyin is more concerned about the two six-eyes godsons of the Gojo family, and who will get the final victory. He turned to look at the screen on the other side. The battle between Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru is almost over, and it might take less than 5 minutes to resolve. Even if Gojo Naruto can defeat Sukuna, it is still difficult for him to surpass Gojo Satoru's progress and win the game. However, there was nothing that could be done. Gojo Naruto's team had really bad luck, which even the Jujutsu High School might not have expected. That finger actually awakened Sukuna's consciousness. The headmaster of Jujutsu High School, Sekiguchi Sakiji, suddenly looked grim. Although errors are inevitable, this error is really too big, and this game is really not fair. The battle scene where Gojo Naruto is. Ryam and Sukuna looked at the white-haired boy opposite him and felt a little numb on his scalp. He had gotten some information about Gojo Naruto from Nozomi, but it was completely incorrect, so much so that his head was a little confused now. He now doubted that the noose was fooling him. But now the more important thing is to deal with Gojo Naruto first. When Ryomen Sukuna's mind quickly thought about how to deal with Gojo Naruto, his face suddenly changed again, because he found that Gojo Ming started to recite again with an expressionless face, and, in his opinion, the posture was almost the same as before. But the power before him was much more terrifying than the spell just now. At this moment, he finally understood what Gojo Naruto meant by impatience. This guy's target was him from the very beginning. Sukuna's smile faded, and he looked serious for once. He wasn't going to stand there stupidly and get beaten by Gojo Naruto. So, he decided to strike first. Instantly, the cursed power surged in his body. The next moment, Sukuna tapped his fingers and was about to use a slash to attack Gojo Naruto. The strength of this slash is enough to cut off the body of special-grade cursed spirit, even if it cannot defeat Gojo Naruto. But it was more than enough to interrupt his ritual chanting. However, he was about to take action, but Gojo Naruto changed the words he was chanting and shouted coldly, "Binding method, this rope." Suddenly, Sukuna was surprised to find that his body was unexpectedly bound by something. Even the direction of the slash was suddenly changed by Gojo Naruto. It just brushed past his body and cut the building behind him straight in half. What surprised Sukuna even more was that he was not in his original body and only had one finger of cursed power. For a moment, the rope was so strong that he couldn't break free. Seeing this, Gojo Ming put on a smile on his handsome face. "See you next time, Ryomen Sukuna." He slowly walked towards the cursed spirit that Sukuna possessed. 20 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Gojo Ming took a step forward and chanted, "Rain, a mask of flesh and blood, a universal being, a thing with wings, a thing called human. Truth in moderation, the wall of dreams without sin, stand alone on it." Feeling the power surging from the boy, this was not cursed power at all, but it was full of pressure, which shocked Ryomen Sukuna a little. How can there be such a strange spell? I can't feel the fluctuation of the cursed power at all. It's more like a new kind of power. Gojo Ming came to Sukuna and ignored him. Instead, he gently raised his hand and pressed it on his head, then said calmly, "The 33th breakthrough, blue fire falls. The 31 of the broken paths, red fire cannon." Suddenly, the surging spiritual power in his palms materialized into blue light, and two extremely fast and terrifying forces appeared, breaking through the path twice. It exploded from the palm of his hand and swallowed up Sukuna's body in an instant. Sukuna felt his consciousness gradually fade away. "Shame! What a shame!" Sukuna's expression suddenly twisted. "Gojo Naruto, I will remember you. Next time, I will definitely kill you." Then there was an explosion. The flash of the blue fire pendant and the red fire cannon colored everything in front of them, and a shock wave swept across the entire building. The building is shaking and filled with smoke. After a while, the surroundings gradually became clear. The cursed spirit possessed by Sukuna was completely evaporated by this blow, leaving only a dry wax knuckle floating strangely in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the special cursed spirit. Your skill in using spiritual power has improved. Obtain the 4th of the Way of Destruction, White Thunder, the 11th of the Way of Destruction, Lightning and Thunder, the 9 collapse wheels of the Way of Binding. Did you get a new reward? Broken Path, White Thunder, Broken Path, Lightning and Thunder, Binding Path, Crumbling Wheel. It seems that these are all very effective ghost methods. Although the level of Broken Path is not very high, the functionality of Binding Path should be quite strong. Gojo Ming smiled with satisfaction. Sukuna, you're a great sparring partner. The young man put away the Sukuna finger and said quietly, the mission is now complete. Go and release Shoko first. With 6 eyes, Gojo Neru quickly saw the figure of Yeri Shoko, who was being imprisoned by Sukuna. I think Sukuna discovered that Yeri Shoko had mastered the reverse curse technique, and with only the strength of 1 finger, he couldn't kill her so easily, so he simply locked her up. At this time, it is forbidden. Yeri Shoko was unaware of what was happening outside, as she was trying hard to break Sukuna's forbidden formation, because she felt that Nishizuku was suppressed the moment Sukuna attacked her. Although it cannot be completely sealed, it will take at least several minutes to break through. However, Gojo Naruto has lost his Zanpakutō, and without her help, there is a high probability that he will not be able to hold on until his Zanpakutō is unsealed. Therefore, she is now extremely anxious. But soon, the restriction in front of Yeri Shoko was suddenly opened, which made the girl's cheeks turn pale, and she felt hopeless. Could it be that something has happened to Gojo Neru? After all, it hasn't been 5 minutes yet, and the Zanpakutō has not been unsealed. The only one who can break the ban at this time is Sukuna himself. Thinking that Gojo Neru might be in trouble, Yeri Shoko angrily raised the meat Shizuku in her hand and planned to fight Sukuna. As soon as the opponent comes in, I will split him in half. However, it was suddenly discovered that the person who opened the ban was actually Gojo Neru. Ming! Yeri Shoko, who was holding the meat stick high, was suddenly stunned. Gojo Neru swallowed his saliva and said with some shame, Shoko, you look so fierce. Who do you want to chop? Yeri Shoko. She coughed lightly, then put away her Zanpakutō and said, where is Ryaman Sukuna? Gojo Ming smiled and said, dead for now. Dead. Yeri Shoko was stunned. She tilted her head and looked like a pigeon that was hit on the head with a bean. Gojo Satoru said helplessly, here, look. He slowly took out Sukuna's finger. Yeri Shoko's eyes fixed, staring blankly at the wax-dried finger on Gojo Neru's hand. That strange smell. You can't go wrong. This is definitely the real top-grade, cursed object Sukuna finger. Why? Yeri Shoko asked in disbelief. Okay, I'll tell you later. Gojo Naruto said, meet Shizuku can be released now. Let's go back first. On the way back, he briefly recounted the incident. Special powers? Yeri Shoko asked in confusion. So you can use spells too? But don't you have the constitution of heaven and curse-bound? Curse power? If I really have to say it, it should be considered the spiritual power of the Soul Society. She frowned, finding it hard to figure out. I simply stopped thinking about it. At least, nothing happened to Gojo Ming. The mission location on the other side. After the tacit mixed doubles between Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru, the cursed spirit, even with the power of Sukuna's fingers, gradually couldn't hold on. Yeah, give it the final blow, said Gojo Satoru. Upon hearing this, Geto Shio also nodded. Soon, with their tacit cooperation, the cursed spirit was finally defeated. It immediately transformed into a floating Sukuna finger. Geto Suguru took back his Zanpakutō, Kidomo, and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that the other party could actually block the flow of cursed energy in their bodies. If it weren't for the Zanpakutō forged for them by Gojo Naruto, they might have been in trouble this time. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru excitedly put away his Zanpakutō, Senbin. He bumped fists with Xiaoyojia and said with a smile, "Jia, we've done it. It's faster than we thought. Let's go back quickly. This time we will definitely complete the mission faster than Ming's team." Xiaoyojia nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back." Xiaoyojia was secretly happy about his victory over Gojo Naru. After all, starting 9 years ago, Gojo Ming had been a huge mountain in their hearts that was difficult to climb. Maybe this time, they finally have a chance to get over it. Even if it's just once. Gojo Satoru stretched and said with a smile, "I'm sure we'll work this time. When Ming comes back, I'm going to make fun of him." They no longer waste time. He hurried all the way back to the college without stopping. At this time, in the Curse High School, everyone looked at Gojo Naru and Yeri Shoko, who were submitting Sukuna's fingers. There was a brief silence. The figure of Gojo Ming, which had been gradually disappearing, suddenly became taller and taller in their hearts, making them feel a chill on their backs. Gojo Naruto from 9 years ago, the Zanpakutō that hung over everyone's head 9 years ago, is back. Everyone looked at the 5 glowing bare flames with envy. They thought that 9 years was enough to turn a genius into a mediocre one. But now it seems that the Gojo family has really produced a dragon this time. Not to mention, another younger generation guy, Gojo Satoru, isn't bad either. However, thinking of Gojo Satoru, they looked at the screen on the left which had not yet dimmed. All of them showed pitiful eyes. It's been so long since Gojo Naruto ended, but Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru still think they're safe. But it's not his and Geto's fault. Their performance in this entrance examination was extremely perfect, especially their tacit cooperation, which was even more surprising. However, his opponent was Gojo Naru. Gojo Naruto is totally unreasonable. Seeing the uncontrollable joy on Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru's faces, Gojo Shonyin couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand, while Gojo Shuni beside him was also a little amused. Due to excitement, Gojo Satoru moved very quickly. It didn't take much effort to reach their destination. When they reached the door, they slowed down their pace and walked into the technical college. Finally back, Gojo Satoru took out the Sukuna finger and said with a smile. Geto Shio also nodded. "I guess the guy Ming is not finished yet. After all, he is carrying Shoko." Gojo Satoru laughed and said, "Get ready for everyone's cheers." Xiaoyojia also smiled helplessly, although he had such expectations before. However, just as he was expecting the cheers of the crowd, he discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with the way everyone was looking at them. Seems a bit pitiful. Xiaoyojia was also slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "Woo, why do I feel that their eyes are a little strange?" Seems to be with some compassion. Gojo Satoru was also a little puzzled and scratched his head. "It's a bit strange. Shouldn't you cheer and applaud for us? We successfully recovered Sukuna's finger." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from his side. "You are finally back." Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru looked in the direction of the voice and saw the pretty figure of Yeri Shoko, who was standing there with a smile on her face. "Shoko." The two were stunned. "Why are you here?" "Because we're back," Yeri Shoko said with a sweet smile. "Coming back? How is that possible?" The two were stunned. Gojo Satoru was the first to come to his senses. He said unconvincedly, "You have retracted your fingers? How is that possible? This is absolutely impossible." He had fought with Gojo Naruto before, and although neither of them used their full strength at the beginning, he didn't think that Gojo Naruto, who had no curse power, could keep a long distance from him with his Zanpakutō. Xiaoyojia was also unconvinced and said, "We are heading to the target location faster than you, and even if we encountered some accidents during the process, the overall purification time is still faster than we expected." "How can you be faster than me and Wu?" If it was a place like a hospital where treatment was needed, Shoko's role would be significant, but in a situation where strength was needed, it was clearly a drag. When they saw Shoko said they had finished, they were naturally a little skeptical. I immediately felt that Shoko was lying. "You're not going with Naruto, are you?" Gojo Satoru looked at Shoko suspiciously. Is he worried that you'll hold him back or something? Shoko was immediately furious. Although she had done nothing wrong, Gojo Satoru was indeed going too far by touching her sore spot. You are such a jerk, you are holding us back. With my Nishizuku, we can get to the destination much faster than you guys. Think of this. Immediately, the girl became proud because she suddenly realized that she had played a role in this exam. Gojo Ming also discovered them at this time. He immediately greeted them. Hey Wu, you guys are back. Yes, it took much less time than expected. It seems that you and Jia have made great progress in these 9 years. Gojo Satoru's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Yeri Shoko and then at Gojo Naru. Ming, why are you here? Could it be that you have really finished it? Xiao Jia also frowned. How was that possible? Gojo Satoru looked at Gojo Ming's leisurely posture and said unhappily, You are not cheating, you didn't go at all. This was, of course, just an angry remark. Although he knew in his heart that cheating was basically impossible, he still found it hard to believe no matter how hard he thought about it. Gojo Satoru asked again, Or did you fail? Gojo Ming shook his head and smiled. You will know when you submit the task first. Seeing Gojo Ming's calm demeanor, Gojo Satoru became even more suspicious. Yeah, let's go submit the mission first. Gojo Naru is back so soon. There are only 2 possibilities. Either he completed the task at an extremely fast speed, or his admission task failed. But no matter which one it was, he found it hard to believe. If you think about this entrance exam, there's a live broadcast of the exorcism, so you can see the related videos of the exorcism from Teacher Yaga. They only need to watch the replay to know. Okay. Geto Shio also understood Gojo Satoru's thoughts. He followed immediately. Although they didn't know whether Gojo Ming had given up the mission, they didn't want to lose so unclearly even if they lost. After submitting Sukuna's finger, Gojo Satoru immediately asked to view the replay of Gojo Naru's purification. This is a request that is within the rules. So seeing his serious look, Yaga Mazamichi didn't say anything and smiled as he threw Gojo Naru's live broadcast curse corpse to Gojo Satoru. Okay, take it and have a look. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Yaga, said Gojo Satoru. Immediately, he turned on the playback, and Xiao Yujia also came over suspiciously. They looked at the live broadcast of the curse together. After Gojo Satoru injected the cursed power, the light curtain lit up. Sure enough, it was Gojo Naru and Yeri Shoko. After leaving the high school, Yeri Shoko untied the Nishizuku, and then they boarded the Nishizuku and leisurely headed to the mission location. The corners of Gojo Satoru and Geto Sugiru's eyes twitched. My goodness, are Naruto and Shoko going on a mission or on vacation? They were all speechless for a moment, and seeing them talking and laughing, they both got goosebumps. Gojo Satoru immediately fast-forwarded frantically and went straight to the time period when Gojo Naruto and the other arrived at the mission location. Their expressions suddenly became serious. At this moment, the expressions of Geto Xiao and Gojo Satoru changed drastically. Xiao Jia was a little horrified and said, Is this Sukuna's consciousness? Hearing this, Gojo Satoru instantly fell into silence. If he had met Sukuna, Gojo Naru's mission would have failed, and he would have called for help directly. No wonder they came back so soon. I guess I felt a little embarrassed just now, so I didn't dare to tell them. Really, he is Gojo Naru's brother. How could he feel ashamed of him? Gojo Satoru was slightly angry that Gojo Naru concealed the fact of his failure from him. Geto Suguru also had similar ideas, but not many. Because when facing this legendary Curse King, even if it is only partial consciousness, it is not something that ordinary people can easily solve. But after all, Gojo Naruto has his Zanpakutō. It's not that he has no chance at all. After all, the power of Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō is only as strong as one finger. Even Sukuna may not be sure of victory. They all watched with this thought in mind. However, they soon saw that Sukuna had sealed their souls with his domain and even captured Yeri Shoko. Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru were a little stunned. Then there was some silence again. No wonder Gojo Naruto failed. They chose to continue watching. They had just seen Yeri Shoko and naturally knew that she was definitely not in danger. Not really worried, but everyone felt a little sorry. After all, with Gojo Naru's strength, if he hadn't met Sukuna, He should have been able to solve the problem easily. There will definitely be no problem in completing the task of this entrance examination. If they guessed right, Gojo Ming should call for rescue troops soon, but once he requests rescue, it will be equivalent to mission failure. Their faces all looked a little strange. Although they really wanted to defeat Gojo Naru, they were not happy at all when they saw Gojo Naru's current situation. Suddenly, they saw Gojo Ming in the light curtain start to mutter to himself. Xiao Jie shook his head helplessly and said, Ming is mumbling to himself now. So he must be asking for help, right? Why doesn't he shout louder? This way, the rescue team won't be able to hear it. After all, without his Zanpakutō, Gojo Naruto had no fighting power to match Sukuna. I guess I can only call for a rescue team. That's what they were thinking. However, the next moment, they saw Sukuna's territory being shattered instantly by Gojo Naruto. They were slightly startled, and the explanation was a little unbelievable. Under their gazes, even Gojo Naruto immediately used a completely different move and instantly killed Sukuna. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru were dumbfounded. Is that a spell? How did Gojo Naru know such a curse? And why is that spell so scary? Just a moment. Many questions suddenly arose in their minds. The first one to come to his senses was Gojo Satoru. He was horrified, and when he saw Gojo Ming silently putting away Sukuna's fingers, he swallowed hard again. Why haven't I seen that spell before? Xiaojuji said in a trembling voice. Besides, Ming has no curse power. How can he cast a spell? Gojo Satoru was silent for a long time, his scalp tingling as he said, My current technique, Shun Zhuan Song, is probably not as good as the current Ming. This technique looks too exaggerated. Not to mention that the momentum looks quite different. He also had no confidence that he could kill Sukuna in one move, even though the opponent only had the strength of one finger. We also see Gojo Naru rescue Yeri Shoko and ride on the Nishizuku to return to the high school. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru and the other fell into silence for a long time. The video ends and Gojo Satoru returns the live broadcast cursed corpse to Yaga Mazamichi. Have you finished reading it? Yaga Mazamichi asked with a smile. Do you still have any questions about the examination process? No more doubts. Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru shook their heads dejectedly and said in unison, It seems that they still underestimated Gojo Naru. 2. After 9 years, they have made so much progress. How could Ming, this monster, not make any progress at all? Gojo Satoru said helplessly, Damn, Ming is really super strong. Xiaojuji also sighed. Yeah, we can't compete at all. The special grade cursed spirit was killed instantly with one move. Thinking that they had fought for most of the day and thought they had won, they suddenly felt their faces getting hot. They finally understood what was going on with those people's eyes. Social death, but also want to die. Yaga Mazamichi also placed the Sukuna finger that Gojo Satoru brought over into the corresponding container and handed it to the principal, Sekiguchi Sakiji. Not long after, Yeri Shoko and Gojo Naru also came over. Sekiguchi Seiji then solemnly announced in front of everyone, Here, the Jujutsu High Specialized Examination is over. All students passed the exam. First place, Gojo Naru team. The Captain Gojo Naru is awarded the title of Special Grade Spellcaster, and the team member Yeri Shoko is awarded the title of First Grade Spellcaster. They also unlock the corresponding privileges of Spell Master. Second place, Gojo Satoru team. The team leader Gojo Satoru is awarded the title of Special Grade Spellcaster, and the team member Geto Summer Oil is awarded the title of First Grade Spellcaster. They also unlock the corresponding privileges of Spell Master. Looking at the 4 people below, everyone in the audience had an expression of emotion. This year, a monster really appeared in the Jujutsu High School. 2 special grade and 2 first grade students were created right after they entered the school. Looking at the young man below with a faint smile on his face, Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Osamu were even more devastated. Gojo Naruto has no spells, but he's already so abnormal with only the heaven and curse binding and Zanpakutō. I thought that he would be somewhat degraded after sleeping for 9 years, but I didn't expect that not only did he not degrade, but he became even stronger. They were all a little shocked. Until now, he still didn't know that Tianyujufu could use such a powerful spell. Seeing this, the people of Jibi and Jiamaming looked at each other and fell into a brief silence. Jiamaming looked at Gojo Ming with fear, thinking that some descendants of the red blood manipulation technique could rival Six Eyes. But I found that there is still quite a big gap compared to Gojo Naruto. It seems that we need to raise Gojo Naru's danger level in the family. Spell High School Square. Everyone looked at Gojo Ming, who was receiving honors for the entrance examination below, and they couldn't help but feel complicated. Unexpectedly, after 9 years, Gojo Naru seems to have become even more mysterious. I still couldn't feel the cursed energy flowing through his body, but just by looking at him, I could feel the chill that threatened my life. Heaven and curse. After 9 years, his body seems to be stronger. Moreover, his strange spell still gave people a headache. The high school plaza, where the two people from the Urazuya are located. Zen and Jiner looked at Gojo Naru below and said seriously, "Okatsu, although we have always had the impression that Naruto is very strong with his Zanpakutō, I actually feel that in the past 9 years, his physical strength seems to have become much stronger. In fact, even if he doesn't use his Zanpakutō and that wonderful spell just now, he will most likely be able to defeat the cursed spirit with his physical body. This is my confidence as both a heaven and a cursed spirit." Shiner, stop being so conceited. The tourist Okatsu gave Zen and Shiner a look and said, "Of course I don't deny the power of your heaven and Jubin, but as for Naruto's body, I'm more curious about whether it's Ryujin Jaka and Sodi no Shirayuki really lost their effects because of sleeping. After all, there have always been such rumors, and Naruto didn't use his Zanpakutō just now, so in the end, no one got the answer." Zen Yuan Shiner smiled and said, "Who knows? Okatsu Yujito, should we go find Naruto?" "Don't worry. He will definitely come to us as soon as he finishes his work. This is the confidence of a close friend." "Okay then, shall we go back?" "Wait a minute, I want to watch the replay again." Okatsu nodded, but he didn't care too much because he knew that Jiner, a martial arts fanatic, was obviously interested in the moves that Ming had used to kill Sukuna. Not far from them was a high platform where the Gojo family was located. Gojo Shinichi's gaze also fell on Gojo Naruto below him. "Deputy, we don't need to worry about Master Naruto. Even without his Zanpakutō, he still has the ability to protect himself. That seemed to be his birth technique, right? It seems to be quite effective. Although it doesn't seem to match the heaven and curse binding, it is indeed very powerful. Although heaven and curse binding don't have birth techniques, it seems that nothing makes sense for what happened to Gojo Naruto. After all, for someone who could create a Zanpakutō, now being able to give birth to a body without cursed energy, this didn't actually sound that scary." Wu Qiao Xiong Yin took a sip of the tea in his cup and breathed a sigh of relief. "You don't have to worry too much about him. However, since we have recovered 2 more fingers this time, Ming should come back to take a look, right?" When he said this, his eyes looked somewhat resentful. Apparently, he was still a little upset that Gojo Naruto didn't choose to go home the first time he woke up, but chose to go to school. "This is too much hard work. As expected, we should capture him as soon as possible to act as the representative of the Gojo family. After these 9 years, I really don't want to do it anymore." Wu Qiao Xiong Yin finally understood what the old patriarch had said before. If he wanted to become a family representative that others trusted, he must possess absolutely powerful strength. However, compared to the unhappiness of the other people, the ones who were most concerned were obviously Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru, who were beside Gojo Naruto. Ming used that unknown power, which made them unable to let it go until now. It was called a curse, but it was obviously different from a curse, because they still couldn't feel the cursed energy from Gojo Naruto. A spell that doesn't require the use of magical power? What kind of power is that? Finally, Gojo Satoru felt like he was being scratched by a cat and couldn't help asking, Ming, what kind of power do you have? It doesn't seem to be any worse than the techniques of our Gojo family. Shoko and Geto Suguru also looked over curiously. Obviously, they were both curious about the kind of power Gojo Naru used. Kidney Way. Gojo Naruto glanced at Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru and said with a smile. Xiaoyoji's expression did not waver at all. He just pretended to be curious and said, It's called Ghost Way? This power seems to have great potential. But his heart was not at peace at all. More than potential, it must not be underestimated. I have a feeling that this may not be Gojo Naruto's peak. These are two different ghost arts. According to Gojo Naruto's current state, I'm afraid there must be other uses or other powerful ghost arts. Hearing Gojo Naru's calm words, Gojo Satoru also made a bitter face and shook his head, saying, Really, I don't even have the only advantage of my curse now. It seems that before I master the reverse curse technique, it will be a bit difficult to beat you. But he soon regained interest and looked at Yeri Shoko. Shoko, teach me the reverse curse technique. He had a feeling that if he learned the reverse curse technique, those ghost techniques that Naruto had just used would be useless to him. And if he mastered the reverse curse technique, he would have the power to defeat Gojo Naruto. Once I master the reverse curse technique, I will definitely avenge my previous shame. Gojo Satoru made up his mind that this was something he must master, and no matter what, he had to learn the reverse curse technique. Only by learning the unlimited technique can one truly compete with his brother. Others don't know what's going on with Gojo Naru's Zanpakutō, but Gojo Satoru himself knows it very well. He knows that there is absolutely no problem with Gojo Naru's Zanpakutō. After all, not long ago, in the Hongxing Palace, Gojo Naruto used Bankai, Bike Saifa, to fight with me, the center of everyone's attention below. Even though countless people cheered for him and countless people's eyes fell on him, Gojo Ming's expression remained calm. He ignored the look. Although they successfully entered the School of Sorcery, entering the School of Sorcery was not his main goal, or it was just the beginning. His purpose is, of course, very simple: to operate the high school as his own power. Second one, at this time, Gojo Ming's gaze fell on the two Sukuna fingers in Sekiguchi Seiji's hands. The second thing is to deal with the two Sukuna. Gojo Ming said solemnly, if Gojo Satoru is to change his fate of being beheaded in the future, Sukuna is definitely an obstacle that he cannot avoid. Although in real sense, it was Nozomi who was in charge of everything. In the end, Gojo Satoru still faced Sukuna. Now he has personally recovered two Sukuna fingers, and he doesn't know whether the Gojo family and the Jutsu General Administration have collected other fingers in recent years. It would be unsafe if these fingers were left like this. After all, Gojo Ming remembered that in the original work, Hanami and his group of special-grade cursed spirits stole Sukuna's finger from the hands of the high school. Although Lugu had become a member of his team, he could not guarantee whether Noso had made any other arrangements in the past few years. He must find a solution. After the awarding ceremony, everyone can basically leave. Sekiguchi Seiji needs to carefully and cautiously hand over Sukuna's finger to the general manager's office, and he applies to leave directly. Only Principal Yaga was left in the square to take charge of the situation. Normally, the audience could have left at this point, but they were all very interested in the ghost story, and many of them stayed to watch the replay again. Yeri Shoko said goodbye to Gojo Naru and went to find Yeri and Ami, but Gojo Naru had no intention of staying because he still had things to do. After leaving the square, he went straight to the place he had just given a hint to Yagyu Hidetsugu. Connector. After all, he had been asleep for 9 years, and he knew nothing about the current situation in the world of sorcery. And Yagyu Hidetsugu, who has broken into the general administration of Curse, can obviously grasp more inside information. He is definitely the best candidate for Gojo Naru to understand the current cursive world. After a while, he arrived at the agreed location, a sparsely occupied teaching building. Soon, two men also walked over cautiously. It was Yagyu Hidetsugu and Yagyu Seiman. Over the past 9 years, their temperaments had undergone tremendous changes. They haven't been able to let people know about his close relationship with Gojo Naruto yet. I was relieved to find that no one was following me. Yagyu Hidetsugu walked up to Gojo Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. Ming-kun, Gojo Naruto greeted him. Uncle Shuji, it seems you have done well in the past 9 years. Haha, thanks to Ming-kun's support at that time. If Gojo Naruto had not asked Gojo Kamain to arrange him to the general administration of Jutsu before he fell asleep, he would definitely not have his current position. Okay, Uncle Hidetsugu, I arranged for you to collect Sukuna fingers before. How is it going? Gojo Naruto looked at Yagyu Hidetsugu and asked with a smile. Gojo Naru still trusted Yagyu Hidetsugu and Yagyu Seimin quite a bit, so he decided to get to the point. Yagyu Hidetsugu shook his head and said helplessly, Murakuni, after your arrangement, we and Gojo Daijio started to work together to collect Sukuna fingers. But the effect was not very good, because we found that even within the General Directorate, we were not the only ones who wanted to collect the fingers. There was another force that was also collecting Sukuna fingers. After my investigation, I found that it seemed to be related to the Zenin family and the Kumo family, but it has not been fully confirmed yet. As for the power of the Curse World, the Kumo family and the Zenin family seem to be working together to isolate the Gojo family. Hearing this, Gojo Ming pondered for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. What exactly do the Kumo family and the Zenin family want to do? Zenin Obito had actually sent him friendly signals, but the other idiots in the Zenin family didn't seem to be of the same mind. The Kumo family has been patient for many years, making it difficult to understand. But he soon gave up thinking about it. He didn't care about those little tricks. At most, he could break them with force. Master Gojo, what are our plans next? Yagyu Hidetsugu continued to ask. Gojo Naruto pondered for a moment and ordered, Uncle Hidetsugu, transfer all the Sukuna fingers that you can control to the Jujutsu High School, and then continue to collect Sukuna fingers, and then let me concentrate on destroying it, destroying this indestructible disaster. Hearing this, Yagyu Hidetsugu and Yagyu Seimin were both stunned. Miraculous. You want to destroy Sukuna's finger? Wu Jiaoming's decision immediately shocked him, and he was horrified. How could Sukuna's finger be destroyed? This is the dead wax of Ryomen Sukuna. For more than 1,000 years, the big 3 sorcerer families have collected Sukuna's fingers countless times. But in the end, they could only choose to seal them. Because even if the big 3 sorcerer families used all their strength, they couldn't cause any damage to this legendary special skill cursed object. Does Gojo Naruto really want to destroy this horrible thing? Can you really do it? Gojo Ming gave them a final deep look and said, Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I'm a thorn in the side of the Zenin family and the Kumo family. Uncle Shuji, let's not keep contact for too long for the time being. Gojo Naruto turned and left. He didn't need to explain to them. He knew that Yagyu Hidetsugu and Yagyu Seimin would do their best to get this done. But I still got important news. It seems that someone in the Kumo and Zenin families is collecting Sukuna fingers. Does Zenin Naobi know about this? Was it his order? However, he was too lazy to care about it, because he would find out later anyway. He has been asleep for 9 years, so to be honest, he is quite busy. He still has too many people to meet and too many things to consider. However, this time, after waking up, he immediately came to the Jujutsu High School. It's not completely without gain. This time in the entrance examination, I not only obtained 2 Sukuna fingers, but also 2 Heido and 1 Kudo. The 4th of the Broken Path, White Thunder. The 11th of the Broken Path, Lightning and Thunder. The 9th of the Bound Path, Collapse of the Wheel. After getting 3 Ghost Paths, Gojo Naruto's Ghost Path progress bar increased significantly. He was quite satisfied with this. And after using Kido against Sukuna, he finally understood what the power in his body was. It was not cursed power, but spiritual power. That is, if he makes good use of this power. Able to generate spiritual pressure. Ryatsu is a bit like hockey. Once a large amount of Ryatsu is released, a strong opponent will also feel extremely oppressed, and a weaker opponent may even faint, fall to the ground, and be unable to stand up. It can be said that the style is very high. Therefore, he must not fall behind in improving his Go skills, and he must also gradually pay more attention to the Tian Yuan issue. I'm really busy, but before that, let's meet up with old friend from 9 years ago. And at this moment, the high school square. After the Kumo family suggested reviewing the video of Gojo and Neru exorcising the cursed spirit, no one left. There is no doubt that Gojo Ming's performance just now was shocking. For such a powerful opponent, they never hesitated to study it. In the world of spells, an unknown spell always arouses the curiosity of other spellcasters. Not to mention that the target of the spell is actually the Gojo Naruto, who is bound by heaven and curse. They can't help but feel anxious. When Gojo Naruto was exorcising the cursed spirit, he did not use his Zanpakutō at all, but instead used a power called Kido. There is no doubt that this power is also extremely powerful and shocking. But compared with the Jampa sword from 9 years ago, it is indeed inferior and a step behind. But analyzing an unknown spell is extremely attractive to the sorcerer. What's more, after this careful review, they made a different discovery. Before, because Gojo Satoru had encountered the cursed spirit earlier, which attracted their attention, they didn't pay much attention to Gojo Naruto and overlooked a lot of things. But now by reviewing, they discovered that in the past 9 years, Gojo Naruto's physical combat power has definitely increased significantly compared to 9 years ago. As expected of heaven and curse binding, if Yurishoko had not been taken away, Gojo Naru might have been able to defeat the cursed spirit with just his physical body. But Sodi no Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka did not use it, which made them frown, because there are rumors in the world of curse arts that Gojo Naruhito is unable to use his Zanpakutō. Many of them came here just to see if Gojo Naruto could still use his Zanpakutō. In the end, no answer was given, which made everyone feel a little disappointed. After all, in the eyes of others, some people who don't observe carefully and have not had close personal contact with Sukuna have no idea what the role of Sukuna is. Just as everyone was watching carefully, a new guest came to the square of the college. It was Yuki Kujuku, Iori Yudaheim, and Mei. They, led by Yaga Mazamichi, also came to the square. The three also received the news and learned the results of the entrance examination. But they were a little disappointed that they didn't get to see it in detail. But when they heard that they were going to play a playback of Gojo Naru's exorcism of the cursed spirit, they were immediately delighted. As the saying goes, it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. They were extremely interested in the famous Gojo Naru. When they arrived at the square, their eyes were immediately attracted by the big screen. The screen showed the moment when Gojo Ming encountered the cursed spirit. Mei's eyes lit up. "Teacher, that seems to be Gojo Naru." "Yes." Jujutsu couldn't help but smile. "It seems that Ming has matured a lot in the past 9 years. I don't know how he will treat me after he wakes up." Iori Yudaheim touched his chin and asked, "Teacher Yuki, I just heard that Gojo Naru's Zanpakutō seems to be unusable." Mei nodded and said, "The news just spread in the world of curse arts is that Gojo Naruto defeated the cursed spirit using a power called Kido, which is very powerful, but it seems to be inferior to Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō 9 years ago." Jujo Yuki frowned slightly. "I hope there's nothing wrong with Ming's Zanpakutō." Kujuki Yuki knew how much importance Gojo Naruto attached to Ryujin Jaka. Ryujin Jaka was definitely Gojo Naruto's strongest fighting method. Once he lost his Zanpakutō, Gojo Naruto's fighting power would definitely be greatly reduced. At this moment, the replay battle of this assessment began. Although Jujo Yuki and the other two had already gotten the answer, the feeling of seeing it with their own eyes was completely different. Seeing Yurishoko being taken away, their expressions suddenly became solemn. But when they saw the result of Gojo Naru's battle, the faces of Mei, Yudaheim, and others all changed. "So strong. Without using my Zanpakutō, I killed that cursed spirit with one strike." I didn't expect that Gojo Naru, who had been sleeping for 9 years, was still so strong. Iori Yudaheim stared at Yuki Kujuku with wide eyes and found that the latter looked very calm, as if he was not surprised at all by Naruto Gojo's behavior. "Teacher, what kind of spell is that? It's so powerful," Iori Yutaheim asked curiously. Jujo Yuki shook his head and smiled. "I don't know either, but if you think this is strong, I would like to ask you, have you ever seen a Zanpakutō in its prime? Although it is undeniable that the technique used by Gojo Naruto now is quite powerful, it is still too weak compared to the Zanpakutō Sodi Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaken 9 years ago." Mei and Yutaheim's faces turned pale again. "Isn't this the full strength of Gojo Naruto? So, Mr. Yuki, we will become Gojo Naru's opponents?" Jujo Yuki looked at Gojo Naru on the screen and smiled. "Haha, who knows this?" Deep inside Hongxing Palace, the external results were obtained from the Tianyuan network. The indifferent blonde woman stood up slightly. Her eyes fell in the direction of Jujutsu High School, but her heart was getting restless. "Gojo Naruto, so what is your purpose in collecting Sukuna's fingers? This twisted child is the only sorcerer that Tianyuan cannot see through." But Gojo Ming was not here, and no one could give her an answer. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt her blood boiling and a feeling of being out of control. Tianyuan's eyes suddenly went dark, and she almost fell down. Fortunately, the nausea and dizziness lasted for a short time, which allowed her to steady herself and avoid falling heavily to the ground. After recovering, Tianyuan took a deep breath, and her face became extremely ugly. "Damn it, my body is really becoming unstable." She looked down at the Zanpakutō in her hand, and her expression suddenly became solemn. "Usually, Zanpakutō, be faster." After she finished speaking, she began to try to resonate with her Zanpakutō again, intending to enable it to perform its Shurikai. In a garden in Shikoku, far away from Tokyo, the wind chimes were still jingling in the breeze, which immediately attracted the attention of the child in the woman's arms, making him laugh. Itadori Kaori, who was holding the child in one hand, didn't care too much. She was playing with a wax-dried finger with her other hand. As expected of Gojo Naru, she is indeed very powerful. Even Sukuna can't do anything to him. Even though his Zanpakutō is sealed, he can still unleash such a powerful force. What a headache! Seeing this, Itadori Kaori raised her lips and did not refuse. It seems that someone has successfully attracted the attention of Ryumin Sukuna. She began to inject magic power into her fingers, connecting to that magic power. This was their previous agreement. They had met each other in this way a long time ago. Suddenly, the darkness instantly swallowed up Itadori Saori, Itadori Yuji, the wind chimes, the courtyard, and everything. By the time Itadori Kaori reacted, she had already arrived at a strange place. The surroundings were dark and mixed with bloody red. But she soon found her target. Not far in front of her was a mountain of bones. At the top, two Sukuna were holding up their faces with sneers. "Noose, is that the twisted son you mentioned?" During these 9 years, this was not the first time that Itadori Kaori had communicated with Sukuna, and she had gotten used to it. Itadori Kaori smiled and said, "Sukuna, I've already reminded you to be careful of Gojo Naru. I listened to you and was very careful not to let him use his Zanpakutō, but I didn't expect that I would still lose to this guy." Ryumin Sukuna narrowed his eyes. His expression suddenly became fierce, and he sneered, "Nozomi, didn't you say he didn't know the technique? Is he really the heaven and curse binding? He is indeed bound by heaven and curse." Hearing Sukuna's reproach, Itadori Kaori's face became even more depressed. And 9 years ago, he really didn't know that strange spell. It can only be said that he has made some progress during his 9 years of sleep. Sukuna was silent for a long time, then said seriously, "I was very careful not to let him use his Zanpakutō, but I still lost to him. I spent a lot of time analyzing the seal of his Zanpakutō. Nozomi, Gojo Naruto is really interesting. I haven't wanted to kill someone so much in a long time." Itadori Kaori continues. "So I said, Gojo Naru's existence is the biggest enemy of the plan. With him around, it will be difficult to move forward with the plan. Sukuna looked at the woman and sneered, "Don't worry, Nozomi. I will definitely kill Gojo Naruto. The power of one finger is only 1/20th of my peak power. I don't think he can really beat me." Itadori Kori hesitated to speak and finally did not say anything. During the 9 years that Gojo Naru was in a coma, she had communicated with Sukuna about Gojo Naru's situation and given him reminders more than once, especially his 2 terrifying Zanpakutō. But Sukuna had a look of disdain on his face, as if he was the only one in the world who was superior to others. If Sukuna had been more serious from the beginning, he might have had a chance. Unfortunately, by the time he realized what was happening, Gojo Naruto had already given him no chance. Sukuna seemed to have noticed Itadori Kaori's expression and was in an irritated mood. He waved his hand lightly and sent her out of the area. Sukuna picked up a skull from beside him, stood up among the white bones, squinted his eyes, and gradually smiled. Gojo Naru, what a great opponent. This was definitely not the first time that Zwasaw had discussed this matter with him, and he was indeed somewhat disdainful at the time. After all, he is Raiman Sukuna, but he didn't let it go too far. At least he listened carefully to Nozomi's words, memorized Gojo Naruto's appearance, and sealed the opponent's Zanpakutō. When he saw Gojo Satoru, he was dazed for a moment, but then he used his magical power to distinguish Gojo Naruto. He prepared the field for him in advance, focused on Gojo Naruto, and successfully sealed his Zanpakutō. But I didn't expect that the opponent didn't just rely on his Zanpakutō, but also had that special spell. And his body is not to be underestimated. Sukuna took a deep breath and sneered. "But next time we meet, I will definitely kill you, Gojo Naru." Kansai, Kyoto Jujutsu High School, the principal's office. The office environment is very simple, with only a few tables and chairs and a few potted plants. Lu Yinsi sits upright in a chair. His eyes kept falling on his phone. He was also very interested in Gojo Naru's situation. He is waiting for relevant information to be sent from the Department of Instructions for spells. As 2 violent magic organizations directly under the Incantation Department, it is not uncommon for them to share what they have with each other. Based on the time, it should be not much different. Lu Yinsi frowned and closed his eyes. Soon the phone rang. Lu Yinsi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the mobile phone used by the Director of Spells. It's an email. He picked up the phone and saw that it was indeed the entrance examination information for Tokyo Jujutsu High School, as well as the related video in the appendix. Suddenly, a look of relief appeared on his old face. Lien Temple couldn't wait to open it, and the video content began to appear on the mobile phone. It's really Gojo Naru. Principal Lien Temple narrowed his eyes, his expression unable to reveal his thoughts. However, after watching the video, his face suddenly became a little surprised. He didn't use Zanpakutō, but relied on a kind of birth technique called Kido. His combat performance doesn't seem to be as good as the full-power Zanpakutō 9 years ago, but it's still pretty strong. Lu Yinsi closed his eyes slightly and fell in a deep thought. Is it true that you didn't use your Zanpakutō? It may have been sealed, or it may have become ineffective. The situation is still unknown. But as of now, Gojo Naruto's biggest threat is still his Zanpakutō. Lu Yin Temple shook his head, held his forehead, and murmured, "You haven't figured out the situation of his Zanpakutō yet? This is really a headache. It's a good opportunity to use the sister school exchange meeting to test Gojo Naruto again." As soon as he finished speaking, he called Sekiguchi Sakiji, the principal of the Tokyo campus. Must arrange Gojo Naru to attend the exchange meeting. Tokyo Jujutsu High School, Plaza. Everyone reviewed the curse exorcism video once again in its entirety, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. This time we are really going to disband. Yes, for Gojo Naruto's spell, although the formula cannot be fully analyzed, the effect is roughly understood. It can be seen that in the past 9 years, Gojo Naruto has indeed made some progress. The strength of his body seems to be much stronger than 9 years ago, and he has a special Go skill, which can be seen to have the functions of binding and destruction. Very strong. Indeed, an amazing strength. But I have to say, compared to the power of the Zanpakutō 9 years ago, it is indeed completely inferior. This also gave him a sigh of relief. After all, they have made great progress in these 9 years. If Gojo Naruto lost his Zanpakutō, it would be a huge relief for them. Zenin Osamu frowned and touched his chin, his face full of regret. Naobi, it's not that easy to seal a Zanpakutō. I think Gojo Naruto can't use his Zanpakutō now. Otherwise, he would have used it long ago. If one wants to use the domain seal, one must first analyze the Zanpakutō, which is definitely not an easy task for Ryomen Sukuna. Unless this is a conspiracy that has been planned for a long time. How could it be such a coincidence? But who could make Ryomen Sukuna do such a thing? Obviously, it's impossible. So, instead, he was biased towards the fact that Gojo Naruto couldn't use his Zanpakutō. Zenin Shinsuke nodded in realization after hearing this. Well, this idea is not impossible. If Gojo Naruto cannot use his Zanpakutō, Patriarch, I think if we unite with the Kumo family, the Gojo family will still not be a threat. The monks in charge of the Zen temple glanced at them and sighed secretly. Shinsuke, how can you still act on impulse when you are in this position? Haven't you suffered enough from him? Don't underestimate Gojo Naruto. Be more restrained in the near future and see Gojo Naruto's true strength before making any plans. Zenin Shinsuke, Master, we are in a great advantage now. Are we really going to retreat now? Zibrin didn't intend to pay attention to him and said lightly, I can ignore your little tricks in the Jujutsu General Department, but don't think about the Gojo family again. Even if there is no Gojo Naru, with Gojo Satoru's terrifying talent, it will be enough for you to drink a pot. Upon hearing this, Zenin Shinsuke frowned. As long as Gojo Satoru fails to master the reverse curse technique, his threat to us will not be fatal. But reverse curse technique is not that easy to master. Zenin Shinsuke said indifferently. Hearing this, the head of the Kumo family raised his lips slightly. He turned sideways to the Zenin family and said with a smile, Shinsuke-kun, you have a lot of ideas. Keep it up. Immediately, he stood up and said, but, sorry, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. But before he stood up, he whispered in Fudo Zenin Shinsuke's ear, don't worry, I will do a good job with Sukuna's finger At the same time, after leaving Yagyu Hidetsugu's place, Gojo Naruto returned to the high school classroom alone. Yeri Shoko went to find Yeri Inami, and it became much quieter. He checked what he had just harvested. I found that my Ghost Path progress bar had indeed improved a little, and my spiritual power had also increased a little. He was suddenly excited. He had found the path to growth. In addition to his body and Zanpakutō bound by heaven and Ju, Kido would become another way for him to grow. If the spiritual pressure is strong enough, Kido can also grow to be very strong, even if it cannot match the strength of Zanpakutō. But it is definitely enough in the world of spells, especially the spiritual pressure. If he could completely control his spiritual pressure, that would be too cool. As expected, if you want to become stronger, you have to beat Sukuna. Gojo Ming shook his head and laughed. Immediately, he had a bold idea and began to test the spiritual power in his body while sitting cross-legged. He discovered that the spiritual power in his body seemed to really flow according to his will. Although it's slow, there is obviously hope. It seems so. Once you become fluent, you might be able to release the ghost art without chanting, which will be much more convenient in battle. So, he started trying to continue exercising. After a long time, the side door of the classroom was opened. Then, Shoko's melodious voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ming, you are here. The entrance exam is over, but you are still practicing. You are really diligent. It looks like Yeri Shoko is back. Gojo Naru slowly opened his eyes, looked at Yeri Shoko, and said with a smile, Didn't you go to see Uncle Yeri? Why are you here? Where are Satoru and the others? Gojo Naruto was a little surprised that Yeri Shoko appeared here. Yeri Shoko curled her lips. Hey, it's been a long time my father has gone back. As for Satoru and Geto, they seem to be very sad They said they want to go to Sendai to eat the local specialty daifuku there. I'm not very interested in what these scumbags like. Gojo Ming laughed. Satoru really can't forget sweets at any time. It's really his style. He has already mastered the Tsang technique, so even long-distance teleportation is not a hassle for him. But when it comes to his favorite daifuku desserts, I'm afraid he doesn't worry about that trouble at all. So Gojo Naruto didn't bother to care about him. Yuri Shoko. Nami, what kind of power did you use when you defeated Sukuna? As for Yuri Shoko, Gojo Naruto had no intention of hiding anything, and there was nothing to hide. Gojo Naruto said, "It is also a kind of curse. I call it the Way of the Ghost." Ghost Way? This name is so cool, can I learn it? Hearing this, Gojo Ming felt somewhat helpless and shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't do that for now. Although the Ghost Way is also called spell, it is obviously not the same as the spell in this world. Even the energy used is different. What's more, Shoko only knows the more bizarre reverse curse technique. Using the cursed power of this world to drive the ghost path is obviously still a little difficult for Gojo Naruto, who has just started the ghost path. I will see if there is any chance after I have mastered it. I'll analyze it first. Maybe there will be a chance later. Gojo Ming said with a smile. Okay, then teach me when you've learned it, and I'll go beat up Satoru. Shoko smiled, not too disappointed. Okay, I'll teach you a hard lesson then. Gojo Ming looked outside and found that more and more people were leaving the square area. Over at the square, the show should be almost over. Shoko, has everyone in the square left? Asked Gojo Naruto. He still had a lot of things to do, but Sukuna Finger and Tenjin couldn't come in a hurry. So Gojo Naruto decided to go see his friends first. After all, I haven't seen you for 9 years, so it's about time I meet my old friend from the Urazuya. Yuri Shoko said, "Well, most of them have left. The college is already driving them away. Then I should be leaving soon. I need to go to the Urazuya. Do you want to come with me? Hey, I have Teacher Yaga here who is assigning characters. He said that I'm the only one among the freshmen who can complete it. I'm afraid I can't get out." Yuri Shoko said helplessly. Originally, he planned to take Shoko with him to the Urazuya, but Shoko refused, saying that Teacher Yaga had given her a task to take care of the exchange members of the Kyoto Jujutsu High School. Actually, it's not so exaggerated to say that they were taking care of them. It was probably just taking them for a walk around the neighborhood, and I heard that they were 3 girls. Just as Mr. Yaga said, only Yuri Shoko can accomplish it. He was actually quite curious about the person who created the Kyoto Jujutsu High School, but he still thought the Urazuya was more important. Anyway, he heard that the people from Kyoto Jujutsu High School would stay until the end of the exchange meeting, so there would be many opportunities later, so he was not in a hurry. After saying goodbye to Shoko, Gojo Naru walked out of the high school gate, put on sunglasses, and started walking towards the Urazuya. Gojo Naru came to the Urazuya. I found that after 9 years, it looked a little shabby, but overall there wasn't much change. I don't know what's happening with Shinji, Okatsu, and Louhu, and whether there have been any changes. 9 years passed in a flash. Although he is not very old now, he can't help but feel a sense of vicissitudes of life. As soon as I reached the door, I saw a man coming out to greet me. It was Okatsu tourists. He said excitedly, "Boss, you've made us wait for 9 years. Coming quickly. The guy said you would definitely come, and he has prepared a table of food for you." Gojo Ming heard this and laughed. Shinner really understands me, but Okatsu, you have changed a lot in these 9 years. The Okatsu tourist who was leading the way rolled his eyes at Gojo Naruto. Come on, it's been 9 years, and my child Yuta is already 2 years old. How could I not have changed much? Moreover, he looked at Gojo Ming, who was wearing the black technical high school uniform, with a straight body, 5 sharp edges, and walked calmly and with an extraordinary demeanor. The other party has absolutely no right to say that he has changed a lot. Gojo Naruto himself has changed as much as a ghost. Gojo Ming was a little surprised when he heard this. Okatsu Yuta. He was naturally familiar with this name, the boyfriend of Juriai Rika, the true god of pure love, Gojo Satoru's student, the reliable protagonist, and the magician's last hope. Okatsu Yuto smiled and said, "Yes, Although Yuta is a little quiet and doesn't cry much, I think he is a good boy. Gojo Ming said with relief. He is indeed a good boy. Don't worry. When he grows up, I will forge a Zanpakutō for him. Ming, you can't be partial. Suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded from inside the Yorizuya, interrupting his conversation with Okatsuyudo. The two looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Zenin Shinner. He was wearing a black casual kimono and holding a little boy with curled hair in his arms. He looked at Gojo Naruto and said with a smile, "You have to forge a Zanpakutō for us, too." If nothing unexpected happens, the child in Shinji's arms should be Fushiguro Megumi in the original work, and should now be called Zenin-kei. He is another protagonist, and also the key factor in Sukuna's victory over Gojo Satoru. Gojo Ming smiled helplessly and said, "Shinner, don't worry. It's just a Zanpakutō. Both Yuta and Hui will have one. If they like, each of them can forge two. Let them play with double swords." During these 9 years, they have worked diligently to maintain the Yorizuya, and the friendship between them is simply not something that can be compared with a mere Zanpakutō. Besides, providing them with the power to protect themselves is also a very important thing. Jiner rolled his eyes at Gojo Naruto, then looked at the little boy in his arms and said softly, "Stop it, Naruto." But compared to Zanpakutō and the like, I actually don't want Hui to be exposed to things like the Jujutsu world. Okatsuyudo also patted his head and smiled. Shinner is right. Compared to the powerful Zanpakutō, it's also good to let Yuta live in a safe world without cursed spirits. At this time, Lohou inside heard what Okatsu said and said angrily, "Hey, Okatsu, I'm still here. Is it really okay for you to say these things in front of me? I'm a cursed spirit." Okatsuyurin laughed and said, "Lohou, you don't count. You are a spirit traitor." Okatsuyubi ******** D. Lohou rushed out in anger, intending to beat Okatsuyudo. Seeing this, Gojo Mingi Shinner burst into laughter. Finally, after some fighting and playing, they sat down. "Long time no see, everyone." Gojo Naruto was the first to greet them. "Is everything okay at the Yorizuya?" Shinner smiled and said, "Of course, with a close friend like me here, there will be no problem." Okatsuyudo, "It's a dream job, isn't it, Lohou?" Lohou, "He is the one who slacks off every day. How can Okatsu have the nerve to say such a thing?" Lohou turned away and said calmly, "Okatsu, I joined Yorizuya, but I didn't have those boring dreams of yours. I just wanted to take another look at Ryujin Jaka, but I didn't expect that I would have to wait for 9 years, 9 whole years. Little boss, do you know how I lived through it?" Okatsu picked up a piece of meat and ate it while laughing. "Come on, Lohou, according to what you said, after watching Ryujin Jaka, what choice will you make next? Are you going to continue to be a cursed spirit that harms society?" Lohou curled his lips and looked at Gojo Ming. 9 years ago, my boss asked me to join the Yorizuya. I just thought it was a deal, but now I finally understand the true meaning of the Yorizuya." Lohou sighed again. "How cunning. Originally, I wasn't interested in the existence of humans, but after spending 9 years with them, I gradually came to understand this race. Life is surprisingly interesting. Of course, it's just that Okatsuyudo is such a jerk." Zen Yuan Shinner smiled and said, "It seems that the 9 years of exorcism missions have also changed you, Lohou." "I guess so. Well, it's already like this, so let be a ghost crime." Lohou smiled helplessly. He picked up the glass and drank the wine in it. "Hey, Lohou, how dare you drink without waiting for the boss?" Okatsuyudo laughed. Lohou was furious and complained loudly. "Okatsu, you were the first to move the chopsticks. You said that to me. After the meal, I will still give you a beating in front of your son." "Stop it. I'm not afraid of you in front of my son. I'm the kind of father who would even kill Sukuna for my son." Lohou rolled his eyes and said, "Okatsu, stop bragging. Sukuna shouldn't even need to use his domain to attack you." Okatsuyurin and Lohou continued to argue. Gojo Ming smiled and didn't interrupt. He felt this kind of environment was very comfortable. Jiner and the others were drinking wine, but Gojo Neru was technically underage, so Jiner prepared soda. I can only say that after having a child, Chen Yuan's personality has become much more delicate. Gojo Ming smiled, and he didn't care. Soda is soda. The two were tired of arguing. Okatsu rarely picked up a piece of meat for Lohou and murmured, "It seems that there is no mission today. Peace is so good." Lohou also nodded and said, "Yes, peace is great." Shinair smiled and said, "Don't enjoy yourself too much. During these 9 years, our Wanshuwu has become famous. We are really busy now, and we will be busy again tomorrow. This is all for peace. Of course, making money is also important." Gojo Ming smiled, raised the soda in his glass, and said, "Since everyone wants peace, let's work hard for it. Let's put our Yorizuya reputation on the line and create a peaceful world for Yuta and Hui." Well, cheers for peace. The four of them clinked their glasses, their faces filled with joy. If someone else said this, they would definitely say that person was shameless, but what Gojo Ming said was, they felt that it was really possible to do it. After all, 9 years ago, Gojo Naruto had created countless miracles for them. He was so trustworthy. Shinair asked with a smile, "Ming, just tell us what you want us to do." Gojo Ming glanced at Lohou, and then said to Jinner and Okatsuyudo calmly, "At present, there is nothing for you to do. The main thing is to pay attention to the news of Sukuna Finger and Itadori Kaori and other curse masters. As far as I know, they plan to revive the Curse King from 1,000 years ago, Ryaman Sukuna." Then, he continued, word by word, "And I want to prevent this from happening." Cursor, Lohou was slightly stunned. He naturally knew that group of people were also a threat to human society, but they were much more ruthless than the cursed spirits. Okatsu visitors and Zen temples are all families of sorcery. They naturally knew about the Curse Master. Curse Masters were different from cursed spirits. Curse Masters were once human beings. They only cursed people who used non-magic techniques to satisfy their own desires or pursue happiness, and used the power of the curse to kill people. So, next, I will destroy Sukuna's fingers and weaken the power of both Sukuna. You just need to pay attention to the Curse Master's movements. As for other things, you don't need to take any action for the time being." He suddenly thought of the astral plasma. If Suisuo wanted to assimilate Tian Yuan, he would definitely take action against the astral plasma. Although it is not the right time yet, with the flapping of butterfly wings, who knows if there will be any changes in the future. It is not wrong to arrange for them to pay a little attention to Tian Lizi. It had been a long time since I last saw my friends from the Yorizuya, so Gojo Ming chatted with them for a long time before stopping. Discussed with them again. Although neither side used their true strength, the strength displayed by Gojo Naruto was indeed far beyond that of 9 years ago. Gojo Ming reminded him seriously, "It's almost time for today. Everyone in the magic world knows that the Yorizuya has a close relationship with me. You have to be careful when you go on missions in the future." With that, he turned and left. When he reached the door, he looked back at the three of them and said with a smile, "Goodbye. I'll come back next time when I'm done with my work." Having said that, he turned and left. Zen and Shinner glanced at Gojo Ming's back, then put his arm around Okatsuyudo and Lohou's shoulders and said softly, "Ming, this guy is really a monster. He is still so strong after sleeping for 9 years. We can't gain any advantage even if we fight 3 against 1. It's all Lohou's fault for holding us back. Are you sure it's not someone holding you back? But the boss is indeed powerful." Okatsu ignored Lohou's sarcasm. He looked at Shinner standing beside him and said with a smile, "Indeed, the boss is calm and composed. This kind of demeanor is rare among the young generation today. Lohou, don't worry, you won't follow the wrong person." Lohou said calmly, "You don't need me to tell you. From the moment the boss started to use Ryujin Jaka, I knew I didn't follow the wrong person." Shiner smiled slightly. "Okatsu, please keep an eye on the astral plasma in case of any accidents." The Okatsu tourists looked depressed. "Why don't we let Lohou go?" Lohou. The next day, Gojo Naru, who got up early, was exercising on the training ground, while also thinking about how to deal with the 2 Sukuna fingers. After all, practicing the fist slashing technique and adapting to the body are both important. so he has to hurry up. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, which was rare. Gojo Ming stopped his actions, took out his cell phone, and took a closer look and found that it was a call from Yagyu Hidetsugu. Yagyu Hidetsugu is currently in a special state. If there is nothing, I will never contact him. I'm afraid the other party has some trouble to inform him about. Gojo Ming seemed to be thinking about something while answering the phone. Hello, Uncle Hidetsugu. Gojo Ming greeted him lightly. Soon, Yagyu Hidetsugu's voice came from the loudspeaker, sounding somewhat anxious. Mure Kunikin, the finger that you and Wukoin retrieved yesterday must be returned to the Jujutsu Directorate by the Directorate General and kept in the care of a member of the Directorate General. Gojo Ming was not surprised. When Hidetsugu Yagyu called him, he had already considered that this would happen. Hearing Gojo Naruto's silence, Yagyu Hidetsugu said helplessly, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I tried my best, but they moved the minister out. After another moment of silence, Gojo Ming couldn't help but ponder. Uncle Hidetsugu, it's okay. You don't have to apologize. If nothing unexpected happens this time, this incident is probably related to the force you mentioned yesterday, right? Yesterday, Yagyu Hidetsugu said that in the Jujutsu General Department, besides him, there seemed to be another force that was also collecting Sukuna fingers. It seems to be related to those families of sorcery. I don't know what their purpose is in collecting Sukuna's fingers. Gojo Ming couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. Yagyu Hidetsugu sighed and nodded. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. That force is closely related to the Zenin family and the Kumo family. They have also joined forces with some small families, but their purpose is still unknown. I have also arranged for people to conduct a close investigation recently. Gojo Naru. Okay, you continue investigating. As for Sukuna's finger, it's still in the high school, so you don't have to pay attention to them. Let them take it if they can. Immediately, Gojo Ming hung up the phone. He knew that Yagyu Hidetsugu would help him handle the follow-up matters, so he didn't need to worry. At this time, in a meeting room of the Spell Directorate, 3 men in kimonos sat upright on chairs, with a cup of steaming tea in front of them. One of the men picked up the teacup, took a sip, and spoke first. I say, is it okay for us to do this? These 2 fingers were recovered by the Gojo brothers in the name of the high school. If we ask them to hand them over to us, will it anger the Gojo family? A man in a gray kimono sitting opposite him laughed when he heard this, and his smile seemed to contain some disdain. If someone who knew him well saw his face, they would know his Zen family background. Are you Kumo family still afraid of the Gojo family? He then said calmly, it is undeniable that Gojo Naruto is still very strong, but without his Zanpakutō, Gojo Naruto is no longer as terrifying as he was 9 years ago. The Kido he uses to exorcise cursed spirits is not just another form of rebirth. Yes, that's right. Gojo Naruto, without his Zanpakutō, is indeed not to be feared. Finally, the man who had not spoken said indifferently, Kumo, 9 years have passed. Now, it is no longer the era of Gojo Naruto. The people in the Zen temple did not refute him, but just drank tea in silence. The Kumo family frowned immediately, and he said again, but with Gojo Naruto's personality, even if we give an order in the name of the cursed general administration, he probably won't obey so easily and hand over his finger obediently, right? Even though Gojo Naruto is no longer a threat, his brother Gojo Satoru is no ordinary person after all. Moreover, behind them is the entire Gojo family, as well as the sorcery families that have friendly relations with the Gojo family. Therefore, he didn't think Gojo Naru would easily agree to their request. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Gojo Naru. Although it was indeed recovered by the Gojo family, it was after all in the name of the high school, right? As long as we spread the word that the reason Gojo Naru left Sukuna's finger in the high school was because he wanted to monopolize Sukuna's power. Even if you don't take action, there will be many people who covet Sukuna's finger and want to take action against Gojo Naru. Will other people believe it? It doesn't matter whether they believe it or not. Lord Shan said that all we need to do is say that Sukuna's finger can restore Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō power. In the world of curse arts, There are many people who don't want Gojo Naruto to restore his Zanpakutō power, let alone the high school. Even if we add the Gojo family, can they withstand the pressure of most of the world of curse arts? The man from the Kumo family was silent. He took a sip of black tea and nodded. Okay, I will report this to the head of the family, and we will act as soon as possible. It's been a pleasure working with you. At this time, the spell is highly specialized. Gojo Ming hung up the phone with Yagyu Hidetsugu and continued to train. Since the other party had not taken any action yet, he didn't need to be too anxious. Right now, I plan to adapt to my body perfectly as soon as possible after 9 years of sleep. This is more important. Yesterday, he had a few exchanges of moves with Shunner and others from the Eurasia. Although he won, he also found that his body's adaptation had not yet reached the most perfect state, which means that there is still room for improvement. But thinking that he had only been awake for 2 or 3 days, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, he had been asleep for 9 years before that. But he soon shifted his focus back to Sukuna's finger. Both the Zenin family and the Kumo family were difficult to deal with, especially the more low-key Kumo family, who were definitely the real old scoundrels. He refused to intercede with Sukuna's fingers, but the other party would never give up just like that. I'm afraid it won't be long before action is taken. But he, Gojo Satoru, and Yuri Shoko are all in the technical high school, and behind them are the Gojo family and the Yuri family, who have a good relationship with the Gojo family. The other party can't do such a thing as robbery, and dare not do it. If he guessed correctly, the other party would definitely find a way to put pressure on the high school, or even the Gojo family, through the Jujutsu General Administration Department. I just don't know what the exact method is. Forget it, let's fight back when the enemy comes and block the water with earth. Gojo Ming shook his head and continued to practice the Zanchuan Zogue technique seriously. Hello, what kind of woman do you like? Suddenly, a sweet and familiar voice sounded from behind. Gojo Ming was slightly startled. He looked in the direction of the voice, and what caught his eye was a tall blonde girl. Her long legs and jeans were particularly eye-catching, and she had a sweet smile on her face. But Gojo Ming had no mind to admire those long legs, because he just felt that the girl in front of him looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Soon, it gradually overlapped with the figure of a young girl. 99, Yuki, Gojo Naru said with a slightly surprised look. Moreover, he also saw 2 laughing girls behind her, one wearing a technical high school uniform, and the other wearing a red and white shrine maiden costume, both of whom looked to be about the same age as him now. The one in Miko costume should be Iori Yudaheim, and the one in school uniform should be Mei Mei. He looks very young, and Gojo Ming is a little unsure. But it should be. Immediately, he thought of what Shoko said yesterday. Yaga Mazamichi arranged for her to receive the members from Kyoto Jujutsu High School who were coming to the exchange meeting. As for not informing him and Gojo Satoru, it was because only Shoko was more suitable for the reception. He was a little puzzled at the time, but now seeing Yuki Kijuku and the others, Gojo Naru finally understood why Yaga Mazamichi said that. Really, it would indeed be inconvenient to let him and Gojo Satoru and other boys come to receive the guests. Long time no seeming, Jujo Yuki smiled and looked at Gojo Ming with joy. Although Yuki Kyujuku had seen Gojo Naru's true appearance in the live broadcast of Curse Corpse, it was never as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. Yuki, long time no see, Gojo Naria said with a smile. The girl stared at Gojo Naruto and said disdainfully, "Come on, Naruto-kun, after not seeing you for 9 years, you're so cold?" Gojo Naru, Yudaheim, covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "Hey, so Gojo, who broke the fastest special class record of the technical high school, is such a cool person?" Mei Mei raised her eyebrows and looked closely at Gojo Ming, a well-known figure who was still well-known 9 years ago. Even though she was considered a genius at Kyoto High School, after watching the video of Gojo Naru exorcising the cursed spirit, she felt that there was still a slight gap. If Gojo Naruto is their opponent in the sister school exchange competition, it will be a bit difficult. Damn it, I'm afraid I really won't be able to get the prize money for this exchange meeting. That's a lot of small change, Mei Mei thought helplessly in her heart. Gojo Ming was immediately suspicious and asked, is that so? Then how can I be considered not aloof? Seeing the opportunity, Yudaheim's dark eyes turned, and he suggested, Teacher Yuki, Mei and I want to eat ice cream. Mei nodded. If someone treats me, I have no problem with that. Hearing this, Jujo Yuki smiled, then looked at Gojo Ming with longing, blinked, and said, Ice cream, Ming, I want some too. Gojo Ming shook his head and smiled. Okay, let's go. Gao Zhuan has it at the entrance. He didn't care. Since they hadn't seen each other for such a long time, he could have a chance to exchange feelings with Yuki. He could also take this opportunity to get some information about the sister school exchange meeting of Jujutsu High School from Yuki Jujo. Yeah, seeing that Gojo Ming really agreed to treat them, the three girls smiled and high-fived him. At the entrance of a store, Gojo Naruto was sitting on a bench eating ice cream. The exchange meeting will probably start in a while. Why did you guys come here? Gojo Ming asked curiously. They did come a little early. Hearing this, Jujo Yuki glanced at Gojo Naru, who was staring at him, and her pretty face turned red immediately, and she said, Because of the task of retrieving Sukuna's finger assigned by the director of Curse Arts, the students of Tokyo Curse Arts High School were seriously injured. I heard that Principal Ian Temple said that your Tokyo Curse Arts High School will send freshmen to participate in this sister school exchange meeting. So the principal of Lien Temple sent us to investigate the combat capability of your new students in advance. After saying that, Jujo Yuki stole another glance at Gojo Naru. I have to say, 9 years. Gojo Naru has indeed changed a lot in appearance, and his looks are much more outstanding than when he was a child. Even though the sunglasses covered his outstanding pale blue eyes, they were still very attractive, making Juju Yuki unable to take his eyes away. Gojo Ming didn't care, or perhaps he had become accustomed to such looks. I see. Come to think of it, as the executive body of the Inspectorate of Jutsu, the Technical College cannot do without the students of the Technical College in order to recover Sukuna's finger. Given the dangerousness of Sukuna's fingers, casualties were inevitable. However, now that Gojo Ming has woken up, there is no need for other students to carry out such dangerous tasks. The exceptions are Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. Iori Yudaheim remembered the video about exorcising cursed spirits she watched yesterday, and immediately looked at Gojo Naru pitifully and said, That's right, Gojo-kun, I'm only a second-level sorcerer, so you must hold back when the time comes. You should focus on Mei. Mei immediately took a big bite of Yudaheim's ice cream in anger, and Iori Yudaheim immediately got angry and started a fight with her, looking like she was about to cry. Gojo Naruto knew they were joking when he saw their expressions. He shook his head helplessly and said, We'll talk about the exchange meeting later. Right now, I'm not sure whether Principal Sekiguchi and Teacher Yaga are planning to arrange for me to participate. Now, he guessed that Mr. Yaga might be planning to let him fight, but after he destroyed Sukuna's finger, it's hard to say. If the opponent was just a sorcerer of Mei and Yudaheim's level, he wouldn't be very interested in such childish tricks. I feel that unless the last member of Kyoto High School is quite strong, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru should be able to solve the problem. He doesn't need to join in the fun. Jujo Yuki seemed to see what Gojo Ming was thinking and smiled mysteriously. Ming, don't underestimate us. If your high school doesn't send you out and plans to let you go, you'll probably suffer a great loss. I can tell you secretly that our last teammate is our trump card. I heard what Yuki said. Gojo Ming was slightly startled, then suddenly realized. Yes, Yuki Kujuku as the team leader will not participate in the competition, but if it is only Mei and Iori Yudaheim, Kyoto High School. Excuse me, it's a bit too bad. So if things go as expected, the strength of their remaining teammate should be quite good, at least level 1, or even close to special level, but no one knows who it will be. Of course, it was also possible that Jujo Yuki was teasing him, because the other party will occasionally say these half-true and half-false words in unimportant places. He was too lazy to guess whether it was true or not. No matter how strong or mysterious the opponent is, for Gojo Naruto, they are no match for him anyway. Suddenly, Gojo Naru's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Yaga Mazamichi. They were all students of the Jujutsu High School, so he didn't need to be too cautious. Just answer the phone directly. I noticed that Yaga Mazamichi's tone was very serious. He said that he had something urgent to discuss with him and needed to go to the classroom immediately. Gojo Ming nodded and agreed. Okay, I understand. I'll go over now. After Gojo Ming hung up the phone, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He thought of the phone call from Yagyu Hidetsugu in the morning and immediately guessed what had happened. It was probably closely related to those two Sukuna fingers. Teacher Yaga's tone is so serious. I'm afraid this matter is not a small matter. So, Gojo Naru hurriedly informed Yaga Mazamichi of the notice, and then said goodbye to the three girls. Seeing this, Jujo Yuki pouted. She had not yet had time to figure out Gojo Ming's attitude toward her after he woke up. I didn't expect that Gojo Ming would have to leave so soon. But judging from Gojo Naru's expression, what happened at Tokyo Jujutsu High School was no small matter, but she did not throw a tantrum. Mura, go quickly and don't keep Teacher Yaga waiting for too long. Jujo Yuki said goodbye. After Gojo Naruto left, Mei, who was beside Yuki Kyujiu, asked, Teacher Yuki, now that he can't use his Zanpakutō, it feels like he's in danger in the world of curse. Whether it was because of his status as a member of the Gojo family, or because of the things he did 9 years ago that made him have too many enemies, if it didn't have the deterrent power of his Zanpakutō. Hearing this, Yudaheim also said in a deep voice, Indeed, it seems that many people in the square yesterday seemed to be here to inquire about Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō. If Gojo Naruto really can't use his Zanpakutō anymore, it seems that those people may not be so patient. Jujo Yuki looked at Gojo Naru's back and said calmly, Don't worry, I don't think they can pose any threat to Naru-kun. It wasn't possible 9 years ago, and it's still the same 9 years later. This is the man she has chosen. After entering the technical high school, Gojo Ming went straight to the classroom. This matter must have something to do with Sukuna's finger. He wanted to see what tricks those people had come up with. Anyway, he would definitely not hand over Sukuna's finger. If the other party really created a complete Sukuna for him, he would have a headache. After a while, Gojo Ming came to the classroom. He opened the sliding door of the classroom and found Gojo Satoru, Gojo Suguru, Yuri Shoko, and others inside. Now, they have all officially become students of the technical college and have all changed into the black school uniform of the technical college. Including Yuri Shoko, they all exude a rare heroic spirit against the backdrop of their technical high school uniforms. When Gojo Satoru saw Gojo Ming finally arrive, he curled his lips and said, Ming, you are too slow. We have been waiting for you for a long time. He was upset about losing to Gojo Naru in the entrance exam. I still feel a little unconvinced. Yaga Mazamichi knocked on the table and said seriously, Okay, everyone be quiet. Now that everyone is here, I'll make it short. I hope everyone will be alert from now on. Gojo Satoru, Gojo Suguru, and the others were all stunned. This was inside a technical high school, and there was a special barrier. Did they still need to be on guard? Yaga Mazamichi said solemnly. As for why, you guys take a look at this first. Immediately, he distributed a document to Gojo Ming and others. Looking at the paper documents on the desk, Gojo Ming immediately picked them up and looked at them. After seeing the content clearly, Gojo Ming's expression suddenly became solemn. Before he could say anything, Gojo Satoru beside him slammed the table and said angrily, They are just talking nonsense. This must be fake. How could Naruto need Sukuna's finger to restore the power of his Zanpakutō? As the first person to meet Gojo Naru after he awakened, Gojo Satoru immediately felt the power of Sodi no Shirayuki. The Jujutsu General Directorate actually said that Gojo Naruto would take the Sukuna finger stored in the Jujutsu High School for himself, and his purpose was to use the powerful force of the Sukuna finger to restore the power of the Zanpakutō. This was obviously fake, but it made those who didn't want Gojo Naru to recover his strength anxious. The world of sorcery was shaken immediately. They all denounced Gojo Naruto and demanded that Sukuna's finger be exchanged for the spell directorate, and that both the Zenin and Kamo families take care of it. After seeing the contents of the document, Saiyojia and Yeri Shoko looked unhappy. He finally understood why Yagamazamichi had asked them to be on guard. If we don't give these people an explanation, it's only a matter of time before they come to us together. After all, in the world of curse arts, most people don't want to see Gojo Naruto regain control of his Zanpakutō's power. Under such power, even if the Gojo family is one of the big 3 sorcerer families, it may not be able to stop most of the curse world. Suddenly, everyone knew that things were getting serious. Yagamazamichi glanced at everyone and said helplessly, "Gojo Neru, I'm afraid that in a while, the people from the Zenin family and the Kamo family will bring people to the high school. If we can't give them an explanation by then, I'm afraid the matter will be difficult to resolve." Gojo Ming couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It is undeniable that as a special grade cursed object that stores Sukuna's power, the power of Sukuna's fingers is very strong. But Gojo Naruto has no lack of this power, let alone his Zanpakutō. He still has so much progress to explore in his Kido. If he completely masters Kido and the progress reaches 100%, then the Kido power he fully exerts will be much stronger than the power of Sukuna's fingers. With a real golden finger, he doesn't need it at all. He even looked down on Sukuna's broken fingers. Seeing this, Gojo Ming glanced at everyone and said seriously, "Don't worry, I won't take the Sukuna finger for myself, but I do need to borrow the Sukuna finger." Everyone cheers. Family member Shoko quickly asked, "Neru-kun, do you really need Sukuna's finger to restore the power of your Zanpakutō?" Saiyuja was also a little surprised and said, "So, you didn't use your Zanpakutō because it was sealed, but because it needed to be repaired for some reason?" In the end, he still found it hard to accept that Gojo Naruto exorcised the cursed spirit before them without using his Zanpakutō. Yagamazamichi also looked at Gojo Neru. This incident had caused such a big stir that it even alarmed the entire sorcery world, but the Inspectorate of Spellcraft still asked them to keep their troops on hold. It seemed that there were people in the Inspectorate of Spellcraft who sided with Gojo Neru, thus withstanding the pressure. But as Gojo Naruto's teacher, he also wants to understand his real thoughts. Gojo Ming raised his eyes and glanced at everyone. He took off his sunglasses, and suddenly, those captivating blue eyes appeared in front of everyone again. Gojo Ming said calmly, "It's not to restore strength, but I want to use my Zanpakutō to completely destroy Sukuna's finger." Gojo Neru's voice is loud and powerful. At the same time, the Zanpakutō, Sodi no Shirayuki, which was emitting ice crystals, appeared in his hand, slowly releasing the chill in the center of the classroom. In just a moment, the temperature in the classroom dropped several degrees. Except for Gojo Satoru, everyone's eyes were attracted by the beautiful moon-white sword. Suddenly, beads of sweat as big as soybeans appeared on Yagamazamichi's forehead. It is a Zanpakutō, as expected, and it is Gojo Naruto's own Zanpakutō. Saiyojia looked at Sodi Shirayuki's breathtaking blade and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Now he was sure of the contents of the document. Definitely a rumor. Because Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō was completely fine, he could feel the terrifying pressure from across Gojo Satoru. If this is all junk that needs to be repaired, then all cursed tools in their magic world can be declared scrapped. Yeri Shoko opened her eyes wide, trying to imprint Gojo Neru's attitude in her mind. I knew that Neru's strength was beyond doubt. He had the strength to exorcise the cursed spirit that devoured Sukuna's finger with ease. So how could he look down on the power of Sukuna's finger? Yeri Shoko watched Gojo summon his Zanpakutō and was immediately overjoyed. Their eyes were all attracted by their Zanpakutō, and they didn't even notice what Gojo Neru said next. Only Gojo Satoru, who already knew that Gojo Neru's Zanpakutō was fine, noticed it. Gojo Satoru frowned and looked at Gojo Naruto and said, "Hey Naruto, what are you doing? Destroying Sukuna's finger? This is simply impossible." Born in the Gojo family of the big 3 sorcerer families, Gojo Satoru naturally knew that for more than 1,000 years, facing the Sukuna finger that brought countless disasters, countless sorcerers wanted to destroy the Sukuna finger and completely end the source of this disaster. But no one succeeded. Sukuna's fingers cannot be destroyed. They can only be sealed, which has become a law in the world of sorcery. And it is impossible that Gojo Neru, who had been educated by the Gojo family, did not know this. I heard what Gojo Satoru said. Everyone then realized the second half of Gojo Neru's sentence. He seemed to be saying that he wanted to completely destroy Sukuna's finger. How is this possible? This thought came to their minds at the same time. But Yagamazamichi did not refute immediately, but frowned and looked at Gojo Naruto and said, "Gojo Naruto, what are you going to do?" Although he didn't think Sukuna's finger could be destroyed, it would be a good idea to listen to Gojo Neru's thoughts first. As a teacher at a high school of spell arts, he had no objection to being able to destroy Sukuna's finger. Too many of their students have been killed or injured at the hands of Sukuna. Therefore, he did not object to Gojo Neru destroying Sukuna's finger, but he was just confused. Gojo Ming looked at the pairs of eyes staring at him, smiled helplessly, and said, "Let's all try to use our cursed energy output together. If it doesn't work, I'll use my Zanpakutō." When everyone heard this, their hearts started beating rapidly, and they quickly looked at Yagamazamichi. They want to see the reaction of the college. Yagamazamichi stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "We received an order from the Jujutsu General Administration Department that we just need to keep the finger out of the high school. If you really intend to try to destroy Sukuna's finger, the high school has no objection." After getting the answer from Yagamazamichi, Gojo Satoru became excited. "Mura, you really know how to play? Then why don't we see who can destroy Sukuna's finger first?" He also wanted to try it out. If he turned the technique to its maximum power, would Sukuna's fingers be able to block it? Saiyojia was also very interested. This is a good suggestion. Although he is currently a first-level sorcerer, there is no doubt that he has a special level of spell power output. If he put all his cursed power into it, maybe he would really have a chance, so he also wanted to give it a try. Yuri Shoko also laughed. "Since all the scumbags have participated, let me try it too." Her role in exorcising cursed spirits may not be very significant, but in a pure contest of cursed power output, she is no less powerful than Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. But Gojo Satoru was a little confused. "No way, Shoko. What's the point of you coming here too?" Geto Suguru immediately reached out to stop Gojo Satoru. "Satoru, don't tell me. The positive output of the power of the reverse curse technique may have a miraculous effect on Sukuna's finger. After all, cursed spirits are still very afraid of this kind of power, right?" Suddenly, Gojo Satoru's face was filled with realization. Indeed, this kind of power can actually cause considerable damage to cursed spirits. But in actual combat, Shoko does not have the blessing of spells, and other cursed spirits will not stand there stupidly and be infused with cursed power by her. Gojo Satoru touched his head and smiled. "So that's how it is. Come on, Shoko. If we can destroy these two Sukuna fingers, we will be remembered for eternity in the world of sorcery." "No, not two." Suddenly, everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that the voice came from Gojo Ming. Gojo Ming looked at everyone and said seriously, "There are 4 more in Gojo's house. We have to destroy them as well." Others were stunned. "Real?" Gojo Ming nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the area of the Jujutsu High School. Yagamazamichi quickly reacted. His face slightly changed as he said, "It's the barrier of the high school. Someone is attacking it now. I'm afraid it's the Kumo family and the Zenin family that have arrived." The others immediately became alert, except for Geto Suguru. They were all from a family of sorcerers. Even Geto Suguru is not a new surgeon. Although Yagamazamichi has reinforced the barrier in advance, it is hard to say whether anyone has sneaked in. They have been through hundreds of battles since they were young, so naturally they won't capsize in these places. After all, the Jujutsu High School was the executive body of the Jujutsu General Administration Department, and the big 3 sorcerer families were not unfamiliar with the structure of the high school. Gojo Naruto quickly arranged. "Okay, let's get ready quickly. Teacher Yaga, You hold them back at the front door, and Wu and Xiao protect those two Sukuna fingers. Then she looked at Shoko again and said seriously, Shoko, first release the meat. Come with me back to the Gojo family to get those 4 fingers. Gojo Ming remained calm in the face of danger and quickly arranged everything. After the others thought about it, there didn't seem to be any problems or loopholes, so they quickly agreed to the plan. Okay, you guys go from the back, and come back quickly with Shoko. Yagamazamichi said seriously, Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru, come and get the Sukuna finger with me. Gojo Satoru patted Gojo Ming's shoulder and said, Don't worry. I swear on my brother's name that no one can take those 2 fingers away unless they step over my dead body. Gojo Ming rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, Don't try to be cool. If it really comes to that, just give it to him. At worst, we can take it back later. Gojo Satoru, Yeri Shoko, and Geto Suguru both tried to hold back their laughter. As expected, only Gojo Ming can cure Gojo Satoru's eye bags. Gojo Satoru was so angry that he grabbed Xiao Jie's shoulders and cursed. Jia, what are you laughing at? Come with me to see Sukuna's finger. Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru followed Yagamazamichi and left. Gojo Nara looked at Yeri Shoko and said with a smile, Okay, Shoko, let's take action too, otherwise the high school won't be able to hold out for long. He took Shoko's wrist and walked quickly towards the back door. And Shoko also summoned Nishizuku. A few minutes later, the gate of the college opened. Yagamazamichi brought Gojo Satoru and others to the door, and his face suddenly changed when he saw the huge crowd outside. Although they knew there might be a lot of people, they didn't expect there would be so many. But seeing this, the people from Kyoto High School also chose to come over to help. After all, they were sister schools, and the one they were denouncing was Gojo Neru, who had just treated them to ice cream. At least they should find out the truth first. Soon, with the addition of Kyoto High School, the strength of Jujutsu High School increased significantly, especially since Gojo Satoru and Kujuki Yuki were both top-grade sorcerers. Seeing this, the faces of the leaders of the condemnation group suddenly turned black. Yagamazamichi also noticed Zen and Fan mixed in with them. In addition to him, there were several people from the Kumo family and other small families who were arranged into the general administration of spellcraft. Zen and Fan glared at Yagamazamichi and said with a dark face, Yagamazamichi, do you know what you are doing? Obstructing the members of the Jujutsu General Administration from performing their duties is a capital crime. Yagamazamichi crossed his arms, looked at the Zenin family, and said seriously, Death penalty? Sorry, Mr. Zenin. We at the Jujutsu High School are also following the orders of the Jujutsu General Administration Department. Zenin-shan was immediately furious. He showed a document and said, That's not the latest order. This is the latest order from the minister. Take back Sukuna's palm and investigate Gojo Naruto, who is a huge threat to the world of sorcery. Hearing what Zenin Fan said, Juju Yuki looked at Yagamazamichi in front of him, then looked at Gojo Satoru, frowned and asked, Gojo Satoru, what's going on now? Where's Ming? She didn't understand why so many people gathered around, and why they wanted to investigate Gojo Naruto. This is almost equivalent to a crime of betrayal to the world of sorcery. Although it is only an investigation at present, they are so aggressive, who knows if they will come up with some unfounded charges. Upon hearing this, Gojo Satoru did not hide anything and told Juju Yuki the whole story. But he hasn't come to tell Gojo Neru's plan yet. Juju Yuki immediately looked at the people outside with a somewhat unfriendly look. She interrupted Gojo Satoru and said, So these people are here to cause trouble for Ming? But at this moment, Yagamazamichi narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone, saying calmly, Gojo Naruto does not intend to take the Sukuna finger in the current high school for himself. His goal is to destroy the special cursed object Sukuna finger. After hearing what Yagamazamichi said, everyone was stunned at first, and then the entire high school fell silent. After a while, laughter came from the door. Zen and Fan looked at Yagamazamichi, who was serious, and said with a smile, Yagamazamichi, do you know what you were talking about? Can the Sukuna finger be destroyed? I think you are just looking for an excuse not to hand over the Sukuna finger. Others also echoed. That's right, don't play tricks on us. Do you think we will believe you just because you make up a reason? For thousands of years, I have never heard of anyone going back to destroy Sukuna's finger. Even if they wanted to destroy it, they couldn't do it. Yes, it is impossible for Sukuna's finger to be destroyed. Let Gojo Naru come out quickly. Don't think we don't know. He wants to take Sukuna's finger for himself and repair his Zanpakutō that he can no longer use. Yaga Mazamichi exhaled lightly and said calmly, "What I said is true. Gojo Naruto will destroy Sukuna's fingers on the spot next time. Not only the 2 fingers from the high school, but also the 4 fingers that the Gojo family has collected in the past 9 years. If you don't affect the scene, I can ask the principal to start a live broadcast for you." This was also Gojo Naru's request. He didn't want to be misunderstood all the time, so starting the live broadcast was the best choice. Hearing this, the faces of the leaders darkened. They looked at each other, and then discussed a few words in a low voice. After a moment, Zenin Osamu stood up, squinting at Yaga Mazamichi. "We can give Gojo Naruto this chance, but the Sukuna fingers are very dangerous. If he fails to destroy them, our Jutsu General Administration Department must reclaim the Sukuna fingers and take unified care of them, including the 4 fingers of the Gojo family." Yaga Mazamichi looked at Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru beside him, and Gojo Satoru nodded slightly. Seeing this, Yaga Mazamichi replied to Zenin Fan, saying, "Okay, we can agree to your request, then please move to the square." Yaga Mazamichi breathed a sigh of relief. Although no one has been able to destroy Sukuna's finger for so many years, he is not sure that Gojo Naru can do it, but he thinks that Gojo Naru is not an ordinary person, and there is also Gojo Satoru. It seems that there is a chance. As long as they can destroy 1 finger together, they can keep the other fingers in high school. If you look at it this way, the chances are still great. They have Geto Suguru, who is superclass curse power, Gojo Satoru, a true superclass sorcerer, Yeri Shoko, who is proficient in reverse cursed technique, and Gojo Naru's Zanpakutō as the finale. If the target is just a finger, there may be a chance. Soon, Yaga Mazamichi unleashed the barrier and led them to the square from last time. At this moment, the news that Gojo Naruto was planning to livestream the destruction of Sukuna's finger also shocked the entire world of sorcery. Following behind Yaga Mazamichi, looking at Gojo Satoru and the others with serious faces, Iori Yutaheim could no longer sit still. She quickly asked, "Teacher Yuki, is Gojo really planning to destroy Sukuna's finger? He's even starting a live broadcast. Isn't that a bit too impulsive?" Mei also whispered, "It is true that they are a little impulsive. I think they just want to take this opportunity to take the Sukuna finger for themselves. If they fail to destroy the Tokyo High School, I am afraid that the Gojo family's 9 years of hard work will be in vain. Although they are from Kyoto High School, they are also willing to support the sister school. After all, Tokyo High School and Kyoto High School are of the same origin." Of course, Jujo Yuki also understood what was happening. She stared at Gojo Satoru, frowned, and asked, "Gojo Satoru, are you and Naruto-kun really going to destroy Sukuna's finger?" Gojo Satoru nodded. Since Ming said so, he must not be joking. He has already rushed back to the Gojo family to get the remaining 4 fingers. "Why? Are you worried about him?" Jujo Yuki shook his head and smiled. "Why would I worry about someone who broke the admission record of Jujutsu High School as soon as he woke up? But you actually set your sights on destroying Sukuna's finger? You're worthy of being the one I picked. You're really amazing." Gojo Satoru looked at Jujo Yuki curiously and said, "Do you trust Ming so much?" Jujo Yuki looked at Gojo Satoru and smiled. Could it be that Minkuin, has he ever failed? Suddenly, Gojo Satoru fell silent. Soon, the news was passed back to the Incantation Directorate. In the meeting room, everyone was shocked by the news from the senior officer. They really didn't expect Gojo Naruto to be so bold as to destroy Sukuna's finger live. But they couldn't refuse this reason. After all, being able to destroy Sukuna's finger must be a great thing for the world of sorcery. A man glanced at Yagyu Hidetsugu and couldn't help but frown and asked, "By the way, are the freshmen in technical colleges so arrogant nowadays? However, we can give them a chance. Otherwise, they will say that our directorate is unreasonable. But if we fail, I hope that the Gojo family will strictly abide by the agreement and hand over all the Sukuna fingers to the Jutsu General Administration Department for strict supervision." Yagyu Hidetsugu looked at the man with a righteous face and sneered secretly. It was obvious that he was not only interested in the 2 fingers from the high school, but also the 4 fingers from the Gojo family. It even said to give them a chance. However, when Yagyu Hidetsugu saw Gojo Naruto was about to take action, he didn't care. He just took a sip of tea and said, "Since it's all agreed, I don't have any problem with it. Let's wait and see what happens next." There are 5 Ming attacks. He wasn't too worried. After all, Gojo Naruto would never do anything without certainty. The other party seemed to know that Gojo Ming was more troublesome, so he solemnly warned, "Keep an eye on the scene at all times. If the high officer's action fails, immediately collect all the Sukuna fingers. Don't give the high officer a chance to regret it." Deep inside the Hongxing Palace, Tenjin slowly opened her eyes, and she sensed the power of other Zanpakutō. It's Nishizuku, Yeri Shoko, and Gojo Neru. Are they going back to the Gojo family? She frowned immediately. She put down the Zanpakutō in her hand, which still couldn't resonate, and began to connect to the Tenjin network. Immediately, information from within the barrier began to flow towards her. After a moment, Tinyuan's mouth corners slightly raised. "I didn't expect that Gojo Neru's purpose was to destroy Sukuna's finger. It's really interesting." She naturally knew Gojo Neru, who had started collecting Sukuna fingers 9 years ago. Although she was curious, she was also a person who could resist her curiosity. Therefore, she never questioned Gojo Neru's purpose. Now the truth is finally revealed. This answer is really surprising, Gojo Ming. Tianyuan suddenly smiled like a flower. However, which one is more powerful, Sukuna's finger or Zanpakutō? Tenjin couldn't help but look closely at the Zanpakutō in his hand. "It's really interesting. I might as well pay attention to it." Tianyuan stood up and stretched, inadvertently showing off her graceful body. These days, she has been resonating with her Zanpakutō and seems to have caught some clues, but it is far from enough. This time, Gojo Naruto should also use his Zanpakutō-esque Shirkai and Bankai to see if he can see some opportunities for resonance. "Come on, Gojo Neru." Tianyuan laughed softly. While Tenjin was sensing the outside world, the Gojo family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families, also received a message from the Jujutsu High School. A study room in the Gojo family. Gojo Shionyin frowned immediately after listening to Gojo Shinichi's report. Although the current public opinion is that Gojo Naruto is looking for a reason not to hand in Sukuna's finger. His purpose is to use the power of Sukuna's finger to restore his Zanpakutō. They also thought that this was Gojo Neru's purpose, and even planned to let Gojo Shinichi go to provide assistance to Gojo Neru. But now, seeing Gojo Neru's plan to live broadcast the destruction of his finger, he felt a little uncertain. He rubbed his forehead and wondered. "We spent a lot of energy and carried out 9 years of collection activities, and the result is to destroy the Sukuna fingers that we collected with great difficulty." Wu Xiaoxiong Yin suddenly had a headache. Regardless of whether it can be destroyed or not, this reason is not as credible as the rumor that it can be used to repair the Zanpakutō. But Gojo Naruto still dared to speak out and chose to live broadcast. Wu Xiaoxiong Yin couldn't help rubbing his eyes, feeling puzzled. Gojo Shinichi seemed to have seen the confusion in Gojo Xionyin's heart, so he said seriously, "Acting, it is said that Master Ming will destroy the fingers collected by our Gojo family as well, and it seems that he is on his way back. Why don't we ask him in person when the time comes?" "I'm afraid I'd have to ask Gojo Ming in person to find out what he really thinks." Wu Xiaoxiong pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's fine. Then Shuani, notify me as soon as Ming comes back." Gojo Shun nodded and left the study. At the same time, Gojo Neru's remarks also caused a storm in the Kumo family and the Zenin family. Kumo's family meeting room. Kamen narrowed his eyes and thought, "Interesting, Gojo Naruto wants to destroy Sukuna's finger, and he has made a promise?" Being in a high position, he couldn't help but think deeply. Gojo Naruto obviously wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Does he really have confidence? Below, a member of Kumo's family laughed and said, "Master, how could the Sukuna finger be destroyed? Didn't Gojo Neru clearly give the Sukuna finger to us?" Kamanaka looked at the tribesman and shook his head slightly, saying, "Gojo Naruto is not a fool. He spent so much effort to collect the 4 Sukuna fingers. It is impossible for him to give them away. I am afraid he really has the confidence to destroy the Sukuna fingers." This is not the first time he has dealt with Gojo Neru. The man's face changed. "How is it possible?" "Master, if Sukuna's finger was really destroyed by Gojo Naruto, then our plan—" Kamen waved his hand and squinted his eyes and said, "Whether Gojo Naruto succeeds or not, we must take this finger back. Please give me instructions, Patriarch." The man in black said with sweat on his forehead. Kamen smiled and said, "Things have developed to this point. We can no longer stop them easily, so we have to wait and see for now. If Gojo Naruto and the others fail to destroy it, we will just recycle it. If they really show the ability to destroy the finger, we will come forward and interrupt them for the purpose of detection. And by then, Gojo Naruto will show enough strength to destroy Sukuna's finger. This is something that the entire curse world is probably unwilling to see. I believe we will have a lot of helpers by then." Gojo Ming sighed and shook his head slightly, saying, "Please inform the Chanyuan family about this matter. For now on, we just need to wait patiently. It would take more than a short time to destroy all 6 Sukuna fingers." Kaname smiled and said in his heart. Meanwhile, at Zenin's house, after being informed by the Kumo family, their Zen temple family also maintained a wait-and-see attitude. But they also began to deploy combat forces to the scene as required, and began to guard against counterattacks after the fallout with the High Commissioner. After all, this matter is related to the special cursed object, Sukuna finger. It's definitely not a small matter, but with Zen Fan on the scene, they were relatively confident that they could control the situation. While everyone was discussing this, Gojo Neru and Yurishoko rushed back to the Gojo family on the Nishizuku. But it seems as leisurely as if going on an autumn outing. "Nari, the scumbags seem to be under a lot of pressure at school. Is it okay for us to be so leisurely?" Yurishoko looked at Gojo Neru worriedly. Gojo Ming glanced at the girl, took her hand, and comforted her. "Even if we show that we are very worried, we can't change the situation immediately. In this case, we might as well relax a little and trust them. They will never let us down at the critical moment." "That's true." Seeing that Yurishoko's nervousness seemed to have eased a little, Gojo Neru smiled and said nothing more. In fact, he chose to broadcast live in public in order to protect the Jujutsu High School. Even if the other party is under the name of the Cursed General Administration Department, they still have to have a legitimate reason. Since Chanyuan Shan and the others had signed a contract with him, it was absolutely impossible for them to break the agreement and attack the senior officer before he took any action. So there is absolutely no need for him to worry too much. Moreover, if a real fight comes, with 2 top-grade sorcerers, Gojo Satoru and Kujiyuki, they won't necessarily be at a disadvantage. The speed of Nishizuku is actually very fast, and there's a unique beauty of riding a car. They soon passed the Hongxing Palace. Although Gojo Naruto also wanted to see Tenjin to see whether her Zanpakutō had completed the Shurikai, but he didn't have time to spare now. And judging from the timing of the Astral Plasma event, Tianyuan seems to be able to hold on for a while. Anyway, let's wait until the troubles around us are resolved before going to see her, Gojo Ming said lightly in his heart. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes were immediately attracted by the scene below. Yurishoko also reflected. She immediately frowned and said, "Ming, the person below seems to have encountered a cursed spirit, and the cursed power seems to have reached the 1st level. The use of Nishizuku does not rely on cursed energy. Therefore, If they did not reveal their identities voluntarily, it would be difficult for ordinary sorcerers to detect their tracks during the high-speed operation. Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced downward, and his mind moved. The cursed spirit is a good test target. Let him try out the power of his newly acquired skills. However, the person in front of me seems familiar. Gojo Ming glanced at the young men below and felt that he couldn't find anyone familiar. Isn't he a famous character in the original story? But never mind, just save him. At this time, below, in a dilapidated ruin, a young boy in a black buttoned school uniform was already covered in wounds. He fell to the ground, but his eyes were still fixed on the cursed spirit in front of him. His eyes looked a little cold and grim. He didn't expect that he would be attacked by the cursed spirit at this time. I was really too careless. He wanted to call for help, but there were no sorcerers around, and ordinary people couldn't see the cursed spirits. He felt that his physical strength was gradually overdrawn, and his curse power was also a little exhausted. Damn it, Nanami Kento, stand up. But his overdrawn body obviously did not allow him to achieve his wish. Am I going to die here? Nanami Kento covered his injured right arm and looked at the cursed spirit in front of him dejectedly. Oh, never mind. So, I hate dealing with cursed spirits the most. Soon, Nanami Kento gave up resistance. A first-level cursed spirit was obviously not something he could handle at his level. Everyone is going to die one day anyway. He suddenly felt a little disappointed. But at this moment, a terrifying white lightning suddenly fell from the sky and instantly pierced through the first-level cursed spirit in front of Nanami Kento, and created a big pit not far in front of him. Nanami Kento was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. This is a curse. A passing sorcerer saved him. He immediately looked in the direction where the spell was cast, but only found a huge green manta, ray-like creature turning away. Nanami Kento also saw the backs of two people wearing Jujutsu high school uniforms sitting on it, a man and a woman. The man's tall figure and white hair immediately attracted his attention. Could that be Senior Gojo Satoru from Jujutsu High School? Nanami Kento asked in surprise. He had an impression of the huge creature. During these 9 years, as the six-eyes magician of the Gojo family, Gojo Satoru would occasionally ride on this giant biological fish when performing missions. To exaggerate, it has almost become a symbol of his mission, especially with his white hair. It is simply too obvious. Nanami Kento was immediately touched and murmured, I didn't expect that this time I would be saved by Senior Gojo Satoru. Nanami Kento looked at the ruins around him, then looked at his own miserable state and said helplessly, Nanami Kento, you are really miserable. But he insisted on getting up. The young man patted the dirt off his body and said calmly, Speaking of which, Senior Gojo has also entered the Jujutsu High School recently. How about I also apply for the Jujutsu High School next year? Well, I hope that I can help others like Senior Gojo Satoru did, so that Senior Gojo won't have saved my life in vain. Therefore, Nanami Kento finally made up his mind about whether to go to a regular high school or a technical high school for magic. Then go to Jujutsu High School. Come on, Nanami Kento. After rescuing the boy, Gojo Naruto ordered Nishizuku to continue heading towards the Gojo family. For Gojo Naruto, what happened just now was just an episode that couldn't be any smaller. I just happened to save a young boy I didn't know. It didn't take much effort anyway. Ming, your spell is really powerful. From such a long distance, you killed that first-level cursed spirit in one strike. Yeri Shoko said in surprise with eyes wide open. Although he had just learned that Gojo Naru was able to master spells after waking up. But this time, seeing it with his own eyes gave him a different feeling. Gojo Ming smiled and said, It's okay. In fact, he was a little surprised. Just now he used the fourth way of breaking, White Thunder, which he had comprehended while fighting against the special grade cursed spirit. Originally, I just wanted to try it out. After all, he had just mastered the way of the ghost not long ago. It's still such a long distance. He also didn't expect that he could kill a first-level cursed spirit with just one strike. He was also thinking that if he couldn't kill the cursed spirit with one strike, he would just try all the ghost ways he had obtained last time. But it turned out that it was totally unnecessary. It seems that the spiritual pressure given to him by the system is indeed very strong. Judging from the input, it seems to be equivalent to the level of a special grade sorcerer. This surprised Gojo Naruto quite a bit. Nishizuku hurried as fast as she could, and soon, Yuri Shoko and Gojo Neru returned to the Gojo family. Gojo Neru's familiar outfit, coupled with the iconic Nishizuku, did not stop him from doing anything, and he walked straight into the Gojo residence. The first person to get the news was Gojo Shinichi, who quickly informed Gojo Kumamoto and arranged for people to start entertaining Yuri Shoko. A simple tea house for welcoming guests. The servant poured a cup of tea for Yuri Shoko and Gojo Neru. Gojo Ming picked up the teacup and began to wait patiently. But not long after, he heard hurried footsteps coming. Suddenly, the sliding door of the living room was opened. It turned out to be the 5 bear flames. Gojo Shionyan walked in and looked at Gojo Ming with excitement. Gojo Shinichi also followed closely behind. "Ming, you are finally back," Wu Tiaoxiong Yin said excitedly. "I didn't expect that the first thing you did after waking up was to go to the Jujutsu High School without even telling us." Although I was still very excited. But the words that Wu Tiaoxiong Yin said later clearly contained some complaints. How could anyone sleep for 9 years? After waking up, he didn't go home, but went to school. Gojo Shinichi also said, "Yes, Master Ming, we have been very worried about you in the past 9 years. Gojo Ming also smiled helplessly and said, "I really didn't expect that I would sleep for so long, but you don't have to worry too much about my safety in Hongxing Palace." Gojo Xiongyan rolled his eyes at Gojo Ming and said, "Although we don't have to worry about external dangers with Lord Tianyuan here, we are mainly worried that you will continue to sleep. If you sleep for another 10 or 8 years, my old bones will not be able to bear this acting position." Upon hearing this, Gojo Ming also laughed awkwardly. After all, for him, it was just a simple sleep, but he didn't expect that 9 years had passed in the outside world. Gojo Xiongyan patted Gojo Ming's shoulder and suggested, "Since you are back now, how about you take over the responsibility of acting as the deputy sometime? It's time for my old bones to retire. I've discussed this with Shuani and the others before, and no one has any objections." Upon hearing this, Gojo Ming was stunned. Yuri Shoko, who was standing by, was also choked by Gojo Kuma's words. She looked at Gojo Kumamoto and Gojo Neru in surprise. 5 Ming? Substitute? As a family of sorcery, Yuri Shoko naturally knew what it meant to act on behalf of the Gojo family. "How old is Ming? This is too fast." Yuri Shoko was a little surprised. Gojo Neru's condition was not much better than Yuri Shoko's. He looked at Gojo Kamane and Gojo Shinichi, and couldn't help but look strange. "Now? I'm the agent of the Gojo family?" Gojo Kamahara nodded in confirmation and said with a smile, "Of course, since you have reached this age, you will succeed us as the next acting governor of the Gojo family, which is what we all want, although I can retire early." Seeing this, Gojo Shinichi also said excitedly, "Master Ming, we're also ready to take back our things from the Zenin family and the Kumo family under your leadership." Yuri Shoko's mood began to become subtle. She didn't expect that Gojo Neru had such a high status in the Gojo family. He had just woken up not long ago, and the Gojo family asked him to take over. In this situation, no one should refuse. After all, this status is too high in the world of sorcery. As the head of the Gojo family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families, it's hard for anyone to turn down this position. Thinking of this, Yuri Shoko's eyes were suddenly filled with emotion. But after meeting the excited gazes of Gojo Xiongyan and Gojo Shinichi, Gojo Ming was silent for a moment and said helplessly, "Sorry, acting Shinichi, I'm afraid I can't take over the position of acting now." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Gojo Naruto to refuse. The 5 bear flames were stunned. "Ming, why? Can you give me a reason?" Gojo Shinichi also wondered. "Yes, Master Ming. You should know that this position has been prepared for you since 9 years ago." Gojo Ming said helplessly, Even so, you are too casual. I haven't fully understood the situation 9 years later. You just throw the position of acting to me in a few words. This is not acceptable. Gojo Xiongyin then realized that indeed, they had not yet had time to communicate with Gojo Ming. Moreover, Gojo Ming came back this time with a mission, and it was obvious that he could not stay in the Gojo family for long. If the acting position was handed over to Gojo Neru like this, it would indeed seem a bit perfunctory. Wu Chao Xiongyin coughed lightly and said helplessly, "Ahem, Na Ming, then I will help you act for a while. When you finish what you are doing, find a chance to come back with Wu. Gojo Naruto, I'll find some time to prepare myself mentally. Gojo Kuma, how? You came back this time probably to take Sukuna's finger." Gojo Ming nodded and said, "That's right." He explained this matter before he fell asleep. In addition, the information from the Polytechnic Institute has probably already reached Wu Chao Xiongyan's ears. So Gojo Naruto didn't want to explain too much. Gojo Xiongyan was silent for a moment and said in confusion, "Well, we have tried our best to collect 4 Sukuna fingers in the past 9 years. I will let Shuni take them for you now." "Okay, I'll get it right away." After receiving the order, Gojo Shinichi turned and left. Gojo Xiongyan looked at Gojo Ming, who looked calm, and asked curiously, "Ming, can you tell me what you really think?" Gojo Naruto asked in confusion. Didn't you all receive the news about destroying Sukuna's finger?" Hearing Gojo Ming's words, Gojo Xiongyan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the purpose of Duifeng's asking him to collect Sukuna was actually to destroy Sukuna's finger. "Mura, are you really going to destroy Sukuna's finger and make such an agreement? Isn't this a thankless task?" Gojo Kumahara glanced at Gojo Ming and said helplessly, "After all, Sukuna's finger has never been destroyed by anyone in history." He had previously thought that Gojo Neru really needed to rely on Sukuna's finger to restore the power of his Zanpakutō. Gojo Ming looked at Gojo Xiongyan and said seriously, "It's okay, leave it to me. I will definitely destroy Sukuna's finger. I have been preparing for it 9 years ago. Just trust me." Seeing that Gojo Ming said this so seriously, Gojo Xiongyan didn't say anything else. Just like they believe that Gojo Neru can be a good agent for the Gojo family. Since Gojo Neru is confident, they will naturally choose to believe in Gojo Neru and believe in their own choice. Gojo Neru and Gojo Kumamoto walked out of the tea room while chatting, but Yeri Shoko tactfully did not follow them. They walked along the long corridor in the courtyard of the Gojo mansion. Gojo Ming looked at the scenery in the yard and said with emotion, "It seems that there have been some major changes at home." Gojo Xiongyan glanced at Gojo Ming and joked, "Yes, after all, 9 years have passed. Look, I have a lot more white hair. You should take over the position as acting governor and let me lie on the rattan chair and bask in the sun." Gojo Naruto smiled and said, The Gojo family is fine now. I see that the Zenin family and the Kamo family in the Jujutsu General Administration are both coming in force." Gojo Kuma nodded and said, "The family situation is indeed worse than it was 9 years ago. The actions of the Kamo and Zenin families in recent years are indeed much more radical than in previous years." Gojo Ming frowned and asked why. Wu Chao Xiongyan was silent for a moment and said solemnly, "It is rumored that a child who has mastered the red blood manipulation technique was born in the Kamo family." Gojo Ming frowned slightly. The red blood manipulation technique inherited by the Kamo family is comparable to the 6 eyes of the Gojo family. No wonder they are so targeted. Gojo Ming touched his chin and asked, "What about Wu?" With Wu here for the past 9 years, the Zenin family and the Kamo family shouldn't dare to go too far, right? Even if he fell into a deep sleep. Gojo Satoru is also a well-deserved 6 eyes magician, and the strongest 6 eyes magician in history. Logically, even if the Kamo family awakened a descendant with the red blood manipulation technique, they should not dare to go so far. Hearing this name, Gojo Kamayan suddenly had a headache. Wu, although he has made great progress in the past few years, his focus has always been on exorcising the cursed spirit and recovering Sukuna's finger with other personnel. Moreover, he doesn't care about family affairs. Gojo Ming nodded and immediately understood the situation. He really has never paid much attention to this kind of thing. Gojo Xiongyin patted Gojo Ming on the shoulder and urged him, "So you have to pay more attention and come back to take over the position of acting." Wu Tiaoming laughed and said, "I'll finish what I'm doing first and then think about it." "Okay," Wu Xiongyin said with a smile. But soon, Gojo Shinichi came back with a container in his hand. Inside are the Sukuna fingers that the Gojo family has collected over the past 9 years. Gojo Ming took the container and then checked it. "Found no problem." "No problem. I'll rush back then. I'm worried that if I leave for too long, something unexpected might happen at the college." Gojo Xiongyin also knew the seriousness of the matter, but he did not force Gojo Ming to chat here. Afterwards, Gojo Neru and Yuri Shoko bid farewell to Gojo Kumamoto and Gojo Shinichi and left the Gojo family. Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Kamane escorted them to the door. After looking at Rishiku's departing back for a long time, he smiled slightly and turned away. Gojo Shinichi asked with some concern, "Deputy, do you really not need me to go over and protect Master Ming?" Gojo Kamahara looked at Gojo Shinichi. "Don't worry, Shinichi, you've known Naruto for so many years, don't you? Now that I know there's nothing wrong with his Zanpakutō, I'm not worried about him. I just hope he can finish his work soon and come back to take over the position so I can go lie on the rattan chair and bask in the sun. Of course, it would be nice to hug a grandchild. The girl from Yuri's family seems to be pretty good and a good match for Ming." Gojo Shinichi looked helpless. "Deputy, you are too impatient. This still depends on Master Ming's own opinion." "Ahem, indeed. Ming has just started technical high school, so he is still some distance away from marriageable age. He must at least graduate first." On the way back to the Jujutsu high school, Gojo Ming didn't say anything, but looked down silently, watching the Gojo family become smaller and smaller until they finally disappeared. Yuri Shoko suddenly asked, "Mura, why did you give up the position of acting as the Gojo family representative? Looking at the entire world of sorcery, this position is absolutely an extremely exciting one." Gojo Neru looked at Yuri Shoko and said in a deep voice, "The inheritance of the Gojo family is a matter of great importance. It cannot be decided so easily. If it is exposed, the whole situation will become very troublesome." Yuri Shoko thought, "You mean the Kumo family and the Zenin family might be doing something bad in secret? After all, the competition among the big three sorcerer families is becoming increasingly fierce, and these sorcery families also have to choose sides. Just like their Yuri family, they have always had a favorable relationship with the Gojo family." Gojo Naruto pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "The Zenin family is fine. In recent years, their younger generation has fallen into decline and is not as strong as before. However, the Kumo family has regained control of the red blood manipulation technique this year, so I'm afraid it's not going to be very stable." Yuri Shoko was silent. "Nara, I can help you." Gojo Nero looked at Yuri Shoko in surprise and smiled. "That's not necessary. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. 9 years ago, I was able to dominate them and become their shadow. 9 years later, I can still defeat them." Yuri Shoko looked at Gojo Neru and smiled. "Ming is still the same as he was 9 years ago. After running for a long time, I saw the Spell Academy getting closer and closer. Slowly, Rishizuku's chewing slowed down. Yuri Shoko smiled and said, "Nari, we're almost back to the high school." Gojo Ming nodded. When they saw the college, the people there also noticed them. I saw a group of people surrounding the college, and most of them were sorcerers. If nothing unexpected happens, they all came to see Gojo Neru destroy Sukuna's fingers. Gojo Ming frowned slightly, but he still drove Rishizuku down directly. After all, he had said that it would be destroyed publicly. He didn't know what to say. Those people knew it was Gojo Ming, so they tactfully made way for him. In other words, they had to give way to Gojo Naruto. Otherwise, if you offend this gentleman, who knows what the consequences will be? But their eyes fell on the container in Gojo Ming's hand, and they all swallowed. That's Sukuna's finger. There are 4 of them. If you don't want to die, Just keep looking. That's Gojo Naruto. I'm just saying, I'm not stupid. Do you think the high school can really destroy Sukuna's finger? If Gojo Naruto can use his Zanpakutō, he might have a chance. If not, I guess Shien. I don't think so. I think his brother Gojo Satoru is also quite powerful. He exorcised a special grade cursed spirit by himself before he entered school. I think he is the biggest trump card. I think Geto Suguru is not bad either. Although he relies more on cursed spirits in battle, his cursed energy reserves are not lower than Gojo Satoru. I think they might have a chance. Anyway, they will be broadcasting live later. We will know whether there is a chance or not. I think the chance is not high. There have been many geniuses in the world for thousands of years, but I have never heard of anyone who can destroy Sukuna's finger. Gojo Ming ignored the voice behind him. He and Yurishoko walked straight into the high school and soon noticed Yagamazamichi, who was obviously waiting for them. Yagamazamichi quickly walked towards him, looked at the container in Gojo Naruto's hand, and asked, "How is it? Are you confident?" To be honest, he still doesn't have much confidence. Gojo Ming smiled and said, "Of course." He didn't think that Sukuna's finger was really indestructible. No one had been able to destroy it before. It was just that the output was not strong enough. But he doesn't lack this thing. Yagamazamichi seemed to have seen through Gojo Naru's thoughts and said helplessly, "Gojo Naru, don't underestimate Sukuna. He was the Curse King from 1,000 years ago. He alone crushed the entire world of curses." Gojo Ming nodded. "Okay, I understand. I will do my best when the time comes." Yagamazamichi said as he walked. "Okay, let's go to the Jiku now. We will carry out this operation in the Jiku. Gojo Satoru and Principal Sekiguchi are already waiting for us there." Gojo Narukaku was very familiar with it. After all, in order to forge his Zanpakutō, he had raided the Kikudos of both the Gojo and Zenin families. But it doesn't matter to him where he is. At this time, the spell is highly specialized and the library is taboo. Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru stood beside Principal Sekiguchi, and Yuki Kujuku did not let his guard down either. Quite a few people have gathered here, and those who can come here are generally of good status. In addition to Chanyuan Shan and others who arrived early, many larger spellcasting families also arranged people to come over. But they all remained silent. Soon, under everyone's gaze, several more people came over. No one knew the people next to them, but Gojo Ming in the middle was quite famous as a direct descendant of the big three sorcerer families. When Chanyuan Shan saw Jia Maoming, his expression immediately eased a lot. Now there were people from both the Gojo family and the Chanyuan family present. Now, if the Jujutsu High School really cannot destroy the finger, it will be very difficult for them to deny their responsibility. Jia Maoming nodded to the Zen fan, but said nothing. Gojo Satoru looked at Zenin fan and Gojo Ming, and suddenly his expression became unfriendly. Most of what happened today was caused by them, so Gojo Satoru naturally had no intention of giving them a good face. At this time, in the sight of everyone, Yagamazamichi appeared in the Jiku with Gojo Naru and Yurishoko. Seeing Gojo Ming and the container in his hand, the atmosphere in the field immediately reached a climax. As Gojo Naru and Yurishoko appeared, the others quickly looked over to them. They're all waiting for Gojo Naru and Yurishoko to come back. For today's event, Gojo Naru is definitely the undisputed protagonist. Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru saw them. I breathed a sigh of relief. It took them a long time to get back, and they were carrying several Sukuna fingers with them. Even though Gojo Naruto was very powerful, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Suddenly, Zenin Shan and Gojo Ming, who were standing nearby, also looked towards Gojo Ming, and a sneer appeared on their lips. But Gojo Ming had a calm expression and ignored them. He noticed the positions of Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. They were facing the members of the opposition and the general director from a distance and were wary of each other. Yukiji Kujuku also stood beside the principal, Sekiguchi Sekiji, with his arms folded, apparently acting as a guard. Except them. Gojo Ming also noticed a face that made him feel a little surprised. Yagyu Seimin. He nodded expressionlessly at Gojo Naruto. But Gojo Ming soon understood in his heart that it was probably Yagyu Hidetsugu who sent him to check and balance the Zenin Uga family mouming. Seeing Gojo Naru return, Sekiguchi Tsukiji also stood up with a smile. Seeing the newcomer, Yeri Shoko and Gojo Naru both bowed and said, "Principal Sekiguchi." Sekiguchi Kiyoshi smiled slightly, then said, "No need to be polite. How is the mission?" Gojo Ming nodded and said with a smile, "I have brought the 4 Sukuna fingers stored at the Gojo family." At this time, Sekiguchi Kiyoshi looked at Gojo Naru again and said solemnly, "Gojo Naru, if you want to withdraw now, it's not too late. You can also take the 4 Sukuna fingers of the Gojo family back. If you are sure, I'm afraid our high school will not be able to help you keep your Gojo family's fingers." He felt that Gojo Naruto was a little too impulsive and there was no need to sacrifice their own Sukuna finger. Gojo Ming naturally understood what Sekiguchi Kiyoshi was thinking and wanted to say, and he was about to open his mouth to reject the other party's kindness. Zenin Shan at the side spoke first. He stared at the container in Gojo Naruto's hand with slightly fiery eyes, licked his lips, and then said with a sarcastic smile, "Principal Sekiguchi, since this is an agreement made by the students of your school, are we going to break it in public? Could it be that some people got scared after seeing Sukuna's finger with their own eyes?" Hearing this, Sekiguchi Seiji frowned. He also understood that Zenin Shan might have taken a fancy to Sukuna's finger on Gojo clan's hand and was planning to use provocation to anger Gojo Naru. Gojo Ming glanced at the other party, but didn't care too much. He said lightly, "It's okay, Principal Sekiguchi, let's get started." Principal Sekiguchi seemed to be hesitant to speak, but seeing the boy's determined expression, he couldn't help but sigh sadly. But considering that this person is Gojo Naru, maybe he can really create a miracle. Zenin Shan, who was standing by, burst into laughter when he heard what Gojo Ming said. He was really worried about Gojo Naruto, so he just chose to give up. In that case, although they could recover the 2 Sukuna fingers, they would be helpless against the 4 from the Gojo family. As they're all big 3 sorcerer families, it is naturally impossible for them to tear each other apart and snatch it in front of each other. If Gojo Naruto can deliver it himself. He turned around and left, and his voice echoed back with a hint of playfulness and teasing. "Okay, Gojo Naru, I want to see how you guys at Jujutsu High School are going to destroy Sukuna's finger." The current situation couldn't be better. The corners of Shan Yuanshin's mouth curled up slightly. Gojo Naruto is still as arrogant as he was 9 years ago. Seeing that Gojo Ming was determined, Sekiguchi Kiyoshi said nothing more. He turned to look at Yaga Mazamichi and said solemnly, "In that case, Yaga, you should start preparing." "Yes, Principal Sekiguchi." While Gojo Naru went back to retrieve his finger, Yaga Mazamichi had already prepared the live broadcast of the Curse Corpse and was ready to start at any time. Immediately, the cursed power in Yaga Mazamichi's body began to flow and was immediately infused into the live cursed tool. At this time, the screens scattered all over the place began to slowly wake up, and the scene of Jiku suddenly appeared on the screen. Outside the college, some of the sorcerers watching the live broadcast were shocked. What? The Jujutsu High School is really going to try to destroy Sukuna's finger? It's not Jujutsu High School. It was said that Gojo Naru mentioned it. He is really a lunatic. Doesn't he know that Sukuna's finger cannot be destroyed? It's hard to say. Although Sukuna's finger has never been destroyed in the past 1,000 years, the one who wants to destroy it today is Gojo Naruto, who has a Zanpakutō. His brother Gojo Satoru is also a top-class sorcerer. If they work together, he might actually have a chance. Seeing that the Jujutsu High School had really started a live broadcast, the crowd suddenly burst into exclamations of disbelief. At first they thought it was a gimmick of the Jujutsu High School. I didn't expect it to be true. At this time, in a residential building somewhere in Tokyo. "Lohou, kill him directly. Don't give him a chance to escape," Okatsu Yudo shouted. Luhu frowned upon hearing this, but looking at the cursed spirit that was about to escape, he felt helpless and lightly tapped his fingers. The finger-cursed spirit was suddenly wrapped in flames, and a hissing scream suddenly broke out. Lohou had no intention of letting him go and continued to use his crazy curse power until the cursed spirit fell down and turned into a piece of charcoal. Seeing this, Lohou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, it frowned and looked at Okatsu, the tourist standing beside it. Okatsu, can you be more serious when you are on a mission? Okatsuyudo spread his hands and said with a nonchalant smile, Sorry, Lohou. I'm not as strong as it is, and you are here. Lohou was furious and roared at Okatsuyudo. What do you mean I'm here? You're also a member of the mission, and your combat power is not weak either. So use your Zanpakutō next time, and don't slack off every time you go on mission with me. After Lohou finished speaking, he sighed angrily. He felt really tired of going on missions with Okatsuyudo. Suddenly, a cell phone rang between the two of them, and they both subconsciously reached for their phones. Lohou discovered that it was not his phone. It's my cell phone, Okatsu said with a smile. Hello, Shinji. After listening to what Shinji said, Okatsuyudo's expression became serious. What did you say? Okay, I understand. Lohou and I'll go back right away. Seeing Okatsu's solemn expression, Lohou hurriedly asked, Okatsu, what happened? Okatsuyurin looked at Lohou and said solemnly, Boss, it seems that you are planning to destroy the collected Sukuna fingers at Jujutsu High School. Destroy Sukuna's finger? As a special grade curse spirit, Lohou naturally understands the horror of Sukuna's fingers better than ordinary people. He looked up at Okatsuyudo in shock and suddenly said in surprise, How is it possible? Okatsu, you are not lying to me again. The Sukuna finger has been around for thousands of years. How could anyone have such an idea? After all, thousands of years have fully proved to everyone how powerful and indestructible Sukuna's fingers are. Even if the opponent is the powerful Gojo Naruto, he can't help but feel a little mysterious. Okatsuyudo nodded and said, Of course it's true, and the boss not only wants to destroy it, but also starts a live broadcast of the cursed corpse to destroy Sukuna's finger in front of everyone. Lohou's heart was trembling, shaking violently. Could it be that he wants to take this opportunity to announce his return to the world of sorcery? Although everyone already knew about Gojo Naru's return, not many people believed in his strength. And now, this is obviously an opportunity to deter villains. Let's hurry back. At this moment, the five houses. Ever since Gojo Naru and Yuri Shoko left home, they were indeed feeling a little worried. They all knew that Gojo Naru must be using this opportunity to intimidate the Zenin and Kumo families. If it really succeeds, I'm sure the Zenin family and the Kumo family will definitely restrain themselves a lot. In that case, his life as the agent of the Gojo family would indeed be a lot easier. But if it fails, not only will it fail to have a deterrent effect, but the Gojo family situation will probably become even more difficult. And, most importantly, the Kumo family and the Zenin family will also receive the fingers they have worked so hard to collect. Although he didn't feel too bad about giving it away, it was given to the Kumo family and the Zenin family, who had gone to so much trouble to plot against Sukuna's finger. At present, Gojo Shionyin cannot guess what conspiracy they have, but it is basically certain that they are not very friendly to their Gojo family. I don't know if Master Ming has returned to the technical high school. Gojo Shinichi also said worriedly, On behalf of the young masters, maybe I should go and lend a helping hand. Although his strength is far inferior to Gojo Naruto's now, one more person means one more strength after all. Seeing that Gojo Shinichi's face seemed to be uneasy, Gojo Shionyin comforted him. Shinichi, since Ming didn't bring you with him, you should stay at home with peace of mind. If nothing unexpected happens, Ming will have his own considerations. We just need to wait for his news with peace of mind. Gojo Shinichi heard this. He nodded, and then the atmosphere began to fall silent. They were becoming increasingly anxious. If it were for Nishizuku, Gojo Naruto should have returned to school a long time ago. Why is there still no news from the higher vocational college? Wu Qiao Xiongyin frowned. As one of the big three sorcerer families, they naturally also have tools specifically designed to link to live broadcasts of cursed corpses. but there is still no response till now. Gojo Xiongyan couldn't help but worry about Gojo Ming's safety. Although, with Gojo Naruto's strength, he felt that his worries were unnecessary. But when I think about the fact that Gojo Naru has 4 Sukuna fingers on his body, if there is someone who knows the relevant information, it is not impossible to target the 5 items specifically. Gojo Shinichi shook his head helplessly. There is still no news from the Polytechnic College. Wu Xiaoxiong Yin exhaled. Wait a little longer. He knew that launching a large-scale live broadcast of the Cursed Corpse would indeed take some time to prepare. Shuani, report to me immediately if you have any news. After saying that, the 5 Xiongyan stood up, but the next moment, the live broadcast curse in Gojo Shinichi's hand lit up, and immediately, a screen slowly opened and began to project the images inside the high school library. The angle of the picture is rather strange, as if it was a candid shot, and it may be because the brightness of the library is originally low. The clarity of the picture gave them the feeling that they were watching a pirated movie. Gojo Xiongyan paused. He looked up at the screen, looking at the images of the high-level Jiku, Gojo Ming, and Gojo Wu on screen. His breathing suddenly became a little rapid. It's finally here. Seeing that it was not just Gojo Naru who was there alone, but other members of the high school would also lend a hand. Gojo Naru, Xiongyan, and Gojo Shinichi breathed a sigh of relief. As the strongest 6-eyes magician in the history of the Gojo family, his cursed power is naturally extremely strong. Moreover, although the child Geto Suguru's fighting is mainly based on the manipulation of cursed spirits, his cursed power is as strong as that of a top-class sorcerer. Maybe there will really be a chance. Wu Xiaoxiong Yin breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself. At the same time, the Kumo family and the Zenin family also received the signal from the live broadcast of the curse. Zen House lobby. Suddenly, they sensed something and looked at the screen and found that it was indeed the scene of the Jujutsu Master Jiku. They soon caught sight of Gojo Naru on the screen. Zenin Shinsuke's face turned playful. I didn't expect Gojo Naruto to actually try to destroy Sukuna's fingers. He really overestimates his own abilities. Besides Zenin Shinsuke, Zenin Shinichi lamented, "Yes, such an easy opportunity to gain credit was snatched away by the fan. I feel that I can definitely get back Sukuna's finger." After saying that, he looked at Zenin Shinsuke again and said with a smile, "If you get the Sukuna finger back, your stagnant spell may be able to move forward again." Upon hearing this, Zenin Shinsuke's face suddenly turned dark. If it weren't for Gojo Naru, he would probably have already reached the level of a first grade or even special grade sorcerer. Hearing Chan Yuan Shini bring up the old story again, he naturally still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Zenin Shinsuke said with an unpleasant expression, "Thanks to the Gojo family, we now have a good relationship with the Kumo family. Now Gojo Naruto can no longer use Sukuna's finger to repair his Zanpakutō. His peak strength is probably only 1/10 or 1/12 of his original strength. When I recover my strength, I will make Gojo Naruto pay the price." Every time he pulls the word Gojo Naru, Zenin Shinsuke loses his mind. Zenyuan Shinichi said helplessly, "Forget it, Shinji. Let's just come and see how they lose face." Upon hearing this, Zenin Shinsuke's expression flashed with displeasure, but his eyes still fell on the screen. The Kumo family. The head of the family, Kaname, leaned back on a wooden chair with his face propped up, watching the live broadcast of the video with great interest. Looking at Gojo Naru, he muttered to himself with amusement. "I thought he was trying to buy time, but I didn't expect Gojo Naru to actually choose to destroy Sukuna's finger." Kamen narrowed his eyes. What is the reason? He couldn't help but become curious about Gojo Naru's thoughts. Compared to large spell-casting families like the big 3 sorcerer families, the various large and small families do not know much about Gojo Naru's actions. Even these cursed jutsu families didn't know that Gojo Naru was collecting the two-faced Sukuna's fingers, nor did they know that Gojo Naru was preparing to destroy Sukuna's fingers. However, what surprised them was that the live broadcast of the Jujutsu High School, which they had subscribed to, also received the signal. Houses like the Yagyu family and the Yuri family tried to support subscriptions when Yagamazamichi developed the live curse corpse. But the curse corpse was not fully developed, so they all put it aside. It was only because of the entrance test for Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru that they took out the live curse corpse. Originally, it was thought that after the Gojo family twins finished their entrance test mission, this live curse would be put aside again, but unexpectedly, the signal suddenly came again. Yusuke Yagyu and Inami Yeri looked at the images coming out of the cursed corpse with strange expressions. They didn't expect the images to be of such poor quality. What's going on? Does this guy Yagamazamichi really not want to develop this thing properly? He cheated us out of money and is not responsible for after-sales service? I really want to give him a bad review. Yusuke Yagyu complained subconsciously. Although he was the head of the Yagyu family, Yagyu Seimin and Yagyu Hidetsugu did not tell him too much information about the Gojo family and Gojo Naru. This is also out of protection for the Yagyu family. After all, the two of them are too deeply involved with the Gojo family, but at least they should leave some spark for the Yagyu family. Although Yusuke Yagyu's talent in sorcery is not as high as theirs, he can at least control the future direction of the Yagyu family. Even if the Gojo family really loses power in the future due to the siege of the Zenin family and the Kamo family, at least there is still Yagyu Yusuke who can find other ways out for the Yagyu family. Because of this, Yusuke Yagyu was very interested in this cursed corpse that was suddenly opened. Hey, Seimin is in the picture too? Where is this? Is this the Jiku from Jujutsu High School? There are two 6 Eyes godchildren from the Gojo family. It looks like something big is about to happen. Yusuke Yagyu's face was full of interest. He had not personally arrived at the front field to watch Gojo Naru's admission purification mission before. This time, this sudden live broadcast would allow him to see what his investment object would look like after 9 years. At first, in order to obtain the Zanpakutō Tsurugi, he gave away the Yagyu family's precious Tsuki no Tsurugi against all odds. So what is Gojo Naruto going to do in this live broadcast? Yagyu Yusuke stared at Gojo Naru, and wherever Gojo Naru was, he would definitely be the center of attention. Yeri's house. Yeri Inami looked at the poor quality picture and frowned slightly. The relationship between his daughter and Gojo Naru is bound to develop. Even though Gojo Naru has been asleep for 9 years, Gojo Naru is still the best choice for Yeri family's son-in-law. Even if Gojo Naruto is really unable to use his Zanpakutō, didn't he also demonstrate the corresponding spell ability during this exorcism mission? The power of the technique released by chanting and incantation seems to be no less than that of a Zanpakutō. Moreover, Gojo Naru is also a heaven and curse bound like Zeninginer. After a period of recovery, Gojo Naru's body will surely become as strong as Zeninginer, right? But what is the purpose of this live broadcast? Why is the quality of this live broadcast so poor? Yeri Inami sighed and cast his gaze on his daughter and Gojo Naru. With Gojo Naru around, his daughter would not be at a disadvantage. Yagamazamichi himself, who was in the library of the high school, did not realize that the image inside the high school was projected from another angle. The live broadcast signal received by Yeri Inami, Yagyu Yusuke, and other small family patriarchs was not the live broadcast signal he prepared. The picture they saw was different from that seen by Gojo Kuma, Ken-Aim, Zenin Naobi, and others. In a corner of the library, the first generation of live broadcast curse corpse created by Yagamazamichi, due to the presence of many sorcerers, was automatically open to the live broadcast perspective under the influence of the surge of curse power. In this way, the scenes that took place in the Jiku were not only watched by the top brass of the Jujutsu General Administration and the big 3 sorcerer families, but also by the small families in the entire Jujutsu world who had subscribed to the first generation of live broadcasts of Jujutsu corpses. Mom, I'm back. Nanami Kinto returned home from the mission of exorcising the cursed spirit, only to see that the live cursed corpse he had brought back from the high school had received a live signal. This was a small gift given to him by the Jujutsu High School during the enrollment period, but he had never used it. He had always regarded it as an ugly doll, but he never expected that it could actually be used for live broadcasting. What? It can start up on its own? Can it monitor my privacy? This is too ridiculous. Nanami Kinto sighed and reached out to turn off the live broadcast of the cursed corpse. But the moment he touched the cursed corpse, his expression suddenly froze. He saw Senior Gojo Satoru, who had saved him before, appear in this poor-quality picture. It's actually a live broadcast about Gojo Satoru? Could it be that something happened at the technical high school again? I want to see it. Gojo Satoru saved my life before, even though we didn't succeed in saying hello face-to-face. Nanami Kinto still remembers the white light that appeared out of nowhere in the sky. The light, like white lightning, directly pierced through the first-level cursed spirit in front of him, instantly relieving him of the crisis. Although this was just a casual act by Senior Gojo Satoru, it was like a life-saving favor to me. But is that Gojo Satoru-senpai's technique? Isn't it said that Gojo Satoru-senpai's technique of life is a technique with no lower limit? Could it be that the white lightning is a new application of the unlimited technique? Nanami Kinto sat cross-legged on the bed with doubts in his mind, watching the live broadcast of the cursed skeleton with great interest, looking forward to what kind of surprises this live broadcast would bring him. What Nanami Kinto, who is not yet graduated from the Jujutsu High School, does not know is that the one who saved him was not the Gojo Satoru he knew, but the Gojo Naruto who had been sleeping for 9 years and had re-entered the world sight. Master Gojo Ming, are you coming? In the library of the high-level spellcasting, Zenin Fan made a gesture of invitation to Gojo Naruto. He was extremely looking forward to seeing Gojo Naruto being humiliated in front of the entire Jujutsu world. At this point, he was even more confident in the power of the Cursed King Ryomen Sukuna than Ryomen Sukuna himself. This is the Cursed King from thousands of years ago. How could this dead wax that could not be destroyed even by the combined power of several generations of sorcerers be destroyed by a weak kid like Gojo Naruto, who had been sleeping for 9 years? Zenin Osamu admitted that 9 years ago, Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō had indeed shocked him greatly and made him unable to raise his head in front of Zenin Naobi. But now, 9 years have passed, and times have changed, sir. After 9 years of growth, the cursed tool has become a vassal in the eyes of sorcerers. Only a few people who own Zanpakutō still insist on using the cursed tool as their main skill. Under the guidance of the General Manager's office, other sorcerers all focus on developing their own natural techniques. Moreover, the most important thing isn't Gojo Naruto himself unable to use his Zanpakutō? As long as no other Zanpakutō appear, and as long as Gojo Naruto, the creator of Zanpakutō, himself cannot use Zanpakutō, then Zanpakutō will no longer be able to increase its influence, and Zanpakutō is destined to slowly become the dust of history. Zenin Osamu didn't care why Gojo Naru wanted to destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. For him, as long as he could hit the prestige of Gojo Naru and the Gojo family, that would be what he would be most happy to see. This way, it would not be in vain for him to ask the Zenin family and the Kumo family to cooperate. And today is the day when he gets what he wanted. He originally thought that he still had to find an opportunity to embarrass Gojo Naru, but he never expected that Gojo Naru would throw himself into a dead end and insisted on destroying Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. If you can't do something like this, isn't it just going to eat your own words and slap yourself in the face? Kumo Ming from the Kumo family was also looking at Gojo Naruto. Why did the head of the family send him this time? He knew clearly in his heart that Gojo Naruto had a close relationship with the death of his grandfather. As the grandson of the previous president of the Blacksmith Association, Kumo Ming has always been bothered by the cause of death of his grandfather Kumojun. He had asked the head of the family, Kaname, many times, but unfortunately, Kaname always evaded the question. It was not until Gojo Naru fell into a deep sleep and the Gojo family was no longer as powerful as before that the head of the family told him his guess. Although no one could produce this evidence, Kumo Ming felt that he did not need any evidence, because all of this is the most realistic speculation. His grandfather witnessed the birth of Ryujin Jaka in the Gojo family. After returning home, he simply made arrangements for his funeral and then chose to commit suicide. After his suicide, the position of president of the Blacksmiths Association that my grandfather had spent so much effort to build was taken over by the blacksmith master of the Gojo family. This was totally unreasonable. The Gojo family was the beneficiary of his grandfather's death. Obviously, Gojo Ming and the Gojo family must be responsible for his grandfather's death. So, like the Zenin fan, Gojo Ming also hopes that the reputation of the Gojo family will fall into dust. This time, he and Zenin fan came here just to witness Gojo Naru's defeat in person. Gojo Ming and Zenin Shan looked at each other subconsciously, their eyes filled with blazing flames and full of expectation for Gojo Ming's failure. They are sorcerers, but at this moment, they all stand on the side of Ryman Sukuna. As the sound of the Zen temple fan fell, everyone's eyes were cast towards Gojo Naruto. Behind the two cursed corpses, people from the entire curse world were watching this live broadcast. Gojo family representative Gojo Kumamoto. Can Ming really destroy Sukuna's finger? Although I really want to believe it, this thing is really difficult to destroy. Zenin family head Zenin Naohito. Gojo Naru immediately exorcised the cursed spirit related to Sukuna's finger after waking up. Now he wants to do something bigger and is planning to destroy Sukuna's finger directly? Kyoto High School President Yoshinobu Rakaganji. Although Gojo Naruto seems unable to use his Zanpakutō, he should not be underestimated. Principal Sekiguchi Sakiji Mr. Yagamazamichi. I don't care how strong Gojo Naruto is in Tokyo High School. I only care whether he can shake the foundation of the sorcerer. Yagyu Yusuker, the head of the Yagyu family. What exactly are Gojo Narua and Zaman planning to do? Why does Zenin Osamu look a bit gloating? Yeri Inami, the head of the Yeri family. Could it be that Gojo Naru is planning to do something shocking again? Many viewers had different thoughts in their minds. And in the two corners of the neon, Tian Yuan, who looked like a girl, and Suava, who looked like a woman, were also watching their respective live broadcasts. It's a good idea to destroy Sukuna's finger. I admit that your Zanpakutō is very powerful, Gojo Naruto. It shouldn't be as ineffective as the rumors in the curse world say. They don't know that you can't use your Zanpakutō because of Sukuna's domain, but I know it very well. But are you so confident? Even if you can use your Zanpakutō, do you really think you could destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers? If that's the case, aren't you underestimating Sukuna's title of the Curse King? Itadori Kaori held the child in her arms and forced a faint smile on her face. Although she had suffered a setback at the hands of Gojo Naru, after going through so many years and having interacted with Ryomen Sukuna, she was still very confident in Sukuna. Perhaps Sukuna with one finger could not defeat Gojo Naru, but it was also impossible for Gojo Naru to destroy the dead wax of both Sukuna. Itadori Kaori's face showed a hint of anticipation. She wanted to know if the Zanpakutō in Gojo Naruto's hand would still be as sharp as before after 9 years. She had not been able to snatch the Ryujin Jaka from Gojo Naruto's hand before, which was a great regret in her heart. Gojo Naruto, please let me see the true power of Ryujin Jaka. This is Kaori Itadori's inner obsession. Sodi Shirayuki, who can perform Bankai, is already so powerful. What if it is Ryujin Jaka? Can Gojo Naruto complete Ryujin Jaka's Bankai? In the Hongxing Palace, Tian Yuan had already put the sword in his hand aside. To be honest, she was already patient enough. If she were an ordinary person, after 9 years of no progress, she would probably just throw the Zanpakutō aside. However, Tian Yuan is a sorcerer who possesses the magic of immortality after all. After going through the long test of time, she has enough patience. However, after Gojo Naruto woke up, she felt that her patience seemed to have become much worse, and most of the time her attention was not on communicating with her Zanpakutō, Yurojuru. This Zanpakutō should be truly useful, right? If Gojo Naruto can really destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers, then the ability of this Zanpakutō has been verified. As for the two-sided Sukuna, The long-lived Tenjin still remembers how powerful Sukuna was. She had also used a barrier to try to erase Sukuna's finger, but ultimately failed. Because of this experience, Tianyuan knew how difficult this matter was. When Gojo Nara brought up this matter, she was also very surprised at first, but when she thought about the Zanpakutō, forged by Gojo Nara, that Gojo Nara had been sleeping for 9 years, and that Gojo Nara's identity as the distorted son was defined by him, she felt that everything made sense. Sukuna and the two-sided Sukuna's fingers have now become the weights that Tenjin uses to measure the power of his Zanpakutō. Before, no matter how powerful Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō was, it was still aimed at the sorcerers and cursors of this era. Although the curse of this era has been strengthened due to the birth of 6 eyes of the Gojo family, it is still not as powerful as the era in which Raiman Sukuna lived. If Gojo Naruto could really resolve Sukuna's crisis with the power of his Zanpakutō, perhaps Gojo Naruto would have the opportunity to replace Raiman Sukuna's position in the world of sorcery and become the strongest in history, unprecedented and unrepeatable. Tianyuan stared at the screen, and his expression became very solemn. Can Gojo Naruto accomplish this unprecedented feat? Tianyuan doesn't know. Although she felt that this kind of thing was somewhat impossible, deep down in her heart, she still hoped to see it happen. Chanyuan-shan, who are you? Do you think you can do whatever you want here, just because you have the authorization from the General Directorate? At this moment, Gojo Ming had not spoken yet, but Kajukiyuki had already walked out and came in front of Zen and Shan. The phoenix wool was wrapped around her right fist, and her left hand seemed to be casually placed on her Zanpakutō Jabamaru. The Spellcaster General Office. Does this kind of organization represent everything? Jujo Yuki's expression was full of disdain, and his words showed no respect for the highest organization of the Spellcasters Association. Yagamazamichi and Sekiguchi Sakiji on the side were both stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Yuki Kyuju's tone would be so harsh. Although I have heard that Jujo Yuki has always disobeyed the instructions of the General Directorate, but the two sides should not have reached the point of tit for tat, right? At present, everyone around the Phoenix can already feel the cursed power covering it. Kajuki Yuki has already completed his Star Wrath ritual and can release it anytime and anywhere. No way, no way. Is this Jujo Yuki? What's going on? How can Jojo Yuki face the people sent by the General Directorate? For the big 3 sorcerer families, the relationship between Yuki Kyuju and Naruto Gojo had been rather ambiguous 9 years ago, so the current situation did not seem to be anything to be surprised about. However, for many small families who are not well informed, and for independent sorcerers like Nanami Kento, they do not know the relationship between Kyuji Yuki and Gojo Naru. Even if you mention Gojo Naruto to them, they may not remember that there was once a Gojo family 6 eyes godson who forged Zanpakutō and fell into a deep sleep. When mentioning the Gojo family, the first thing they would think of is Gojo Satoru, the master of unlimited techniques. They would not remember Gojo Naru, their twin brother, at all. After all, 9 years is too long, enough for one person to forget another. However, although they do not understand or even know Gojo Naru, Kajuki Yuki is a well-known person in the world of sorcery. Currently the only top-grade sorcerer in the entire sorcery world. This unique title makes Yuki Kujuku and Gojo Satoru the male and female idols of many young sorcerers. In particular, Yuki Kujuku has an amazing figure and beautiful looks, which makes countless boys fall in love with her. Compared with the handsome and tall Gojo Satoru, she is even more attractive. Now, this beautiful and powerful special grade sorcerer has actually confronted the general manager's office directly. Who is she doing this for? Is it because of that Gojo Naruto? Who exactly is this Gojo Naru? Why is he so highly valued by the General Directorate? Why is he so targeted by Zenin Fan, the younger brother of the Zenin family's patriarch? In addition to Gojo Satoru, is there anyone else worth paying attention to in the Gojo family? Doubts arose in the minds of many independent sorcerers. Unlike the audience watching the live broadcast, Zenin fan at the scene could truly feel the pressure from the special grade sorcerer, Gojo Yuki. As the representative of the Zenin family in the General Administration Department, Zenin Oji knows the true strength of Gojo Yuki. Originally, the technique Star Wrath was already the signature technique of the Kyoto Gojo family. Later, Gojo Neru forged the Zanpakutō Jabamaru for it, which made Gojo Yuki even more powerful. The most important thing is that Gojo Yuki is the previous star plasma body and has a mysterious relationship with Lord Tianyuan. This meant that the General Directorate had no idea what to do with Gojo Yuki. The most important thing is that Zenin Shan can't beat Gojo Yuki at all. He never thought that Gojo Yuki would stand up for Gojo Naruto now. Wasn't the scandal from 9 years ago something that happened 9 years ago? In Zenin Osamu's opinion, love and the like are all illusory. 9 years have allowed Gojo Yuki to become the #1 in the world of sorcery and the only top-grade sorcerer. Isn't that enough time for her to forget about Gojo Neru, who disappeared for 9 years? This was Chanyuan Shan's idea, but now that he realized the problem, it seemed that he had thought too simply. The only top-grade sorcerer in the entire sorcery world, Yuki Gojo, is actually a love-brained person. Even in such a situation, he is willing to stand up for Gojo Neru. When Gojo Yuki stared at the Zenin fan, causing the whole scene to come to a standstill, a tall man walked into the camera, smiled, and said softly, "Yuki, it's okay. What Zenin said is right. I just want to destroy Ryumin Sukuna's fingers. It's really my turn." As this magnetic male voice sounded, everyone's eyes were focused on Gojo Naruto. To Gojo Satoru? No, this person is the Gojo Naruto mentioned by the general manager just now. Same figure, same hair, same eyes. Is this person also the Six Eyes godson of the Gojo family? When Nanami Kinto saw Gojo Neru appear, he was suddenly stunned, but then he suddenly realized something. Was it Gojo Satoru who saved his life before? Or was it Gojo Neru who was speaking now? Nanami Kinto realized that his previous guess didn't seem to be so accurate, but he still didn't have enough information to confirm who saved him. However, when Gojo Naruto appeared, Nanami Kinto's expression became more serious when watching the live broadcast of Curse Corpse. Destroy Sukuna's fingers? No way, did I hear it right? That's right, that's right. That's what Gojo Naruto said just now. Master Ming is going to do something so shocking right after waking up. Isn't it too scary? Gojo Ming, this person is really a man who would make a big splash if he didn't make a big splash. The most important thing is Master Gojo Yuki actually supports Gojo Neru so much. After all, the goal is to destroy Ryumin Sukuna's finger. As the strongest special grade sorcerer, it's understandable that Gojo Yuki-sama would stand on Gojo Neru's side, right? Many sorcerers were skeptical about Gojo Neru's actions, but because of the appearance of Kuruki Yuki, they all began to trust him. However, they were still unwilling to believe that the goddess in their hearts, Gojo Yuki, liked Gojo Neru. In their hearts, Gojo Yuki is a goddess, the strongest, and the future of the entire sorcery world. As for Gojo Ming, how can a scumbag who has been sleeping for 9 years for no apparent reason be worthy of the goddess in their hearts? Gojo Yuki, Zanpakutō. During these 9 years, Zanpakutō has become a legendary thing. Many sorcerers, because they have not witnessed the appearance of a new Zanpakutō, have regarded it as a gimmick. Although the goddess in their hearts, Gojo Yuki, also has her own Zanpakutō, they always subconsciously ignore it. After all, Gojo Yuki often does not use the snake-tail pill. With the help of the innate technique Star Fury and the Shinigami Phoenix Wheel, it was enough for Gojo Yuki to kill the special grade cursed spirit. In order for Gojo Yuki to use both the Phoenix Wheel and the snake-tail pill at the same time, at present, the only cursed spirit that is worthy of Gojo Yuki to do so is the cursed spirit that has absorbed the power of Sukuna. In a live broadcast, Gojo Yuki shook his long golden hair disdainfully, looked at the Zen courtyard fan, and snorted. He turned around and walked to Gojo Neru's side, throwing the stage to Gojo Neru. After all, this was the Tokyo Jujutsu High School, where Gojo Naru's performance was based. As a person from Kyoto High School, he could not interfere in other people's business. However, she would never allow Zenin Fan from the General Directorate of the Jujutsu Association to continue to be so sarcastic towards Gojo Naruto. Since Zenin Osamu insists on coming to the scene in person to see how all this happens, then please shut up and watch how Gojo Naru destroys the two Sukuna fingers. Because Jujo Yuki supported Gojo Naru, the people from the General Administration of Jutsu fell silent instantly. Among them, Gojo Ming and Chanyuan Shan looked at each other and stopped talking, but they were thinking in their hearts, let Gojo Naruto be arrogant for a while. Anyway, as long as everyone sees that Sukuna's fingers cannot be destroyed, Gojo Naruto will have to take the blame. When Zanpakutō and Ryomen Sukuna's fingers are involved together, the fact that the Gojo family once secretly collected Sukuna's fingers will become the best handle to hit the Gojo family's reputation. They don't need to say much, nor do they need to argue. They just need to wait and see what happens. Ming, wait a minute. Let me try first. Just before Gojo Naru let go of Ryomen Sukuna's fingers and was about to start attacking, Gojo Satoru suddenly stopped him. Gojo Satoru had always heard about Ryomen Sukuna's death wax, and he was a little worried whether Gojo Naruto could do it. Although, as an older brother, he should trust his younger brother unconditionally, he still needs to pay more attention to something that is basically impossible to destroy. Since he is the older brother, then perhaps helping his younger brother to complete this impossible task is what he should do as an older brother. Although he lost to Gojo Naruto in the previous assessment, he still hoped that his younger brother could regain the attitude he had 9 years ago. He knew that Gojo Naru was still very strong, but if something unexpected happened, and if Ryomen Sukuna's fingers were not destroyed, then his brother's image might be damaged again. This is something Gojo Satoru doesn't want to see. Woo, do you want to try? Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that his cheap brother would think this way. Although he already knew the result, Gojo Naruto knew that this was also Gojo Satoru's kindness. Let Gojo Satoru feel the power of Ryomen Sukuna in advance, so that Gojo Satoru can be more cautious in the event that he really encounters force majeure and confronts Ryomen Sukuna in the future. Gojo Satoru is now able to master the power of stop and technique forward blue proficiently, but the power of technique forward blue is actually useless in destroying Sukuna's finger. If Gojo Satoru was able to use spell reversal at this time and could combine the power of He and Song to use hypostyle, perhaps it would pose a little threat to these two fingers. However, the threat is probably not that great. After all, in the original work, Ryomen Sukuna's finger remained there until Itadori was in high school. This also means that before that, Gojo Satoru must have tried to destroy the Sukuna fingers collected by the Jujutsu High School. Gojo Naruto didn't believe that Gojo Satoru in that state would not try to use his strongest technique to destroy Sukuna's finger. Since the finger of the high school was still intact when Itadori Yuji swallowed Sukuna's finger, this means that Gojo Satoru did not destroy the ability of Sukuna's finger. You can't do it, Wu. I suggest you don't try. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming gave Gojo Satoru some well-intentioned advice, but this advice made Gojo Satoru a little unhappy. After all, although Gojo Naru thought this was a well-intentioned suggestion to Gojo Satoru, it seemed like he was underestimating himself. This also made Gojo Satoru more determined to try to destroy Sukuna's finger. Seeing that Gojo Satoru was so stubborn, Gojo Ming could only smile bitterly and move aside. I won't give up until I see the Yellow River. Gojo Ming also realized that what he had just said must have irritated Gojo Satoru. That's it. Let Gojo Satoru try out the strength of Sukuna's finger. In full view of everyone, the leader who destroyed Ryomen Sukuna turned out to be Gojo Satoru, the only user of a technique with no lower limits in the entire world of sorcery. In the entire Jiku, Gojo Satoru's cursed power began to surge, and the power of the unlimited technique was revealed to the eyes of the onlookers and the live broadcast audience. The blue power produced by the technique of turning the blue into blue opened everyone's eyes. Under the influence of this level of cursed energy, everyone felt as if Ryomen Sukuna's fingers could really be destroyed by Gojo Satoru's attack. After all, if this kind of power attacked them, they would definitely be destroyed by this unlimited technique. Zen and Shin, I didn't expect that Gojo Satoru's unlimited technique is so powerful. It seems that he is on par with Kajuku Yuki. If the situation continues to develop like this, Gojo Satoru will probably become the second special grade sorcerer after Kajuku Yuki, right? Yaga Mazamichi. Satoru's power has become much stronger. As expected, in this state, Satoru's control of cursed energy is more precise than in battle, and the power of the unlimited technique is also stronger. Jujutsu, the unlimited technique is indeed worthy of being the ancestral technique of the big three sorcerer families. Although Star Fury is equally powerful, it is still a little behind the unlimited technique. I wonder if such an attack will have any effect on Sukuna's fingers? The many sorcerers who watched the live broadcast also witnessed for the first time the true power of the unlimited magic. In their view, such an attack was really enough. Everyone was looking forward to what the two Sukuna fingers would look like after the cursed power dissipated. As everyone was looking forward to it, the fluctuations of the cursed power on the solid surface of the Jiku slowly dissipated, and the entire light began to dim. Then, the appearance of the entire surface appeared before everyone's eyes. The scene fell into silence, but for most people with mature experience, this result was reasonable. On the table, the finger that could hold both Sukuna on the same side remained quietly in place. The dark red fingers, the black nails, and even the strange patterns on the fingers did not change at all. Gojo Satoru's unlimited technique did not cause any damage to Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. This was the death wax from Ryomen Sukuna, which completely blocked Gojo Satoru's unlimited technique attack. Haha. As expected, there were people who were able to master the unlimited technique in the past, and Six Eyes is not unique to this era. Gojo Satoru is still too naive. Itadori Kaori, who was far away in Shikoku, watched the live broadcast and smiled slightly. When everyone in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they were also in a state of long sighing. The Gojo family residence. Gojo Shiongen silently raised a cup of tea and sighed. As expected, Sukuna's fingers are so incredibly hard. Even Wu's unlimited technique can't damage them at all. Gojo Shun nodded, his expression also somewhat worried. I don't know how Master Ming will deal with this matter in the future. Now the top leaders of the entire Jujutsu world know that Master Ming wants to destroy the two-faced Sukuna finger. No matter how it is handled now, the Gojo family is in a dilemma. Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru both represent the Gojo family outside, and are both the six-eyes sons of God of the Gojo family. It's not that Gojo Shinichi doesn't believe Gojo Neru, but that Sukuna's finger's record is too glorious. After all, since the death of Ryomen Sukuna, no one has been able to destroy his fingers. This thing called dead wax is something that even Lord Tian Yuan can't do anything about. Young Master Gojo Naruto is indeed very powerful, but Gojo Shinichi still feels that Gojo Naruto should not be so anxious to destroy Sukuna's finger just after waking up. After all, Master Ming had been sleeping for 9 whole years. A normal person would become weak after sleeping for 9 years, but Master Gojo Naruto has wasted 9 years, so his strength should be about the same as it was 9 years ago. Apart from the fact that this body has grown 9 years older than before, what about other aspects? Gojo Shunichi was worried, but he didn't know what to do. He could only watch the live broadcast of the cursed corpse in a mansion with Gojo Shiongen, and placed all his hopes on Gojo Ming. Zenin family residence. A faint smile appeared on Zenin Naobi's face. Although Ryomen Sukuna's fingers were a problem for the entire world of sorcery, it would definitely be a good thing if they could really be destroyed. However, he was also very happy to see his old rival, the Gojo family, suffer a defeat. During these 9 years, the big 3 sorcerer families have completely split into 2 camps. The Gojo family is a separate camp. The Zenin family and the Kamo family completed the alliance. Originally, Zanpakutō still hoped to rely on the relationship with Zen and Shinji to restore his familiarity with the Gojo family and Gojo Naru. But, unfortunately, Gojo Naru fell into a deep sleep at the most critical moment, and Zen and Shinji was too lazy to have any more entanglements with the Zenin family. So the relationship between the Gojo family and the Zenin family has remained rigid. Later, as Zenin-san regained his influence over the family and began to lead the alliance with the Kumo family, he simply chose to acquiesce. He is the patriarch of the Chanyuan family. Since one path is blocked, it is only right for him to choose another one. Since the Gojo family was unwilling to accept his kindness, then one cannot blame him for joining forces with the Kumo family. After all, the Gojo family has always been their old rival. On the other side, Zenin-fan was a little worried when he first saw Gojo Satoru taking action, but after seeing the final result, his expression instantly relaxed. It would be best if it wasn't destroyed, because in that case, the Gojo family's other trump card would have been used up. After all, the unlimited technique has a great reputation in the history of the entire sorcery world. He was a little worried before whether the unlimited technique would have an impact on Sukuna's fingers, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. Although the unlimited technique is powerful, Gojo Satoru is only a high school student after all. How far can he develop it? Gojo Ming was watching the live broadcast while looking at the child in his mistress's arms with his eyebrows slightly raised. The ancestral techniques of the Gojo family are still very powerful, but our family's red blood technique is not much weaker than the Gojo family's. Kaname stretched out his old fingers to tease the child in the woman's arms. His expression was very happy, but he didn't even look at the woman in front of him. This woman was nothing more than his reproductive tool, and at first he was just indulging himself in her, but he didn't expect that this woman would actually give birth to a child with a red blood manipulation technique, and it was a boy. Gojo Ming, who was originally planning to take the money and leave, changed his mind and took the mistress back home. However, in the future, this child must be fostered under the name of his wife. Kumo Kenji, you will definitely become the hope of the Kumo family in the future. When Kumo heard the name, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He really didn't know why the woman in front of him insisted on giving her child such a name. However, for the sake of the red blood technique, he still followed the woman's temperament. Leave everything to time. He believed that as long as Kumo Kenji grows up, this boy will never lose to Gojo Satoru, the six-eyed son of God. As for Gojo Ming, if there was no Zanpakutō, Gojo Naruto would be nothing more than a monkey without any skills. As for the chanting spell used in the battle with Sukuna, in Kaname's opinion, it was just some trivial tricks, not worth mentioning. For a sorcerer, the most basic things are still spell power and the art of life. Since Gojo Naru is not contaminated by either of them, it means that Gojo Naru will at most become a physical brute like Zenin Jiner. As for Heaven and Tyrant, when the title of Zenin Shinner was mentioned, Kumo smiled disdainfully. How dare a monkey without any magical power call himself a tyrant? Ridiculous. Other spectators, such as Yusuke Yagyu and Inami Yeri, could only express their regret that Gojo Satoru was not able to destroy Sukuna's finger. Newcomers to the world of curses like Nanami Kento were shocked by the power of Gojo Satoru's unlimited technique. At the same time, through this incident, he gained a comprehensive understanding of Raiman Sukuna. It's a bit embarrassing. I didn't expect there was no damage at all. Gojo Satoru shook his head, feeling a little depressed. Gojo Naru was right. Based on his current condition, these two Sukuna fingers could not complete the task. This was the remnant of Sukuna's death. It was hard for him to imagine how powerful such a person would be if Raiman Sukuna was really alive. Thinking of this, an excited smile appeared on Gojo Satoru's face. At this moment, Gojo Satoru has already developed his own pride, and he basically will not submit to anyone except Gojo Naru. And now, Ryomen Sukuna made him curious. If possible, he really wanted to meet a special existence like Ryomen Sukuna. If one finger has such cursed power, Sukuna at full strength will definitely be extremely powerful. No way, no way. Is this Jujo Yuki? What's going on? How can Jojo Yuki face the people sent by the General Directorate? For the big three sorcerer families, the relationship between Yuki Kyuju and Naruto Gojo had been rather ambiguous 9 years ago, so the current situation did not seem to be anything to be surprised about. However, for many small families who are not well informed, and for independent sorcerers like Nanami Kinto, they do not know the relationship between Kyuju Yuki and Gojo Naru. Even if you mention Gojo Naruto to them, they may not remember that there was once a Gojo family Six Eyes godson who forged Zanpakutō and fell into a deep sleep. When mentioning the Gojo family, the first thing they would think of is Gojo Satoru, the master of unlimited techniques. They would not remember Gojo Naru, their twin brother, at all. After all, 9 years is too long, enough for one person to forget another. However, although they do not understand or even know Gojo Naru, Kyuju Yuki is a well-known person in the world of sorcery. Currently the only top-grade sorcerer in the entire sorcery world. This unique title makes Yuki Kyuju and Gojo Satoru the male and female idols of many young sorcerers. In particular, Yuki Kyuju has an amazing figure and beautiful looks, which makes countless boys fall in love with her. Compared with the handsome and tall Gojo Satoru, she is even more attractive. Now, this beautiful and powerful special grade sorcerer has actually confronted the general manager's office directly. Who is she doing this for? Is it because of that Gojo Naruto? Who exactly is this Gojo Naru? Why is he so highly valued by the General Directorate? Why is he so targeted by Zenin Fan, the younger brother of the Zenin family's patriarch? In addition to Gojo Satoru, is there anyone else worth paying attention to in the Gojo family? Doubts arose in the minds of many independent sorcerers. Unlike the audience watching the live broadcast, Zenin Fan at the scene could truly feel the pressure from the special grade sorcerer, Jojo Yuki. As the representative of the Zenin family in the General Administration Department, Zenin Oji knows the true strength of Kyuju Yuki. Originally, the technique Star Wrath was already the signature technique of the Kyoto Kyuju family. Later, Gojo Naru forged the Zanpakutō Jabamaru for it, which made Kyuju Yuki even more powerful. The most important thing is that Jojo Yuki is the previous star plasma body and has a mysterious relationship with Lord Tianyuan. This meant that the General Directorate had no idea what to do with Jojo Yuki. The most important thing is that Zenin Shan can't beat Kyuju Yuki at all. He never thought that Kyuju Yuki would stand up for Gojo Naruto now. Wasn't the scandal from 9 years ago something that happened 9 years ago? In Zenin Osamu's opinion, love and the like are all illusory. 9 years have allowed Kyuju Yuki to become the #1 in the world of sorcery and the only top-grade sorcerer. Isn't that enough time for her to forget about Gojo Naru, who disappeared for 9 years? This was Chanyuan Shan's idea, but now that he realized the problem, it seemed that he had thought too simply. The only top-grade sorcerer in the entire sorcery world, Yuki Kyuju, is actually a love-brained person. Even in such a situation, he is willing to stand up for Gojo Naru. When Jojo Yuki stared at the Zenin Fan, causing the whole scene to come to a standstill, a tall man walked into the camera, smiled, and said softly, "Yuki, it's okay. What Zenin said is right. I just want to destroy Ryumin Sukuna's fingers. It's really my turn." As this magnetic male voice sounded, everyone's eyes were focused on Gojo Naruto. To Gojo Satoru? No, this person is the Gojo Naruto mentioned by the general manager just now. Same figure, same hair, same eyes. Is this person also the Six Eyes godson of the Gojo family? When Nanami Kinto saw Gojo Naru appear, he was suddenly stunned, but then he suddenly realized something. Was it Gojo Satoru who saved his life before? Or was it Gojo Naru who was speaking now? Nanami Kinto realized that his previous guess didn't seem to be so accurate, but he still didn't have enough information to confirm who saved him. However, when Gojo Naruto appeared, Nanami Kinto's expression became more serious when watching the live broadcast of Curse Corpse. Destroy Sukuna's fingers? No way, did I hear it right? That's right, that's right. That's what Gojo Naruto said just now. Master Ming is going to do something so shocking right after waking up. Isn't it too scary? Gojo Ming. This person is really a man who would make a big splash if he didn't make a big splash. The most important thing is Master Jojo Yuki actually supports Gojo Naru so much. After all, the goal is to destroy Ryumin Sukuna's finger. As the strongest special grade sorcerer, it's understandable that Kujuka Yuki-sama would stand on Gojo Naru's side, right? Many sorcerers were skeptical about Gojo Naru's actions, but because of the appearance of Kuruki Yuki, they all began to trust him. However, they were still unwilling to believe that the goddess in their hearts, Kujuka Yuki, liked Gojo Naru. In their hearts, Kujuka Yuki is a goddess, the strongest, and the future of the entire sorcery world. As for Gojo Ming, how can a scumbag who has been sleeping for 9 years for no apparent reason be worthy of the goddess in their hearts? Jojo Yuki, Zanpakutō. During these 9 years, Zanpakutō has become a legendary thing. Many sorcerers, because they have not witnessed the appearance of a new Zanpakutō, have regarded it as a gimmick. Although the goddess in their hearts, Kudayuki, also has her own Zanpakutō, they always subconsciously ignore it. After all, Kujukiyuki often does not use the snake-tail pill. With the help of the innate technique Star Fury and the Shikigami Phoenix Wheel, it was enough for Jojo Yuki to kill the special grade cursed spirit. In order for Kujuyuki to use both the Phoenix Wheel and the snake-tail pill at the same time, at present, the only cursed spirit that is worthy of Kujuyuki to do so is the cursed spirit that has absorbed the power of Sukuna. In a live broadcast, Jojo Yuki shook his long golden hair disdainfully, looked at the Zen courtyard fan, and snorted. He turned around and walked to Gojo Naru's side, throwing the stage to Gojo Naru. After all, this was the Tokyo Jujutsu High School, where Gojo Naru's performance was based. As a person from Kyoto High School, he could not interfere in other people's business. However, she would never allow Zenin Fan from the General Directorate of the Jujutsu Association to continue to be so sarcastic towards Gojo Naruto. The petals floating in the air above Kiku transformed into thousands of blades, completely wrapping around Sukuna's fingers. Although judging from the appearance, it is unknown why Senbenzakura wrapped Sukuna's fingers. However, when the audience heard the sound of the blade cutting, they all clearly realized that the Senbenzakura was using its power to destroy Ryumin Sukuna's fingers. Zenin Shan and Gojo Ming stared nervously at Sukuna's fingers wrapped in petals. Although they still had confidence in the strength of Sukuna's fingers, they were still a little nervous when they thought of the reputation of the Zanpakutō 9 years ago. A technique without lower limits, plus a Zanpakutō, it sounds very interesting, and no one knows if anything special will happen. A few seconds later, thousands of cherry blossom petals disappeared, but Sukuna's fingers were still there, which made the senior staff of the General Directorate who didn't want to see Sukuna's fingers being destroyed feel relieved. However, some careful viewers have already noticed that under the cutting of Senbenzakura, Sukuna's fingers, which had not been damaged at all by the unlimited technique, actually had shallow scratches. Although the marks seem very slight, it can be considered a breakthrough, which proves the strength of Senbenzakura. After all, this is the extremely hard Sukuna death wax. After thousands of years, no traces have been left on it. It is a breakthrough for Gojo Satoru's Zanpakutō to achieve such a result. It's a bit of a pity. If Gojo Satoru had grown up for a while longer, he might have been able to destroy Sukuna's finger with his Zanpakutō. A trace of regret appeared on Yaga Mazumichi's face. However, Gojo Satoru's action also gave them some hope. At least, it made them realize that Sukuna's fingers were not indestructible, right? Sekiguchi Sakiji nodded secretly. Gojo Satoru was indeed the most promising sorcerer at the moment. Although Kujuka Yuki was the only top-grade sorcerer at the moment, Gojo Satoru's strength would definitely surpass Kujuka Yuki in the future. In this case, the Tokyo Jutsu High School will not be inferior to the Kyoto Jutsu High School in terms of high-end combat power. Murakami, it seems I still can't do it. I have to rely on you. You're the creator of Zanpakutō, so you should have your own confidence, right? Gojo Satoru shrugged, with a helpless look on his face. If possible, He didn't want to let Gojo Naru take action. If his Zanpakutō could wipe out Sukuna's fingers, then it would definitely shock other people in the world of sorcery. Unfortunately, I am still one step behind. After hearing Gojo Satoru's words, everyone at the scene suddenly fell silent. They all saw the scars on Sukuna's fingers, and at the same time, they all realized Gojo Naru's identity. Yaga Mazamichi, Gojo Naru, as the forger of Zanpakutō, already possessed that extremely terrifying Zanpakutō 9 years ago. Moreover, I heard that the Zanpakutō in his hand seems to be able to possess the so-called Bankai ability. Such a Zanpakutō may really be able to destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. Sekiguchi Seiji, the creator of Zanpakutō, must have his own special abilities. Fortunately, Gojo Satoru chose Tokyo High School. Fortunately, during these 9 years, Yaga Mazamichi and Gojo Satoru had a good relationship, so Gojo Naruto finally chose this side. Zenin fan. So what if he is the creator? He has not been trained for 9 years. Can he really use his Zanpakutō? It's so funny. Before, during the entrance exam, Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō was completely useless. Gojo Satoru's Zanpakutō can have such an effect. Maybe it's because Gojo Satoru himself is more powerful, right? Everyone has their own thoughts in their hearts. The next step is to see whether Gojo Naru can complete the destruction of Sukuna's finger. However, some people expect Gojo Naru to show his skills, while others expect Gojo Naru to be humiliated. However, the next person to appear was still not Gojo Naru, but Suguru Geto. Since Satoru has taken action, then I will give it a try too. I think my strength should be as good as Gojo Satoru. I also have a Zanpakutō. Let me take a look. Geto Shio shook his strange bangs and came to the position that Gojo Satoru had vacated. Before Zenin Shan could stop him, the special grade Curse Spirit Rainbow Dragon appeared beside Geto Suguru. At the same time, he also drew out his Zanpakutō like Gojo Satoru. Stretch out, Kitamaru! As Geto Suguru groaned, the Zanpakutō instantly turned into a spear, and Kizumaru and Rainbow Ryu attacked Sukuna's fingers together. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, all the onlookers exclaimed in amazement once again. It was yet another weapon that could change its shape. Now, for many people who don't know much about Zanpakutō, being able to change form is already a necessary ability of Zanpakutō. The aura of the special grade Curse Spirit is extremely strong. Similarly, the cold light of the Ghost Lantern Pill can make people's hair stand on end. However, Honglong's attack did not leave any mark on Sukuna's fingers. Only the Kizumaru that transformed into a spear left some dents on Sukuna's fingers. Whoa, I'm really just as good as you. Geto Suguru was not at all surprised by this result. After all, his strength was at most on par with Gojo Satoru, and he had never thought about being able to do anything about Sukuna's finger. His fundamental idea was the same as Gojo Satoru's, which was to support Gojo Naru. Although Gojo Naruto fell into a deep sleep after handing him his Zanpakutō, Kizumu, his Shiku, was completely figured out by himself. However, I have to say that it was because of the appearance of Gojo Naru that I and Uncle Yagusaman were able to survive the incident 9 years ago. In this situation, it is reasonable for me to stand in the same camp as Gojo Ming. Since Gojo Satoru had already set an example before, all he had to do was follow suit and do the same thing as Gojo Satoru. Geto Suguru's behavior made everyone present numb. Although it was not as shocking as Gojo Satoru's unlimited technique and Senbenzakura, this white oriental dragon Curse Spirit and the Zanpakutō that transformed into a spear were still very shocking. The most important thing is that this spear, the incarnation of the Zanpakutō, can actually leave some marks on Sukuna's fingers. What does that mean? Could it be that this is really the mystery of the Zanpakutō, that any Zanpakutō could cause damage to Ryomen Sukuna's fingers? After coming to this conclusion, everyone's attention shifted to Yeri Shoko standing aside. As a member of the Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru trio, it is no secret that Yeri Shoko, who works as a support staff member, has a Zanpakutō. After all, Nishizuka's appearance is more eye-catching than Gojo Satoru's Senbenzakura and Geto Sugiru's Hozukamaru. This has become Yeri Shoko's exclusive mount. Many people have seen Yeri Shoko flying in the sky on Nishizuku in Tokyo. I want to give a try too. Yeri Shoko made a bitter face and immediately released her Zanpakutō Nishizuku. She is not a combat-oriented sorcerer like Gojo Satoru and Geto Sugiru. She is just a logistics staff, and Nishizuku's function is more inclined towards healing. Therefore, Yeri Shoko had no confidence in such things. However, although her fighting ability is not very strong, she has her own ideas on how to destroy Sukuna's fingers. This is a completely different method of destruction from Gojo Satoru and Geto Sugiru. She possesses the reverse curse technique that neither Gojo Satoru nor Geto Sugiru has mastered, and is able to output the positive energy generated by the reverse curse technique in a positive direction. The body of a cursed spirit is made up of negative energy, so the positive energy generated by the reverse curse technique is a deadly poison to the cursed spirit. Yeri Shoko wanted to use her reverse curse technique, combined with Nishizuku's healing energy, to see if she could dissolve Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. The huge green ray meet Shizuku swallowed Ryomen Sukuna's finger and floated quietly in the air. Yeri Shoko stood behind Nishizuku, grabbed Nishizuku's slender tail with her right hand, and then input the positive energy in her body directly into Nishizuku's body through Nishizuku's tail, and together with Nishizuku's power, it acted on Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. The glittering green light continued to emanate from Nishizuku's body, and the onlookers at the scene all felt a sense of magic in their hearts. This was the power of the reverse curse technique. Under the power of Nishizuku and Yeri Shoko, the hidden injuries in the bodies of the people around them began to slowly recover. They actually used such a method. Maybe it is really possible. Yaga Mazamichi was shocked when he realized that Yeri Shoko had taken a different approach. The reverse curse technique was something that some people were able to master before. Yeri Inami's reverse curse technique was also very powerful, but it was not as special as Yeri Shoko's. Yeri Shoko and Nishizuku can achieve lossless output of reverse curse technique energy. This kind of positive energy for living things is a deadly poison to cursed spirits. Perhaps it is really possible to corrode Ryomen Sukuna's fingers through the reverse curse technique. Chan Yuan Shan and Gojo Ming's expressions became complicated again. It seemed that for every person who appeared, they had to change their faces. If you didn't know, you would think that these two people had been to Sichuan to learn Sichuan opera face changing. After waiting quietly for 5 minutes, Shoko, who was holding Nishizuku's tail, looked bitter and shook his head. And Rushizuku, who was floating in the air, looked very listless, and her big round eyes seemed a little lifeless at this moment. Obviously, in the past 5 minutes, both Nishizuku and Shoko had used up all their cursed energy. Vomit. As Nishizuku opened her mouth wide, she spit out Sukuna's finger. All this also declared Yeri Shoko's failure. However, neither Zenin-shan nor Gojo Ming showed any joy because the fingers of Ryomen Sukuna were different from before. There were some shallow cracks on the surface of this finger. What this means is that the power of Yeri Shoko and Nishizuku is able to have an effect on Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. Now, it only eroded a little bit of the skin on Sukuna's finger, but what if Yeri Shoko's cursed power is strong enough? What if Yeri Shoko is given enough time? Apparently, Yeri Shoko has the ability to erase Sukuna's fingers. This is the real deal. But is this the power of Yeri Shoko's reverse curse technique? Throughout history, there have been sorcerers who have mastered the reverse curse technique and have tried this. However, their attempts all ended in failure. Their power should be far greater than Yeri Shoko's. Why is there an exception with Yeri Shoko? Why is it that only Yeri Shoko shows signs of corrosion? This question emerged in everyone's mind. However, when they saw Yeri Shoko put the meat Shizuku back into the scabbard, they watched as the meat Shizuku turned into a bright green light and entered the scabbard, disappearing from their sight. Their hearts were filled with immense shock. This was the first time that most of the onlookers saw Nishizuku being recovered and summoned, and it was also the first time that they had a new understanding of Zanpakutō. Before, they had always thought that the big green ray next to Yeri Shoko was a cursed spirit. However, it was not until this moment that they realized that this large manta ray was actually the incarnation of Zanpakutō. What is happening? Isn't a Zanpakutō supposed to be a weapon? Gojo Satoru Senbenzakura is a blade that transforms into billions of cherry blossoms, which is still within the scope of weapons after all. At most, Geto Sugiru's Kizuna Maru was transformed from a samurai sword into a sharp spear. Although the form has changed, it can still be considered a cursed tool in essence. But what about Yeri Shoko's Nishizuku? What the hell is this? A Zanpakutō actually became a cursed spirit? They didn't know what name to use to describe Nishizuku, so they could only use the previous name and treat it as a cursed spirit. Cursed tool becomes a cursed spirit. At this moment, those who knew something about Zanpakutō 9 years ago suddenly thought of something. When Gojo Naruto forged his Zanpakutō, he needed to use a special cursed tool. What does this cursed tool mean? Moreover, when Naruto Gojo was forging Ryujin Jaka, he even used cursed object. Is this cursed object and cursed tool the reason why Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō has changed like this? No one knows. However, as Yeri Shoko and the other two released their Zanpakutō, everyone at the scene and the audience watching the live broadcast could clearly perceive it. This cursed tool called Zanpakutō is really unusual and is definitely not a tool that they can normally come into contact with. They finally realized why Gojo Satoru, Geto Sugiru, and others, who were already so powerful, still carried such a samurai sword with them. It turns out that this plain-looking Zanpakutō actually has such an amazing form. It turns out that the Zanpakutō that has been unknown for 9 years actually has the power to hurt Nozomi. For countries, Itadori Kori put the baby in her arms aside with a serious expression. Gojo Naruto, is this your trump card? If the Zanpakutō of Gojo Satoru and the other 3 can damage Ryomen Sukuna's fingers, perhaps. Itadori Kori thought of the previous battle in which she snatched Ryujin Jaka. She missed a move by 1 step and was successfully deceived by Gojo Naruto, and ultimately failed to snatch Ryujin Jaka. If she now possessed Ryujin Jaka and released the power of Ryujin Jaka, then she would probably be able to achieve her goal by now, right? Sukuna, it looks like you're really going to suffer a big loss this time. The Zanpakutō is indeed worthy of its name. It is a soul-devouring Zanpakutō. Sukuna, the power you have stored in your fingers will probably be truly eliminated by the Zanpakutō. Itadori Kori frowned, and the stitches on her forehead were slightly tightened, which made her look very strange, as if her head was about to be opened. If Gojo Naruto was hostile to him, it was because he had once tried to snatch Ryujin Jaka, and Gojo Naruto almost died in his hands. So, where does Gojo Naruto's hostility towards Sukuna come from? Why did Gojo Naruto focus his attention directly on Ryomen Sukuna after waking up, and even went to such great lengths to live broadcast the destruction of Ryomen Sukuna's finger in front of everyone? Itadori Kori really couldn't understand what Gojo Naruto was thinking. However, what she could clearly analyze was that Gojo Naruto could not possibly be a member of her camp. The young man in the picture before him was definitely his enemy. At the same time, in the consciousness world of another cursed spirit, Ryomen Sukuna, wearing a kimono, sat on a high skeletal throne with his 4 eyes open, full of disbelief. Even though he was not with those 6 fingers, through the connection of souls, Ryomen Sukuna could still clearly feel the loss of his power. Although it was only a small loss, which was a drop in the bucket for him, what did it mean? This meant that his originally flawless power was broken today, and it wasn't just once but was broken 3 times in a row. This was the first time he had encountered this in all these long years. He didn't know what force caused him to be in this state, but it was obvious that it couldn't be an ancient force. The conversation with No Soso suddenly emerged in Ryomen Sukuna's mind. You need to be careful with Gojo Naruto. Be careful with your Zanpakutō. Sukuna, who had just tasted the taste of failure at the hands of Gojo Naruto, immediately linked this incident with the name Gojo Naru. Likewise, there is the mysterious and unfamiliar Zanpakutō. This is Sukuna's sixth sense. Although there is no basis for it, Sukuna knows that his sixth sense is very accurate. Especially after the previous personal confrontation, he realized how extraordinary Gojo Naruto was. The most important thing is that during that battle, he designed a field in advance to seal Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō. Even without a powerful weapon like his Zanpakutō, Gojo Naruto was still able to break his own domain and kill the cursed being with the power of one of his fingers. This left a deep impression on Ryomen Sukuna. The erosion has stopped. Ryomen Sukuna's expression slowly returned to calm. He didn't know what was happening in the outside world, but it was obvious that even with the power of Zanpakutō, those sorcerers still had no way to deal with his death wax. As long as his fingers were not completely destroyed, his strength would not suffer any substantial loss. Even if his strength has just been eroded a little bit, as long as his fingers are still there, he will slowly recover. Because of this encounter, Ryomen Sukuna once again became extremely curious about Gojo Naru and his Zanpakutō. If he has the chance to meet Nozomi again next time, he will definitely get to know this sorcerer named Gojo Naruto and this cursed tool named Zanpakutō from his old friend. With disdain for the outside world, Ryomen Sukuna slowly closed his four eyes, and the entire demon subduing and chef control area fell into silence. Unbeknownst to Sukuna, inside the Tokyo Jujutsu High School, everyone looked at Kajuki Yuki, who had pulled out the snake tail pill, completed his initial release, and was about to attack Sukuna's two fingers, with expressions filled with shock. They were completely stunned. If we say that Gojo Satoru, Geto, Suguru, and Yerishoko took the initiative to attack Ryomen Sukuna's fingers for Gojo Naru, this was the accumulation of their previous emotions. But what about Kajuku Yuki? Jujo Yuki is from Kyoto, a star plasma body, and a top-class sorcerer. He was very worthy of Gojo Naru by speaking up for him just now. Now, he is actually going to waste his own strength on Sukuna's finger for Gojo Naru like Gojo Satoru and the others? Could it be that, as the rumor they just heard, there was actually an affair between Yuki Kajuku and Naru Gojo 9 years ago? But it shouldn't be like this. 9 years ago, Gojo Naruto was only 6 years old and Kajuki Yuki was only a teenager. At that time, they both knew what love was. As for the changes in the snake tail pill in Jujo Yuki's hand, they were no longer surprised. After all, it was a Zanpakutō. Transform. Isn't this a basic skill? Yuki, forget it. Kajuki Yuki holds the phoenix will in his left hand and the snake tail pill in his right hand, and looks like he really wants to destroy Sukuna's fingers. Gojo Ming quickly reached out to stop him. It would be unreasonable to waste Kajuki Yuki's power now. Besides, he had already confirmed the strength of Ryomen Sukuna's fingers through the Zanpakutō of Gojo Satoru and the other two. He also had confidence that with his own strength, it should be no problem for him to destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. Jujo Yuki looked a little unhappy when Gojo Naru stretched out his hand to stop him. She also wanted to contribute to Gojo Naru's action, but it seemed that Gojo Naru didn't need her. There was dissatisfaction written all over Jujutsu's delicate face. Beside him, Iori Yutaheim and Mei looked at Kajuki Yuki silently, their eyes full of surprise, but then they understood. During the journey from Kyoto to Tokyo, they had already felt the urgency in teacher Yuki's heart. However, they did not expect that in front of this live broadcast, Jujo Yuki would be so unconcealed. Although this was just a live broadcast of the many family executives and directors in front of him, but isn't this too obvious? Anyone with a little bit of insight could seem to understand what Jujo Yuki meant to Gojo Naru. Fortunately, this live broadcast is only for the top leaders in the entire magic world. Mei and Iori Yutaheim looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the luck in their hearts was actually meaningless because, unknown to them, the first-generation live broadcast curse skeleton had been kept in the taboo library of the High School of Curse. The second live stream that connected many sorcerers in the sorcery world, who had purchased the curse bones, had also broadcast all the images. Is this Gojo Naru really Yuki Kujuku's boyfriend? There was a gleam in Nanami Kinto's eyes. He was not jealous, but felt that Gojo Naru and Kujuki Yuki were a perfect match. Unlike others who do not believe in the power of Zanpakutō, Nanami Kinto has been able to clearly determine that it was Gojo Naru who saved him, because that indifferent attitude was very similar to the way he left after saving me. Moreover, Yeri Shoko's meat bite further confirmed Gojo Naru's identity. During this period of time, he has quickly learned the information about the 5 lives, the Forger of Heaven and curse-bound Zanpakutō. Most importantly, he also has 6 eyes. This series of factors makes Gojo Naru a contradictory and complex person. Such a person seems to be a perfect match for the surly Jujutsu. Although she has been asleep for 9 years, who else but a top-class sorcerer like Yuki Kujuku can be the girlfriend of a complicated being like Naruto Gojo? Nanami Kinto was very confident, but at the same time, the candidate Yeri Shoko emerged in his mind. Yeri Shoko, who was able to use the reverse curse technique to damage Ryman Sukuna's fingers, seemed to be a good match for Gojo Naru. The most important thing is that these two people seem to be childhood sweethearts, and there is not much difference in age between them. Nanami Kinto hesitated whether Gojo Naru's girlfriend was Kujuki Yuki or Yeri Shoko, but then he was shocked again and felt that he seemed to be thinking too much. What does it have to do with him whether Gojo Naru's girlfriend is Yuki Kujuku or Yeri Shoko? He is still a single dog now, and Gojo Ming has been sleeping for 9 years, and there are still girls waiting for him. Thinking of this, Nanami Kinto, who had always been very serious, felt a little overwhelmed. Far away in Kyoto, at Kyoto Jujutsu High School, the old Yoshinobu, Rakaganji, smiled bitterly and shook his head, strumming the electric guitar beside him, which was totally inconsistent with his image and full of contrast. Yuki, it seems that you have really made a decision. You are still so persistent about Gojo Naru. Is it because of Gojo Naru that Lord Tenjin chose not to assimilate you? You don't want to repay Gojo Naru because of this, do you? This kind of feeling is not a good thing. Yoshinobu Rakaganji recalled the scene when Lord Tenjin handed over Kujuku Yuki to Kyoto High School. Thinking of the Zanpakutō that Lord Tenjin also wore on his waist, he also guessed the mysterious connection between Gojo Naruto and Lord Tenjin. The most important thing is that the information he had heard before was that the first time Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto appeared together this year was also near Hongxing Palace. What does that mean? There is no doubt that the place where Gojo Ming has been sleeping for the past 9 years is in Lord Tianyuan's Hongxing Palace. Lord Tianyuan actually allowed Gojo Naruto to sleep in his territory for such a long time, which shows that Lord Tianyuan recognizes Gojo Naruto. Lord Tenjin will use the Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Naruto, which means that Lord Tenjin also recognizes the ability of his Zanpakutō. Yoshinobu of Rakaganji has always had such a guess about the relationship between Lord Tenjin and Gojo Naru. The reason why Lord Tenjin failed to complete the assimilation with Kujuki Yuki was most likely because of Gojo Naruto, and most likely because of the Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Naruto for Lord Tenjin. Even Yoshinobu of Rakaganji had such a rebellious idea in his heart. As a veteran in the world of sorcery, he understands Lord Tenjin far better than anyone else. As a woman, Lady Tianyuan actually hates men very much. Unless they are the descendants of some of her old friends, she rarely spends such a long time with boys. It was hard for him to imagine that Lord Tianyuan had lived with a man for 9 years. That is the Hongxing Palace, the exclusive palace of Lord Tianyuan and Lord Tianyuan's secret space, and Gojo Ming has lived in this secret space for 9 years. Even if he really did sleep for 9 years as rumored, this could be considered living with Lord Tianyuan. Yoshinobu of Rakaganji had a complicated expression. Before Gojo Naruto woke up, he only cared about Gojo Satoru. There is no doubt about Gojo Satoru's potential. With his unlimited techniques and 6 eyes, it is destined that Gojo Satoru will become the strongest sorcerer in the world of sorcery in the future. Even though Kujuki Yuki is the only special grade sorcerer now, he will be overtaken by Gojo Satoru one day in the future. However, now that Gojo Neru has awakened, paying attention to Gojo Satoru is just a side job for him. It seemed as if Gojo Naruto was born to be the protagonist of this era, and everyone else became footnotes to Gojo Naruto. Even though Gojo Naruto is unable to use his Zanpakutō now, there are still other Zanpakutō shining brightly beside him. As long as Zanpakutō still exists, as long as the power of Zanpakutō is still amazing, then no one will forget Gojo Naruto, the person who created Zanpakutō. Even if Gojo Naruto himself cannot use it, it is a tragedy to be born in the same era as Gojo Neru. Gojo Naruto is like the sun. While people like Jujutsu Yuki, Gojo Satoru, and other talented people can only become planets orbiting the sun, all revolving around the sun silently. Mei Yudaheim, I hope that after participating in this exchange meeting, you'll be able to understand what the top combat power of your generation is. Yoshinobu of Rakaganji drooped his eyelids, his eyebrows drooped, and his expression suddenly became a little complicated. Maybe I made a wrong decision. It seems a little too early for Mei and Yudaheim to meet the brothers Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto so early. It would be bad if their confidence was hit. I hope Yuki can grasp the right balance and not become love-brained. This guy Gojo Neru is really a bit weird. Is it possible that Yudaheim and Mei are also bewitched by this brat Gojo Neru? Yoshinobu Rakaganji raised his eyebrows subconsciously. He had also seen what Gojo Satoru looked like. Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru were twin brothers, and there was no difference in their appearance. Gojo Satoru is now a big star in the world of sorcery. After this incident, if Gojo Naruto really destroyed Sukuna's finger, he would probably become a twin star in the world of curse like Gojo Satoru. No way. Is this Jujutsu Yuki? What's going on? How can Jujutsu Yuki face the people sent by the General Directorate? For the big three sorcerer families, the relationship between Yuki Kyuju and Naruto Gojo had been rather ambiguous 9 years ago, so the current situation did not seem to be anything to be surprised about. However, for many small families who are not well informed, and for independent sorcerers like Nanami Kento, they do not know the relationship between Kyuju Yuki and Gojo Neru. Even if you mention Gojo Naruto to them, they may not remember that there was once a Gojo family Six Eyes godson who forged Zanpakutō and fell into a deep sleep. When mentioning the Gojo family, the first thing they would think of is Gojo Satoru, the master of unlimited techniques. They would not remember Gojo Neru, their twin brother, at all. After all, 9 years is too long, enough for one person to forget another. However, although they do not understand or even know Gojo Neru, Kujuki Yuki is a well-known person in the world of sorcery. Currently the only top-grade sorcerer in the entire sorcery world. This unique title makes Yuki Kujuku and Gojo Satoru the male and female idols of many young sorcerers. In particular, Yuki Kujuku has an amazing figure and beautiful looks, which makes countless boys fall in love with her. Compared with the handsome and tall Gojo Satoru, she is even more attractive. Now, this beautiful and powerful special grade sorcerer has actually confronted the general manager's office directly. Who is she doing this for? Is it because of that Gojo Naruto? Who exactly is this Gojo Neru? Why is he so highly valued by the General Directorate? Why is he so targeted by Zenin Fan, the younger brother of the Zenin family's patriarch? In addition to Gojo Satoru, is there anyone else worth paying attention to in the Gojo family? Doubts arose in the minds of many independent sorcerers. Unlike the audience watching the live broadcast, Zenin Fan at the scene could truly feel the pressure from the special grade sorcerer Jujutsu Yuki. As the representative of the Zenin family in the General Administration Department, Zenin Oji knows the true strength of Kujuki Yuki. Originally, the technique Star Wrath was already the signature technique of the Kyoto Kujuku family. Later, Gojo Neru forged the Zanpakutō Jabamaru for it, which made Kujuki Yuki even more powerful. The most important thing is that Jujutsu Yuki is the previous star plasma body and has a mysterious relationship with Lord Tianyuan. This meant that the General Directorate had no idea what to do with Jujo Yuki. The most important thing is that Zen and Shan can't beat Kujuka Yuki at all. He never thought that Kujuka Yuki would stand up for Gojo Naruto now. Wasn't the scandal from 9 years ago something that happened 9 years ago? In Zenin Osamu's opinion, love and the like are all illusory. 9 years have allowed Kujuka Yuki to become the #1 in the world of sorcery and the only top-grade sorcerer. Isn't that enough time for her to forget about Gojo Naru, who disappeared for 9 years? This was Chanyuan Shan's idea, but now that he realized the problem, it seemed that he had thought too simply. The only top-grade sorcerer in the entire sorcery world, Yuki Kyuju, is actually a love-brained person. Even in such a situation, he is willing to stand up for Gojo Naru. When Jujo Yuki stared at the Zenin fan, causing the whole scene to come to a standstill, a tall man walked into the camera, smiled, and said softly, "Yuki, it's okay. What Zenin said is right. I just want to destroy Ryumin Sukuna's fingers. It's really my turn." As this magnetic male voice sounded, everyone's eyes were focused on Gojo Naruto. To Gojo Satoru? No, this person is the Gojo Naruto mentioned by the general manager just now. Same figure, same hair, same eyes. Is this person also the Six Eyes godson of the Gojo family? When Nanami Kinto saw Gojo Naru appear, he was suddenly stunned, but then he suddenly realized something. Was it Gojo Satoru who saved his life before? Or was it Gojo Naru who was speaking now? Nanami Kinto realized that his previous guess didn't seem to be so accurate, but he still didn't have enough information to confirm who saved him. However, when Gojo Naruto appeared, Nanami Kinto's expression became more serious when watching the live broadcast of Curse Corpse. Destroy Sukuna's fingers? No way, did I hear it right? That's right, that's right. That's what Gojo Naruto said just now. Master Ming is going to do something so shocking right after waking up. Isn't it too scary? Gojo Ming, this person is really a man who would make a big splash if he didn't make a big splash. The most important thing is Master Jujo Yuki actually supports Gojo Naru so much. After all, the goal is to destroy Ryumin Sukuna's finger. As the strongest special grade sorcerer, it's understandable that Kujuka Yuki-sama would stand on Gojo Naru's side, right? Many sorcerers were skeptical about Gojo Naru's actions, but because of the appearance of Kuruki Yuki, they all began to trust him. However, they were still unwilling to believe that the goddess in their hearts, Kujuka Yuki, liked Gojo Naru. In their hearts, Kujuka Yuki is a goddess, the strongest, and the future of the entire sorcery world. As for Gojo Ming, how can a scumbag who has been sleeping for 9 years for no apparent reason be worthy of the goddess in their hearts? Jujo Yuki, Zanpakutō. During these 9 years, Zanpakutō has become a legendary thing. Many sorcerers, because they have not witnessed the appearance of a new Zanpakutō, have regarded it as a gimmick. Although the goddess in their hearts, Kudayuki, also has her own Zanpakutō, they always subconsciously ignore it. After all, Kujukiyuki often does not use the snaketail pill. With the help of the innate technique Star Fury and the Shikigami Phoenix Wheel, it was enough for Jujo Yuki to kill the special grade Curse Spirit. In order for Kujuyuki to use both the Phoenix Wheel and the snaketail pill at the same time, at present, the only Curse Spirit that is worthy of Kujuyuki to do so is the Curse Spirit that has absorbed the power of Sukuna. In a live broadcast, Jujo Yuki shook his long golden hair disdainfully, looked at the Zen courtyard fan, and snorted. He turned around and walked to Gojo Naru's side, throwing the stage to Gojo Naru. After all, this was the Tokyo Jujutsu High School, where Gojo Naru's performance was based. As a person from Kyoto High School, he could not interfere in other people's business. However, she would never allow Zenin Fan from the General Directorate of the Jujutsu Association to continue to be so sarcastic towards Gojo Naruto. Zenyuan Fan, not to mention that I never thought of using the two Sukuna's fingers. To put it another way, if I really use Ryumin Sukuna's fingers to awaken my Zanpakutō, as you said, is there anything wrong with this? If my Zanpakutō can consume Ryomen Sukuna's fingers, wouldn't it be a great blessing for the entire world of sorcery? Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Zenin Shan and Kamo Ming, his face full of amusement. Perhaps Chan Yuan Shan and Kamo Ming thought that they were using the live broadcast curse this time to fish in troubled waters. But, in fact, he wanted to make many sorcerers eliminate their fear of Ryomen Sukuna. There is something wrong with the stance of Chan Yuan fan itself, so its current behavior will not conform to the values of mainstream society. When people heard Gojo Ming say this, both the audience at the scene and the audience watching the live broadcast were stunned. Previously, they had been focusing on Gojo Naru's desire to use Ryomen Sukuna's finger for his own personal gain, but they had never thought that if Gojo Naru could really use Ryomen Sukuna's finger, it would also be considered Gojo Naru's strength, right? Just as Gojo Naruto said, if he could really use Ryomen Sukuna's fingers on his own Zanpakutō, it would actually be considered as getting rid of harm to the entire curse world, right? At this moment, everyone, whether inside or outside the field, was caught in an inexplicable, awkward situation. People who hate the Gojo family and can't stand Gojo Satoru's eccentric personality naturally hate Gojo Naruto as well. Those who stand in the camp of Wanshiya and Gojoya will naturally support Gojo Naru and believe that it is also a good thing that the fingers of Two-Faced are used by Gojo Naru. Zenitsu was speechless. Faced with the point made by Gojo Ming, he didn't know how to refute it, because he had no way to convince himself, because what Gojo Naru said did make sense. Seeing Zenin Shan stammering and not knowing what to say, a hint of sneer appeared on Gojo Ming's face. He knew that Zenin Osamu was already in a very miserable state. The General Directorate of the Jujutsu Association was actually composed of such people. It was worthy of being called a General Directorate like a basket of rotten oranges by Gojo Satoru. Fortunately, this time, he asked the people from the Gojo family and the Yagyu family to actively join the Yeri Directorate. At least, among this rotten orange, half of it is still good. However, if rotten oranges and good oranges are mixed together for a long time, the good oranges will naturally rot. After dealing with the matter of Ryomen Sukuna's finger, he also had to arrange the cleanup of the entire Jujutsu Association's general office. In order to avoid being implicated in the future, in order not to be held back when fighting the enemy in the future, in order not to be stabbed inexplicably in the future, he must clean out the pests and scum in the general office. No one else can do this kind of thing. Only he, this time traveler, can complete the cleanup work properly and efficiently. However, the most important thing at the moment is to destroy Ryomen Sukuna's fingers and weaken Ryomen Sukuna's power in this way. Zenin Shan's hesitation was met with Gojo Ming's indifference. Gojo Naruto stood directly in the center of the library. He looked around the library from the best position. Exhibited all around were various cursed objects belonging to the Tokyo Jujutsu High School. The venue was large enough and solid enough for him to display his skills. Gojo Ming took out his other 5 fingers and put together the fingers that Gojo Satoru and others had attacked before. This action aroused everyone's confusion. It was obvious that Gojo Naruto seemed to be preparing to destroy all 6 of Ryomen Sukuna's fingers at once. But who gave Gojo Naru the confidence? Did he forget that Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru only left some marks on Ryomen Sukuna's fingers after they released their Zanpakutō? Isn't Gojo Naruto too arrogant? This thought emerged in the minds of many viewers. After all, destroying all 6 of Ryomen Sukuna's fingers at once sounded too horrifying. Not only did Zenin Shan and others have strange expressions, even Gojo Satoru and others in the Urizuya camp who stood on Gojo Naru's side were a little hesitant and entangled. They still believe in Gojo Naru very much, but Gojo Naru's action did show some disrespect for Ryomen Sukuna. Is this really necessary? That's Ryomen Sukuna, Nanami Kinto muttered. Ever since he guessed that Gojo Naru was his savior, he has been hoping that Gojo Naru can complete his plan to destroy Sukuna's finger. However, facing Gojo Naru's arrogant behavior, he really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He had imagined that Gojo Naruto's strength was higher than Gojo Satoru's, but the gap shouldn't be that big, right? I don't know that Gojo Satoru can only leave marks on his fingers, but Gojo Naruto can actually destroy 6 two-faced Sukuna fingers at once. Nanami Kinto's idea is what most of the audience thinks, but what they don't know is that Gojo Naru's action is actually a respect for Ryomen Sukuna's strength. After all, he is the king of curses. Even if there's only dead wax left, Gojo Ming will have to use almost all of his strength to have a chance to destroy these fingers. In this case, it would definitely save time and effort to destroy them all at once. If he destroyed them one by one, Gojo Ming felt that he would be exhausted to death. After all, this is Ryomen Sukuna's dead body, so we still have to give him enough respect. Feeling everyone's suspicion of him, Gojo Naru's expression did not change at all. He just smiled and focused all his attention on the 6 Sukuna fingers on the stone platform. Except for the finger that was a little mottled due to the influence of the trio, the other 5 fingers were all dry and dark red. These are the fingers of Ryomen Sukuna. Each finger possesses 1/20th of Ryomen Sukuna's power. If the destruction is successful this time, Ryomen Sukuna's strength will be damaged by about 30%. Although these 6 fingers are extremely hard, with his multiple preparations, Gojo Ming is confident that he can destroy them. However, whether this is what everyone wants to see, Gojo Ming doesn't know. Anyway, he knew that Zenin Shan, Kumo Ming, and Itadori Kaori, who had attacked him before, would definitely not want to see this happen. 9 years, 9 years of sleep. Now, it is just right to use Ryomen Sukuna's fingers as a whetstone for your own strength.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.